Actually, I need
But I'm
to get on
noticing that
internet.
Seamus is getting more kind of annoyed with me. He, he had a few meltdowns with me now.
Yeah, I heard him get super pissed off the other day.
Yeah, I
I
never
also,
heard him like that.
yeah, me either. But I also kind of lost my shit for a moment there when he was saying that, a hard atheist is not justified in claiming that even if he has a deductive argument, because deductive arguments about metaphysical claims cannot be sound, right? And exactly because of that, because they cannot be shown to be sound, it's never a justification for the atheist to use this argument. But Seamus always says when I question him, right, what is your argument for God? He always presents a deductive argument, and he says exactly because the argument is not deductive, I can never verify. Uh, because it's about metaphysical things, I can never verify if the premises are true. So exactly because of that, I'm still justified in claiming it to be a valid argument here and using it, which is a direct contradiction. And I flipped my shit. He just directly, completely contradicting himself. It's like fucking hell. It's like he learned this logic and rationality on the go. It's like making this stuff up as he goes in the argument. It's not necessarily bad actually, as long as you're consistent. But he's not.
We got to protect the kids' minds, man. We got to protect their minds because everybody and the brothers want to mess with their heads.
Like, wait, whose kids? That we talking about?
Anybody's kids in the world. You think America has an exclusive on people wanting to manipulate the children? Hell no.
No, I was just kind of curious. How does that relate to Sheamus and me? But if it's not, that's okay.
Honestly, Art, what we do here in this hangout ain't a whole lot. I don't think that David Rockefeller or Evelyn de Rothschild are sitting up in their ivory tower sweating to the oldies over us doing this here Google Hangout. I just don't. Now, having said that, I think that
I was trying to stop one from talking.
Oh, sorry.
Like aliens.
Now, having said that, is it good for us to rub ideas against each other to to see that our kids are taken care of? Yes, absolutely. I'd be an idiot if I said otherwise. But other than informing people and informing our children and setting up some kind of contingency for them, I really can't see a whole hell of a lot we can do. I really don't. But,
What about the Illuminati, or what?
well, the Bilderberg, the Illuminati, call them what the hell you want. I don't care. I mean, they have some ties with the Illuminati via Adam Weishaupt. They have some ties with Bilderberg. They have some ties with the Jesuits. They have some tie with the Freemasons. They got their hands in pretty much damn near everything. I just, I think that we need to be cautious and we need to admonish our kids not to swallow every little thing that comes their way, because there's a lot of bullshit out there.
Like
If you can't get them with the facts, then you baffle them with bullshit, right? So we need to just be cautious and take it one day at a time, really.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think we should teach kids how to think, not what to think. Teach them reason and science. Let them decide.
Well, if they've got the basics down, we can slowly tell them about the particulars later on. got to get the basics down first. And once those are down, then we can move on. I mean, when I was 5 years old, I was reading Shakespeare. Any of these kids at 5 reading Shakespeare these days? I bet not.
But they probably read SpongeBob or something.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, that'll really edify you. Yeah. Anyways, we got to try and protect them, man. They're all we got. They're all we got.
Hey, Vaughn, what's your opinion on sexual education for kids?
I don't think it should be done. I think that's retarded. I mean, does a 5-year-old girl really know what to use a banana for? I mean, come on, give me a break, really. That's crazy shit.
I think it's 5 years old when they start.
Yeah, I think they start that at 12.
Well, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but it sure as hell ain't much. But no, I don't think so. Why do we need that in our damn schools? Why? Seriously, we don't need that in our damn schools. How about instead of foolish socialist programs, how about instead we teach our kids reading, writing, and arithmetic? How about that shit? Better yet, why don't we teach them the real history of America instead of this pseudo-American history put out by the American Historical Society? By the way, all the leadership of that organization are Freemasons and Skull and Bones members. So,
I think the argument for sex ed is basically to help kids make better informed decisions about both what they're feeling and what the consequences are.
Dude, they're 5 years old, 6 years old.
Like starting at 10, 12, and 14.
10 or 12, that's still too damn young, man. Here's a radical idea. How about this one? How about we let kids be kids, damn it?
But they're not going to be kids. I mean, by 12, most of them are going through puberty, which means they're already feeling attraction for other children.
Yeah, pulling pigtails and dumping feathers.
Some are having sex at that age. I remember. I'd say for me, puberty, 12, 13, which means. And I think that's the average for most. So by that age, you're already thinking about,
Yeah, my first attempt at sex was when I was 6 years old.
6?
Yeah.
Then that wasn't sex. That was just.
That's why I said attempt.
Exactly. So you didn't know what you were doing. You just had the plumbing.
Yeah. We didn't actually make any contact. We basically wearing pants and just doing the motions for a few seconds and okay, this is not working. This is not fun. This is. It's a long and funny story, but yeah, I already was kind of thinking, and that's because I was exposed by accident to sex, and I was curious, and I told my girlfriend, who was also kind of exposed, but not in the same way. She was under the impression that rape is actually sex.
Oh my god!
And when she was little, she asked me to hold her down and kiss her. We were like 6 years old.
Wow.
I think she was 7. Yeah.
Wow, dude.
See, that's why you need education.
Exactly. If someone told me, this is how it works, you should not do it right now because of these, and issues and things. I would say, okay, better not do it. I don't want to hurt myself or this girl.
Yeah.
But because no one told me, and I just had this accidental exposure of people having so much fun. It's like, hey, why not? Why not try it? Why not try it?
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say there's so much wrong happening. There's so much bad information among kids growing up about what relationships are and what sex is, and it's just the social wisdom, if you want to call it that, is really not very wise. It's absolutely terrible.
Absolutely, and we see statistics that prove this. I mean, in America, states that don't have sex ed or have a bad sex ed have the most teen pregnancies.
Yeah.
Texas.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. Or which is the exact same state that has, what is it, a substitution, or what's it called? Abstinence only.
Yeah. Well, the abstinence I find is really troublesome because essentially they don't teach kids anything. So they teach them that this is bad, but they don't explain to them what's happening with their bodies. So bad or not, there's this chemistry still going on.
Right. It's like telling kids to just stop eating in order to lose weight. It's just not gonna work. Sooner or later, you will get hungry. Your physical body will just overwhelm you with hormones of starvation, and you will just binge eat like crazy.
I would briefly point out this actually relates to the entire sort of mind-body philosophy of mind, idealism versus materialism discussion.
There we go.
I mean, why would the hormones matter if the mind wasn't material, or materialism weren't true?
Yeah, in fact, like what, 90% of the functionality that we experience is accounted in the physical brain. Why the heck do we propose it as soul there?
Yeah, that's a good point, Nadia.
Yeah, and I mean, it's been proven again and again that the altering hormone levels alters how the person feels about people of the opposite sex or themselves. I mean, it's it's a big deal. It literally changes the personality in a sense, I guess. So yeah.
Wonder what a fundamentalist would say about that.
That we are being corrupted by the material. that your spirit's not strong enough.
No, you have to say the yeehaw at the end or something.
Yeah.
The sinfulness from the original sin and whatnot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure.
But I mean, there's been experiments where they change people's personalities through like brain damage or cases of brain damage or cases where they actually have to cut out a piece of the brain and the personality is changed. I mean, if there's a consciousness that holds the person's identity, then why would the personality change?
Yeah, there's a gap there. A big one.
Yeah, my third world country internet connection there.
Third world country? What?
I'm in Costa Rica right now.
Oh no, Nadia was referring to you cutting out. No, you was not. You're not cutting out. I think she was referring to some kind of problem with the arguments. At least I think.
That is all.
Where is one else today? We need somebody to disagree with us. Come on.
I know.
Well,
some input.
Rodney and I can go on about how we differ so radically in between idealism and materialism.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll bore you. It's like
Rodney and Nadia saga.
Again.
Hey,
what, sorry?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was sorry, I'm sort of eating crisps and making tea and stuff, so I'm missing bits and pieces. But yeah, we...
It's like, yeah, me, you, E-Man, Johanna Roth, yeah, are like totally diametrically opposed to a lot of you, but even so, I'm just like, somehow, it doesn't turn into the same kind of, I don't know, shouting match or whatever it does so many other people.
Yeah. Oh, I love your disagreements. They're entertaining and worth listening to. Always learn something new.
Yeah, I mean, I like disagreeing with people. It's how we bounce ideas around, isn't it? We take up different positions, and it's interesting to think about them, from different perspectives. Um, but people sometimes take things personally. Like, when I take to Nadia something like, "Oh, you believe that, from your perspective of us not having a mind," I'm not insulting her. I'm saying that, that is a perspective, and I can think, well, maybe I haven't got a mind. This came up earlier in the discussion with Mark and Simon, and they found that really funny and sort of, it's just silly. It's not an insulting thing. It's not something to sort of laugh at each other. They're serious positions that are interesting to think about. I like thinking about these things. That's why I'm here.
Yeah.
Well, there are a couple of different ways that it goes. I mean, there's the usual, denying phlogiston and denying fire. Next one is, what we're characterizing as mind and so on is actually split up in a whole bunch of different sorts of components or whatever it is. That there's just mind, there's personality, there's disposition, and so on involved in there. And those are not necessarily a proper ontology of the various phenomena surrounding the brain and whatnot, right?
Yeah, that's right. And at the end of the day, I'm interested in, from your perspective, this reductionist perspective of how the brain's given rise to the kind of things that we label in that way. As well, I find that really interesting. I think we all do, don't we? We all find it interesting how the brain's quite a complicated bit of meat, and whatever it's doing, it's definitely interesting, and we want to know what it's doing. So from these different perspectives, they are different ideas about what the brain's doing and how it's doing what it's doing. So I think they're all interesting, and I want to know, which one's true.
Yeah.
Well, some of the tricks are sort of like these concepts of these sort of rational, almost calculator-like mind. The who knows what kind of personality, disposition, and emotions and whatnot are in many ways demonstrably not separated. I mean, when we observe these phenomena, like we actually see that they all kind of go together, even to the extent that someone goes about, say, the most rational kind of thought process possible. The even the consideration of the question is that's an answer that's being pursued to is motivated by something that's ultimately instinctive and emotional and so on, right? So they don't separate out so cleanly. In that kind of ontological, in folk psychology, the mind and so on, is how that breaks down in one particular demonstrable way. But there's more, of course.
Yeah, but I think most of us that are sort of making, that are taking different positions on this are sort of, well, we just integrate, don't we, these different ideas, these different experimental results into our paradigm. So, I can say, for instance, that what the personality is and what the ego is and what these different aspects are that we consider as sort of like as a whole as the mind. They're kind of like it's kind of like a holographic, fractally integrated mass of stuff that there is a grey area, there is a graduation between these different aspects, and affecting one will greatly affect the other, from that point of view as well. So I think we all need to change or reevaluate our models, given the evidence. And another thing that's often brought up about the Libet experiments, to say that if you didn't already believe that we were mostly autonomous anyway, if you believe that we have free will, if you didn't already believe that it was very rarely exercised, or it was at least exercised mostly subconsciously, them experiments would definitely force you into taking that position. So this is the idea, isn't it? We get these ideas, we look at the evidence, and we sort of, flesh the ideas out, and we come to we end up getting cornered in different ways, so the ideas become more crisp and more defined, and then we can say, look, either finally say that idea is definitely wrong with this new bit of information, or we can say, okay, this idea looks more to be the case, and this is how things go. I think that's good. That's the way we explore these ideas, and home in on what's more likely to be the case than not.
I agree. Yeah. I mean, there's nothing wrong with starting from one end where you just go with materialism, and another end where you believe that there's I guess immaterial component interacting with the material component, and then sort of move towards the middle until we can exclude one or the other.
Yeah, I'm really interested in actually, and partly from my perspective, I've definitely come from this idea that materialism is true, and then given all these other data points, it looks like materialism is indistinguishable from dualism, and then following it further, let's just get rid of materialism altogether, and you end up with like idealism. And different people come at it from different points of view, and this is that they're all valid positions, I think, and none of us knows for sure which is true. And we look at the different pieces of data, and I think that there's good cases to be made from all points of view. I think it's quite an exciting time, really, to be sort of looking at these different perspectives, and we're sort of waiting on the edge of our chairs, really, aren't we? That the next new bit of experimental result is going to come through from from lots of different fields that might just sort of like say, sorry mate, you're out on your own now, that doesn't work, and or confirm our ideas. So
where is this slippery slope from materialism to dualism?
Well, so basically, via computism, basically, simulism, via that, you end up having a posit that there's kind of informational constructs that have a kind of, they reduce to a kind of mathematical language, and if you can reduce that to one or even more, you end up with an interaction of other, which can be embodied in matter, and you end up with dualism, and then via other data points you can say, well, actually matter is just this sort of, it can be modelled as an algorithmic entity as well, and you end up just sort of throwing it all. Well, that's from my point of view. I sort of swept largely across the paradigm via that sort of route. But dualism, there's all sorts of different perspectives that are valid, I think, and that are worth of putting out there and being aware of, and just seeing how the data sort of supports different parts, or even holistically one or over the other, and how they line up the interesting things. So what we know now, given what we know now, what's the most likely to be true? And obviously, this is the debate, isn't it? I think idealism is most likely to be true. Commander is going to think that dualism is more likely to be true, given what we know, and Nadia is going to think materialism. And I think that we can all make good cases. I think the interesting thing is there's bound to be a sort of fact of the matter of it, and can we get the information out there? Can we construct these sort of arguments? Can we make these models, and can we say what the fact of the matter, how we order these things, how they're properly to be ordered? I think that's difficult, and it would be a huge study in itself, but that's generally what we're arguing, isn't it, when we argue these things? We're sort of appealing to that somehow.
I'm not convinced that simulism demonstrates what you're saying it does, but okay.
In regards to what you said about, God's mind, Rodney, I'd say that my sort of belief sort of encompasses that to a degree. So I don't know. I don't really know what it would be that, my sort of belief would fall into. if that makes sense.
Yeah, so do you mean when I was saying earlier about sort of like everything is like God's mind stuff and the different part to our reality is just like some of the thoughts in God's mind and the other ones? Yeah, yes. The interesting thing about a lot of these ideas is that a lot of them map to each other. So when you get to the crux of it, it seems like they're almost indistinguishable. It's more like a perspective thing, a bit like the sort of perspective of like particles and waves at the quantum world, at the quantum level. They're both true, but they're different ways of looking at it or even interacting with it. Different ways of measuring it. So it ends up showing you that. So they're both true. But I think interestingly, that a lot of the ideas seem equivalent when you really have these conversations and you really go around the houses and you end up thinking, well, the difference is really that I'm using this set of words to mean this, and you're using a different set of words to mean the same thing.
Yeah.
And our sort of underneath, we've got these concepts that are sort of they're pretty much the same, aren't they? So
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
How is that distinction? How is that distinction to be described, and how is a genuine distinction to be recognized?
I think that's a very interesting question, and again, you'd have to say, I think from a sort of purely mathematical point of view, to say that, look, is this actually properly equivalent, or is there actually a definite difference? And you can only say from a sort of a one. Do the ideas have a one-to-one mapping, or is there something else, or something that doesn't map onto one that does map onto the other? I don't know. There is a difference, to be honest with you. I think we use different words and terms, and it's different. It's difficult to say that there isn't a difference. I mean that there is a difference. Sorry, I can't really see one. That's why. A lot of the time when people seem to be arguing with each other, it seems to me that a lot of it is semantics. We're arguing over the correct terms to use. And if you're going to say that the terms are not right anyway, which you do, Nadia, then you break down any reality of me being able to say anything. If you don't even want to deny the terms, you just want to say that, okay, we don't understand what terms we should be using, then it becomes difficult to argue with it.
The terms aren't so much the issue as the concepts, right? Because
exactly.
You change out, the definition out from under the word, you could resolve an issue. And, of course, swapping out labels on, different sort of definition doesn't really change a whole lot either, so.
Yeah, so if you want to say that sorry, go on. Yeah, the first person perspective is like the wrong term to use for whatever it is we're experiencing, and that's fine. But see, the thing is we both know that we experience whatever it is we're experiencing. I'm just saying that that's the fundamental reality, and you're saying that the fundamental reality is that's like epiphenomenal, and the fundamental reality is this other stuff. But then we both interpret the different. So the other stuff I just think is an epiphenomenal reality from mind stuff, like the subconscious aspect of it, and you think that the conscious mind stuff is like a kind of epiphenomenal aspect of matter stuff. So, it's to me it seems to be really more like a difference of perspective than
So, Rodney, do you believe in objective reality, or do you believe that everything's in the mind, like solipsism?
Yeah. So I think that in the global mind, which I'd call God, that's objective reality.
So global mind, but are we distinct? Are we distinct minds?
Yeah. So we're like thought forms of God, but He's emulated us as a distinct mind. So we're still, So I've got a mind, but I can imagine sort of dream characters with their own minds, for instance.
Right. Okay. So this world's kind of like comparable to a dream of that, or like a mental state that God's having.
Yeah, that's what I believe.
Okay.
Where
And
would
we.
sort of sorry, go on, Dex. You were saying I didn't
No,
mean to.
no, go ahead.
I was going to say, like Rodney. So where would like our own sentience tie into that then? I mean, would you say our own sentience is an aspect of God's mind, or would you say that we're sort of experiencing God's dream, if you will?
Yeah, so
Could
this
you
is
clarify what you mean by sentience before you go on?
Sort of the thing behind the eyes, you basically, like,
It's different from.
a soul. Let's keep it like a soul or something. You know what I'm saying? Like an infinite sort of being, if you will.
yes. So I believe that God's got like an extra power than what we've got, than what we can do with our mind. So that when we dream, we have dream characters in our dream worlds. But thinking about them, we don't believe that they've actually got their own mind. They're just figments of our own sort of subconscious imagination, right?
Mm.
So I believe that God's can do more than what we can do in that respect, and He's actually given us our own minds. Maybe He's cut off a bit of His own mind and enabled it to have its own sort of character. I don't know. I don't know how it works, but I believe that we do have our own unique individual minds, and that they exist as a sort of maybe an emanation or. By the will of God, essentially, He's enabled that to be.
Yeah. So what if God's dream ends? What happens to our minds then? Does that sort of, end with the God's dream, or does that sort of continue on after that? Or
Yeah, well, I think that would be entirely up to God. God could sort of transplant us into some other reality or mind, some other mind reality or some other dream, He could maybe re-assimilate us into His mind so that we all sort of become one, or there's entirely up to God. He could just delete us, and that'd be it for our perspective.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So that means that there's like if we could transplant, that means that there's dream stuff that could be sort of modeled and translated through a medium of some sort to something else. So so this dream, is it? I mean, can you just say that the material world is simply the medium of the dream? If that makes any sense. Like, I guess what I'm trying to say is doesn't the material world sort of end up being just a parallel of the dream world?
The material world, our material reality would just be a sort of dream reality in God's mind. That's right. Yeah.
Right. So, okay.
Would the Gnostics say that the dreamer of all this is a demiurge?
I was about to ask that. I was going to ask Rodney, like, where would sort of our sort of belief tie into that then? Would this be sort of, would this sort of tie into the plot of the dream, if you will? So, like, to give the dream, a storyline, would that sort of tie into the Gnostic view in, the idea that this sort of material universe is, not a good thing and thus needs to be sort of corrected? Would that tie into the plot of God's dream then? I mean, this isn't. I'm asking this because this sort of ties into what I want to get at. So.
Yeah, this gets into some deep metaphysics about our relationship to God, the falling away of our sort of individual minds from the awareness of God, and how we've come under a kind of a nightmare, kind of a spell, which has its own sort of reality. So yeah, I can map that on. That does tie into these kind of ideas. But it's got fairly deep sort of metaphysical stuff that, So yeah. So the dream world would be kind of like a fallen. It's kind of like a nightmare. So originally God would have made the dream like a really cool dream, and then we fall away. It turns into a bit of a nightmare, and that nightmare gets a kind of reality of its own. So the nightmare itself is a conscious state, right? So that has its own sort of conscious sensibilities, you know, and you know, its own. That becomes kind of like some kind of a god or demigod within. Just like we've got our own minds, that would have it. That would be, you know, that would be mappable as a mind that we exist in, embedded within God's mind as well. So,
So the thing that caused the nightmare, you know, the thing that would cause the nightmare in a sense, would that have been God's, you know, sort of intention for a plot within the dream, or would that be, you know, an inclination to believe that it's another sentient sort of mind which has sort of tried to, you know, divide the dream, if you will, if that makes any sense?
Yeah, so from a Christian perspective, I wouldn't say it's God's plot, but from my own self, I think that that is part of the inevitable story according to the sort of metaphysical system that I sort of map onto that, right? But from the Christian perspective, no, God didn't want any of that to happen. This is just like what ends up happening when you dream. You know, when we dream, we fall away. We have like different types of dreams. It's like if you look at the history of your dreams, there's sometimes you do fall into like nightmare states, and you can make use of them. See, so they're not necessarily bad. You know, even nightmares have got their use, sort of thing. So.
Yeah. See, that does sort of tie into what we believe, though. You know, there was the original sort of state, and then there was the fall, obviously, and then this, you know, physicality was birthed out of that sort of fall, if you will. So, you know, it does sort of tie into what you're saying, I suppose.
Yeah. So, from my point of view, that's right, Commando. The solidness of physical reality is not actually as solid. It's solid because God is super rational, and because we're in a kind of phase of the dream, right? So there would be a future state whereby potentially physical reality wasn't as kind of solid as it is now. That's not really entirely correct from my point of view, but that's the best way to describe it, I think.
Yeah, I was going to say, because with sort of solidity comes sort of the limitation, and that sort of ties into the sort of cut off from God thing, which sort of ties into the whole sin aspect. You know, do you see what I'm saying? That sort of ties into where I'm coming from with the whole sin is existence within physicality itself and whatnot.
Yeah. That state itself is a sort of fallen state. And we've forgotten, basically. That's essentially what it is. We've forgotten something a very long time ago, and the whole sort of plan is to get us to remember these certain aspects of reality, so that we can wake up, as it were.
See, that ties in with the whole sort of divine spark idea in Gnosticism, doesn't it? You know, the whole idea is to sort of provide people with the choice as to which sort of reality they choose to exist within, be that the spiritual or the physical. You know, the physical obviously being of the demiurge, etc. So, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of sort of connections as to what you sort of believe as to what I do as well, which is interesting, I think.
Yeah, I think a lot too. The thing is, a lot of these systems, when you get down to the sort of brass tacks of it, they're very, again, they're sort of mappable fairly accurately onto each other. And I know a lot of people will be completely bewildered by that statement, but if you look at the sort of the mystical sort of tradition of these kind of religions. So the public have this like face of religion, don't they? But within religion, there's kind of quite a complexity of different practitioners, doing all sorts of different things, essentially. And within the mystical tradition, where they're actually trying to get close to like the bare bones of reality, there's a lot of agreement.
How are the... go ahead. Welcome, Tom.
What's up?
Hey, Tom.
I was just asking Commando and Rodney about the fall. And was about to ask about the apocalypse.
I was going to say, words are sort of your ideas. So what's sort of the apocalypse or the sort of end times, within the dream? How's that relevant to that then? Rodney, where does that sort of tie in? Is that sort of the sort of end of the dream, or would that be sort of, another sort of bridging point? Or...
Yeah, it's a bridging point over to like the sort of, the rebuilding of what the dream was supposed to be, or is the whole thing's a story, isn't it? You watch any good film, and it's going to go through. It starts off everything sort of hunky dory, and then there's like some normally this is like these feel good films. There's some great sort of tragedies, and everybody sort of gets sort of thrown about to the winds, and then there's a great sort of coming back together of stuff, and then in the end it's all sort of happy families. And this is what I believe about reality. The history of humanity is going to be similar. It's an echo of these sort of feel-good films that we all sort of associate with. So yeah. So the Armageddon is literally, it's not a bad thing. It will, there's bad aspects to it. Don't get me wrong. It shouldn't be something really we're looking forward to. But essentially, it's a changeover. I reckon it's a changeover to a more truer state of affairs in reality, essentially.
Yeah.
Why does there need to be an Armageddon? I mean, why can't people just sort of pass away and then move on, transcend to the next state? I mean, if reality is sort of, I mean, it's not a bad thing that we're existing where we're existing, right? Or is it?
Well, the thing is, reality is, reality is not sort of just done on a whim. There's a reason for all things, and that's why things happen the way that they do. Is because we're trying to get the correct extraction. It's an energy game essentially, and we're trying to extract the maximum amount of energy. So this is why things. Well, this is one way of looking at it anyway, and this is why things occur the way that they do. For the maximum amount of energy extraction possible.
Right. I just find it just the idea of Armageddon means that sort of our temporal space will suddenly end. Is that correct? Like our time, this reality will come to an
end? Yeah, sort of. I suppose that's pretty much it.
Right. So that actually means that there's people who come into existence and live their life at various points between the beginning and the end. So how do we sort of how do we, like, is there any significance with, like, for example, being born in 1000 AD or 3000 AD? Is there actually any significance to where you're born in this timeline, or where you exist in this timeline?
You've been here since the beginning, and you'll be here until the end. There's no. You might be able to get out, but we're all in this together for the long run, I'm afraid.
Right. So we're sort of just tagged in and live our short existence, and then sort of go back to the bench, kind of thing.
I wouldn't say it's a short existence. I'd say it's sort of. I mean, this is the problem with death and linear time, isn't it? It sort of perpetuates this illusion of short existence, when in actual fact that's not the case, is it?
Well, you believe in reincarnation, right, Commander? I mean,
I believe reincarnation is just a method in itself. I believe you are an infinite being.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So, death and reincarnation itself is just. I mean, death is sort of a mechanic, and reincarnation is sort of a method. It's not really anything to sort of worry about, I suppose. In the long scheme of things, it's. Yeah.
Makes a temporal reality rather unique experience, though, doesn't it? Because
indeed, I believe that I mean, in Gnosticism, it's sort of referred to as the second phase. This is what the creation of the universe to this sort of Armageddon event, if you will, is. It all encompasses the second phase of what this sort of is all about. And this is why I was, sort of asking Rodney how that ties into the sort of dream timeline, if you will. Because I'm sort of interested to get other people's opinions on that, who sort of get where I'm coming from. So, yeah, I suppose.
Carry on.
Would this support maybe an annihilationist kind of perspective on salvation, where say the apocalypse is where God wakes up, and then when God dreams again, well, only the elect or whatever are brought into the new dream, which of course won't be a nightmare.
Yeah, see. I think that God. I think the plan is absolutely amazing, and that is why Armageddon will take place. And the reason being is, no one's going to be left behind. We're not going to. We're not going to just let some people be like, oh well, they don't get it. We're all in this together, and we're going to we're going to spread the information so that everybody is aware. This is why it's going to be such a huge event, and it will change everything. It's not, that's what I mean. It's not a heartless sort of, oh well, we all know what's going on, don't we, lads? Let's leave them to suffer eternally now. That is a lie to trick certain people to do certain things so that we can. The whole thing's a big, the whole thing's been set out. It's not that it's not that stupid that we're,
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, the thing is, it's basically the idea is that if you're just like just do your best and follow the information where it leads, try your best, try and be nice to people, you're gonna be fine. You ain't got nothing to worry about. And that's the kind of crux of the religious message, I think, from most religions, right? So this is all it is. If you want to be if you want to worry about certain people saying, oh, it's not looking good for you, then the joke's really on them, but don't tell them that, basically.
Okay, well, I guess that's a universalist perspective.
Yeah, but it's a learning curve for us all, isn't it? And we all walk a different path, and for some of us, it's going to be difficult. I mean, it's this, it's like I said about the story earlier, isn't it? There's ups and there's downs in it. So, we're all sort of it's a universalist perspective. That's right, but at the same time, it doesn't mean it's all sort of roses. I mean, well, it does in the end, but we're all at a different sort of perspective, aren't we? So, it's going to seem very sort of confirmatory to anyone from the particular perspective that they're in. So this is all part of how it works, really. It's supposed to be like that.
So I'm okay as an atheist then. I could just try to live life as morally as possible and be good to people and educate myself, and things are
Like,
I like it.
Well,
I suppose. Go on, Rodney. Go on.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say that if somebody's an atheist and it's because it's for all the right reasons, then they're more right than a Christian that's a Christian for all the wrong reasons. You see what I'm saying? It's the intent that matters. It's not some label that you may have been interpreting. God knows how you're interpreting it, right? So it's difficult. You can't say just because somebody associates with label X, Y, or Z that actually means anything. But it does mean something. But what it means is it's not really easy to sort of tease out. So.
Yeah, I think the big catch there is if you're missing something like some metaphysical or supernatural, well, I guess metaphysical concept of reality that you're sort of missing, that will allow you to like something to take advantage of, I suppose, in the next life. I think that's what a lot of people are worried about. So that's why, as an atheist, I really have to sort of completely not worry about the next life, and yeah, that sort of prevents having to having to worry about missing some supernatural quality to life as well.
Yeah, but the thing is with that, the thing is, so I argue all prolifically against atheists, right? And the reason being is that yeah, you know, there's lots of atheists out there that are going to be more spiritual, more godly than theists, right? But for the most part, a lot of atheists are being sort of coming up with this idea, this devaluatory idea, and they can they might be led to justify things that are, you know, for the wrong reasons. And so if you're doing things for the right reasons, I mean, we all know what right and wrong is inherently, don't we? But you know,
No.
that's a debate. That's a debate. Yeah, it's a debate worth having. But at the end of the day, you know, have you heard the phrase that God is a circle whose center is everywhere and circumference is nowhere? I mean, it's a bit. That's the kind of that's my sort of perspective, essentially, that things fit together in such a way that where it's not relativism, because I do believe in it, that there's an absolute truthiness to reality, but I believe that we're all sort of, you know, they say you reap what you sow and all this kind of thing. It's these kind of ideas, you know, you can fit them together and they all make sense, and everybody does all right, and you know, and people get their just desserts, you know, but that's a good thing. I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean it's a learning curve, and we all essentially we like learning, don't we? You know.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, it's definitely been a challenge, like from my own atheist perspective, to develop this objective morality, because being in my youth, I mostly argued against religion, being and I still am a little bit inflammatory in that sense, but it really took meeting a bunch of good, intelligent theists to make me question my own sort of moral center, you know, meaning to life and everything. That takes some time to develop. And I mean, atheism has nothing to do with it. Those are all, you know, separate philosophies.
Yeah, I think so. From my perspective, that we're all sort of minds. We're in a mind, and there's kind of mind realities, aren't there, that are sort of experiential. You can have these experiences of different kinds of realities, but even within the reality that we're in, people like the Wiccans will say, for instance, that you're attracted to the kind of situation that your mind is kind of predisposed to. So you know, that's kind of what I believe as well, that we do sort of gravitate towards certain scenarios and situations and people that you know are being presented to us for whatever reason, for your own personal reason. You know, I wouldn't know. It's the circle is everywhere sort of thing. You know, so and I sort of agree with that. That, you know, I can't say that you know, I think all perspectives are interesting to think about, and we all make our own decisions, and we're all, you know, at different sort of phases, and you can't even say it's like a linear sort of phase where you can look down at one person and look up at another. It's more like it's a circular thing where we're sort of looking across. We've all got sort of valid perspectives on this, and you know, we're all important. It's another thing I often say is that when people say that somebody's like stupid and that they're not very clever and that they don't understand things, and I've often found that if these people that often people want to disregard and say they don't know this topic or whatnot, if they're just being like honest about the situation, they often say the most profound things that people more ingrained into the kind of reasoning that has been taking place are just totally not going to even, you know, go there, you know. So they can often be, you know, they can often lead to ideas and perspectives that people more ingrained into the kind of academic, generic thought forms are just not, you know, not going to go anywhere near. So I think we do all have a valid perspective. I think that certain perspectives are wrong, but I think we can all agree that there are certain things that are wrong. If we're going to define sort of arithmetic, and then there are certain right and wrong answers, aren't there? So in that way, I think that there are objective facts of the matter, there are objective truths, but things are so complicated in reality that we've got to be very careful when we're saying that some sort of fuzzy idea is wrong or right. It's too complicated to go there.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I always say that even if somebody's wrong, you could still learn from understanding how they're wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it's very rare that we can say that somebody's specifically wrong anyway. I might disagree with them. But I think the best thing to do, right, is to not to think that somebody's wrong, is to think they're right. So what would it mean if that person's right, and then try and make them right. Try and work out how it is that they are actually right after all. That's a much more useful way of thinking about different positions, and to think that anything that isn't what you already believe is false, because that doesn't open you up to these new ideas. If you think everything that you don't believe is true, then that's going to really open your mind up. If you try and grapple with that and try and fit it together, and that really is a good exercise in sort of expanding your mind to incorporate these other ideas, and to even question your own, and to, if you've still got your ideas afterwards, brilliant. They were probably quite strong to begin with. If not, then good, you've learned something.
I agree with that, because if you just dismiss them as wrong outright, you're not really getting any input or information at all. Whereas if you try to comprehend their idea, if there is anything good in there, you will find that and then adapt it to your own viewpoint. Right?
Yeah, I mean, it's lazy and easy to dismiss somebody's ideas. It takes a little bit. It's a little bit more difficult, and it takes a little bit more thought to actually, integrate them, and to think about them from their perspective, and try and understand how they might be right after all. It's just more useful, I think. It doesn't necessarily mean that they are right or you are wrong or anything like that. It's a good mental exercise, I think.
I agree.
In regards to what you said about the dream, Rodney, like not to sort of derail from the sort of conversation a bit, but in regards to sort of God's dream, what would you sort of say to someone that said that they could have, sort of mapped out the dream, in a sense, if that makes any sense?
I'd say brilliant. Yeah, that's what we've been. People can do that. That's possible. It's quite easy to do, actually. If you know how to do that kind of thing.
So if you could map out the dream, would you still technically be in the dream then? I mean, to be sort of aware of a dream, that sort of brings you into a sort of lucid state then, doesn't it? So thus you have control over the dream, in a sense. Or would you sort of, disagree with that?
No, that's what I believe.
Yeah. Okay. So is it possible to transcend the dream then?
Yep, it's quite easy actually.
I don't think that's necessarily the case, because it's God's dream, not his.
I was going to say, yeah. So if it's God's sort of dream, and you're saying we can sort of transcend it, what lies beyond the dream? Is it another dream, or is it all encompassed in a big sort of dream that doesn't sort of end? If you know what I mean.
Oh, by transcending it, you mean sort of like get outside of it? No, I don't know if that's even possible. Some people claim to have done that, and that there's sort of parallel realities and all sorts of weird and wonderful stuff, but I've no idea. I mean, so I'm a Christian, right? So I believe that Jesus has sort of transcended the dream. He's proved that he's transcended the dream, like by sort of dying and coming back again. So to me, this is like the best we can do, and he did that, and he said, look, it's all good. Follow me. This is, this is what I've been teaching. This is what it's all about.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay, so in your belief, then, would sort of would following Christ be sort of leading into another dream, or would it sort of be leading into a state in which you could sort of direct your own dream, or where would that sort of take you then?
Yeah, so for me, then following Christ would be leading us into a lucid state, and that would enable us to move on to the next phase of reality, which would be sort of post Armageddon state of reality.
Yeah.
But if ever, that's essentially what.
I was going to say this. I mean, there's a lot. I mean, it does sound sort of similar to some aspects of, like Gnostic beliefs in a sense, which is quite interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, see, what I believe is that that people have like looked at this thing and they've gone into it and they've got real. So I believe that theism is true. So there is something there, and lots of people have sort of delved into it and brought back bits of information. So I would expect there to be a lot of similarities between different sort of systems in which they've done that, right? So.
Yeah.
Any sort of true religion where they've actually gone in there and got some information out, it's going to be mappable. We're going to be saying the same sort of things, and there is a sort of higher level to this, which if you find, say, a new religion and that, you can sort of take them to the side and say, look, is this what's going on? And if they say what, that they haven't really got there, and they're probably just making up a load of rubbish and trying to trick people. And if they do know what you're talking about, then you know that they've actually delved into what seems to be that most people have delved in throughout time to establish the kind of religions that we have today.
Yeah. Okay. No. I see. I sort of see where you're going with that. Okay. Fair enough.
So you got to bear in mind, though, right? Remember what I said earlier about a circle that's sort of everywhere, right? You've got to put it in such a way. I don't know. You've probably realised this, Commander, right? But we don't. When we talk to somebody, and we're talking to someone in English, and we're being very definite about what our words mean, and we're expecting them to have these definite concepts in their mind. That's all very well and good. Let's hope that is what's actually happening, but we can never be sure that that's what's actually happening. For the most part, I think mostly people are, when you talk to somebody, they're imagining something different than what you're intending to them to be thinking about, right? So there's a kind of miscommunication going on, and it's more a coincidental sort of interaction. It's a coincidence of interaction, and you're not really talking about the same thing. For the most part, that's what's happening. So take that to the extreme, and you end up with this idea where you can put things in such a way where you can extract information. Information can be passed about, but it was actually impossible, given the limited amount of information which you've exhibited, right, that they can actually be talking about the same thing as you anyway. However, because of the way you're going to interpret what they're saying and your perspective, information can be sort of transferred. And in that respect, there's a kind of higher level, or maybe a lower level of communication going on, and that is, I think, that's key to a lot of this kind of thing as well, to give people that sort of leeway of charity. And it's not giving them charity or you charity, it's just understanding that there is this fuzziness of communication and then taking advantage of it, essentially. And
so do you not think that's sort of, do you not think that sort of a disconnect with sort of perspective can be mapped out then? Do you not think that sort of ties into, like synchronicity and whatnot?
Exactly that. You're taking advantage of the reality of God, essentially. This is how God will join together and synchronize the two scenarios so that you both are fully aware that there's something a bit above and beyond going on. And that is how mystics tend to communicate. That's how they communicate.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah. So that's what you mean, yeah. So in regards to that, you've obviously got the Gnostic interpretation of the seven heavens and how that's sort of a mechanic in itself. Do you think that's an aspect of the dream that we shouldn't be sort of looking into, or do you think that that's all sort of part of the dream for us to figure out and sort of, exploit to our advantage to sort of, bring about the next dream, if you will? If you if you get what I mean by that. I could sort of elaborate if you want, but.
Yeah, what I believe is that certain people are going to need and be attuned to that kind of metaphysical understanding of reality, and that's going to help them get closer to the truth, right? But other people, it might be a little bit complicated, or they might see that as a bit convoluted, and to them a sort of simpler sort of summary of that general idea is going to be all they need to get like the same sort of results, sort of explaining them to it in a sort of more detailed and sophisticated manner might just sort of throw them off and confuse them, like, you know. So I definitely think it's a part of reality, but I think that most things are, and they sort of, there's a kind of perspective issue, an interlocking aspect, a kind of fractal sort of, you know, holographic aspect to reality, whereby these things, they are sort of there, and different people are going to resonate differently with different concepts of, or different perspectives or perceptions of reality.
Yeah. So, like, to sort of quote scripture for a second, like, do you think when it's referring to, you know, knowledge will increase in the end times, do you think that could be a sort of reference to what you're getting at there then, in regards to the sort of unification of the dream state? I mean, do you think sort of, you know, these Babylonian mystery schools and sort of esoteric schools over time will sort of, you know, synchronistically find themselves, you know, reaching out to sort of people, like you said, to be explained in a sort of simple way? I mean, do you think that's sort of part of the dream sort of, you know, mechanic, or?
Oh yeah, that's, you know, this is going to happen to such an extent that people are going to go crazy from it, and you know, it's one of them things. I'm afraid, you know, people that are really not into it, right? They won't see it, but people that have even got the slightest inkling towards it. I mean, look, this is a law of large numbers, right? Considering how much information we've got in the world, you know, any interest that you suddenly comes to you, you can do a few searches, you can be lost in YouTube videos, and you can word of mouth through different forums, communities, websites, and you're going to be overloaded with all sorts of things, and there's going to be synchronicities in there. There's going to be things which seem to tie different aspects of it together, and that's going to take you somewhere else and somewhere else. You just got exposure to so much more, and that is going to be made use of. That's why it's there. It's there to be made use of. It's all part of the history, the future.
It's all part of the plan, in a sense.
Yeah,
it's all part of that sort of, you know.
Yeah. So it'll be explainable as a sort of natural phenomena, but you know, we have got a higher. You know, there's a lot of people saying there's a lot of conspiracy theorists. There's a lot of people sort of going a bit crazy over these different things, and so that's explainable through purely naturalistic descriptions, right? But you know, this is what it's supposed to be. You know, we don't. That's how it works. It works according to law, basically. So that's why we know that it would necessitated a technologically advanced global communication system. We knew that a long time ago because we knew what was supposed to happen, and that's the only way it could happen. The televisions were you know, known about way before anyone knew anything about, you know, how they could possibly be, you know.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so you know, so this is how people often make these predictions, and in hindsight, people are saying, and this is again what it's supposed to say, like what I was getting at earlier. People are saying, look, well, in hindsight, of course, it looks like that's what they were saying, but it could have meant all these other things. It's like, well, yeah, and that's the beauty of it.
Yeah. I was going to say, like, in sort of regards to, you know, communication technologies, like, we've always sort of had that. I mean, not to sort of derail from the topic a bit, but, you know, in regards to Egypt and whatnot, you know what I'm saying? We've got sort of evidence that indicates we had sort of electricity back then. And the pyramids are sort of some sort of, I don't know, like I mean, I don't know how to explain it, but I'm going to say some sort of, like, physical manifestation of a metaphysical node, if that makes sense, for communication. I mean, it's very advanced stuff, and I'm probably sort of not articulating myself well when it comes to that. But basically what I'm saying is, like, yeah, we've had this sort of, you know, a technology and insight for a very long time. I just thought I'd sort of expand on that.
Oh yeah, it's, you know, before the sort of falling away, we had a lot of awareness, essentially, which gave us. It would be, you know, it's like people say any sufficiently advanced technology is like magic. Well, no, okay, magic works differently, but
exactly.
It would look like, from our point of view, that they would just had some sort of advanced technology, but really it was a kind of magic, essentially.
Yeah.
That seems to contradict what I said earlier about that. There would be a sort of functional aspect to it, but things can be explained away. Like I said about synchronicities and people talking gibberish to each other and getting coherent information. There's different ways of looking at things, and we make use of that. That's how it works.
Yeah. That's interesting. That's interesting.
Obviously, this is not a standard Christian perspective, but I'm actually a Christian, surprisingly.
I really don't know what to say.
So I can sort of understand that art. I doubt any of that sort of sort of made sense to you, I suppose. Or did it?
Well, it did. I'm just gonna so many things to address.
Well, in the case of, say, divine revelation, how does this idealistic universe and so on affect your interpretation of that? How is is that, say, the dreamer stepping into the dream somehow to enlighten the minds being dreamt of, or how does that work?
Yeah, like I said earlier, so if you're talking to someone and they're sort of talking gibberish, or you're not quite understanding them, or you're sort of both aware of how this works, you can actually sort of extract information from like above and beyond via each other.
Not to interrupt quickly, but are you sort of clarifying this now, Rodney? Is sort of a synchronicity in itself? I just like to point that out.
Yeah, exactly.
In regards to what just happened, that's quite clever. See what I'm saying? See, that's one right there. But yeah, that's pretty good. Anyway, sorry, go on. You were saying. I just thought I'd point that out quickly, but.
No, that is how it works. That's what I was saying. That's right. Do you get that, Nadia, or?
My headset cut out right as I was asking, or right as you were responding.
I think my head cut out.
Yeah, so we live in a complicated world and different. So if we're so as we're describing different aspects of things to each other and what that could mean, that's relating to other things which happen simultaneously to it or are close in time to it, and the information sort of like leaks between the different things. And that's basically what people do. This is what oracles do to extract information from the divine. That's how it works. But synchronicities. It's synchronicities. That's what it boils down to.
Synchro what?
Synchronicity is basically what an atheist would refer to as coincidence.
Oh, you guys do know that coincidence will happen. Okay, even my cat is like bullshit. Do you hear her? Like meow.
Yeah, but that's good that that they will happen. That's why we can get the information from them.
No. I'm not saying that any specific coincidence. Any coincidence happen all the time. It's just a statistical fact.
Yeah, exactly. But there's a reason why those coincidences happen.
No, they're not actually. No, you misunderstood. They're not actually happening like you see them, right? Our minds are good at finding patterns.
Right, but they're sort of engineered.
They're good at finding patterns where there are none. Essentially, that's why these phenomena of pareidolia exists. When you look at a cloud, you will see bunnies. You will see ships. You will see all sorts of shit, even though it's not there. It's just a fucking cloud. It's your it's your mechanism for identifying patterns malfunctioning because they're so many shapes there, your mind imposes known patterns to you from your memory and applies them to them, and it can find certain points connecting in that cloud, and it will ignore all the ones that are not, and it'll just show you the one that you are now thinking of, and you can actually see it there, but it's not actually there. And this is kind of what happens with the whole predictions and prophecies.
Yeah, but the thing is, we can do that at will, so it's not like we're just waiting to see something. Well, it's not like we're just like, trying to be alert, and then every now and again we ignore most things, and then we're like, oh, look, that was a coincidence. We can just sort of turn it on and off at will. So.
What do you mean? You can. What do you mean?
Just to point out as well, there's a distinction between sort of looking at a cloud and making it out to be a certain shape, as opposed to getting a serious numerological synchronicity. Like, there is a distinction there. It's not as if,
No, you're not. People, okay, when you watch a cloud, you're not trying to become a bunny. You just see it. It's a subconscious thing. It's how our minds recognize shapes and faces and all sorts of stuff, right? Your subconscious.
There's a reason for that, though. That's what we're saying. We're saying that there's a reason.
It is evolution.
Pick that up, like.
It's called evolution. Yeah, that's how our brains have
but come on,
to recognize shapes. Yeah, really. No, how else would you find shapes in a 3D environment if not by imposing known shapes that you have and see if these shapes fit what you see roughly?
I'd probably say metaphysical communication as opposed to some sort of naturalistic evolutionary thing.
Okay,
Do you know what I'm saying? Like, that's a very interesting question. I mean, you've sort of got a. I mean, I don't know. I suppose Rodney could probably expand on that better than me, but yeah.
How you guys doing?
All right. Yeah. No. That's right. We've come to have certain, sensibilities. We do impose. We see faces where there aren't any, and we have this sort of, naturalistic. There are naturalistic explanations to why. Certain things happen and why we remember certain coincidences, quote unquote, and we don't remember others, and that's good. That's how it works, right? So when you said we see faces where there aren't any, I think what you mean to say is you're reading information where there isn't information, because we know that there's not a face there, right? We know that we're sort of we're just sort of seeing that it looks like a face, and that's how we then derive from that, using specific methodologies, information, and the information we can test then to see if that's actually true or false, or if it's misleading us, or if it's just nonsense, and it's not nonsense basically. So I mean, it's good that we can explain it away, because otherwise it would, see, reality to some people would be quite scary, wouldn't it? So unless we had a framework in place where we could explain away how this is operating and just sort of brush it under the carpet, it would, a lot of people would be quite scared about, living in a mind that is communicating with us constantly, right? So this rational aspect to it enables us to sort of keep everybody happy.
You just basically ignored what I said and just kind of incorporated that with, ad hoc.
No, not really. He did sort of answer what you were getting at. He didn't sort of derail. I thought that was a sort of decent answer. I mean,
well, yeah, okay. He incorporated what I was talking about in ad hoc with a conjecture into his, into your commando. Sort of.
Well, no, because that's what I said originally. That's what I said earlier. If you remember, I said earlier that there was it would be the case that naturally that certain things would come about, so that we can then, basically it's hidden in these kind of natural interreactions of the chaotic world in which we live in. So that needs to be the case. Otherwise, there would have to be, for us to get certain types of information, there would have to be supernatural events all the time, and that would be a bit of a giveaway, wouldn't it? So these things are hidden nicely just below the threshold of most people.
That's like saying, I have a magical dragon, and he can prove himself to you, no problem, but the only proof that he can give you is my testimony, because he can only communicate with me.
I agree, Commando.
You're not really distinguishing between a naturalistic reality and a reality that you propose. You're just brushing everything that I said sort of under the carpet.
No, I'm
Yeah, but it's
agreeing with
not.
you that there is no distinguishable features. If there was, that would be a problem. So reality is constructed in such a way that these things are indistinguishable from that,
Wait,
right?
how is it a good thing that your idea, that the thing that you're arguing for is undistinguishable from the reality where your idea doesn't work, right?
Well,
If
I'm not
there's no
arguing.
distinction, how would you know that it actually is there?
I don't argue that people can extract this kind of information. I argue for God's existence. I argue for a lot of things, but
Okay,
certain
let's
things
say
are
God
considered
exists.
secret. This is not
Right.
something to argue about. I'm not going to
Okay,
prove that.
let's not argue about God. I will grant you that God exists. He's real. Get me to your sort of position then.
Seamus is watching this. He's really pissed by now because you just granted Rodney that, but you'll never grant Seamus
I
that.
granted. Oh no, dude! I granted Seamus God existence in many discussions. Don't worry. You know.
Fair enough.
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Alright.
Rodney,
Yeah.
did you hear what I
Interesting
said,
stuff.
Rodney?
Oh, well, sorry. So someone's granting me that God exists, and what's next? Sorry.
Well, how
I'll
do you
just-
get me to what you now believe, right? How do you distinguish between a reality that is natural, which is made by God, right?
Okay.
And there are
Well,
no codes, there are no these kind of, woo, sorry to use that word, woo kind of mysteries, or actual events between
yeah.
a
So what?
reality. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so what I do is I teach you how to actually read these things. I teach you what's called a correspondence system so that you can read the information that's all around you all the time. And then you could be the judge of whether, I'm deluded or you're deluded or it actually is giving you real information about the world around
So,
you. I
so you're
think
gonna
that
give
would be
me
great to teach.
so you're gonna give me a list of things that I'm gonna search for, and I'm gonna then decide if this is legit or not.
No, well, you asked me how I'd go from like your belief in God to then your being able to communicate with God, and I told you how I could teach you how to do that. But I can't do that now in public over a public live hangout. That's not you can't do that. It takes a long time. It would take a couple of months. So you'd have to learn it step by step,
Well, no, I'm not asking you
experientially.
to communicate with God necessarily. Well, I guess in a way, right? Because okay, so what I want you to do is to provide evidence or reasons for why I should believe in the concept that you have, which is that there is a God who controls this reality, who has made prophecies, right? Who has made these kind of mystical things, that you and Commander were talking about like 10 minutes ago, and not that there is just a God who has created this universe, and that's it.
We can't really prove it. Like,
I'm
it's
not
really
asking
hard
for
to.
proof. I'm just give evidence. I'm not asking for
All right. I suppose.
mathematical
I suppose our
to do that.
sort of. I suppose our own understanding of it is evidence in itself. I suppose, but obviously you're going to say that's not good enough because it's not really.
Well, of course, it's not evidence. I mean, I can claim that I understand that there is no God. That would not be evidence against God. Surely you would agree that it's not evidence against God just because I claim to have an understanding.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. This is what I'm saying. I mean, it's sort of difficult to give you sort of a test tube physical evidence of what you sort of asking for, which is sort of the disconnect there, I suppose. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I understand what you're asking for, and I can't give you like, Commander said, I can't, give you a certain quick and easy set of facts which is going to show you that it's true that God exists, right? I can, sort of help you recognize these things yourself, and then you can, come to your own decision and even maybe have words with me and say, look, Rod, you told me these things and you deluded, mate. This is where you're going wrong, and this is why. But it takes time for, you're going to have to, if you really want to know from that point, see, I can give the philosophical arguments. We can bring out empirical evidence, and we can weigh them, and we can argue them, and that's what we can do in a sort of hangout sort of scenario, isn't it? But to actually get you to recognise experientially God around you in reality, and to develop your own personal relationship with God. And that's why I say I'm a Christian, right? So that's the easiest way I know to do it, right? You read the Bible, you look at what Jesus did, and you pray, and you approach the situation sincerely. You can do that. If you want me to perform some sort of miracle to prove to you that God exists, then I don't do, that's not what I'm able to do. So that's what you're asking for. Then
No, I'm not asking for a
sorry.
miracle. I'm just asking for a confirmation. If you're gonna just base this notion of yours on experience, then I mean, how do you get around confirmation bias, right? How do you get around?
Oh right, yeah. So what
many
you do
problems? Go ahead.
is you look for things which you could not possibly know, right? Real concrete things that you can get a real concrete answer from that you couldn't possibly know, and you can't trick yourself about these things. These are like specific, objective matters of fact, right? And if you then know what the actual fact of the matter is, and then you can then go out and it's like science, isn't it? You go out and you find out if in reality that is the matter of fact. Then well, at least that's one hit, right? Then you do it again, and you do it like that, and you see if
Well,
it's
it's not really getting around confirmation bias. I mean, you're still using your subjective perceptions. You're not involving any, objective sort of methodology there.
well, so if you ask very specific questions about very objective facts on the matter, it's very difficult to see how you can have a confirmation bias.
Okay, for example,
what I
can you
mean?
give me one?
Pardon?
Can you give me an example of such a absolute, empirical observation?
Well, you can ask, for instance, where is somebody that you know that's about somewhere, and you can get an answer, and then you can go and see if that person's there, and oh yeah, the person's there, or not. Then if you're, then
Okay, you have done this?
Me, yeah.
Okay, who did you ask for?
Well, it doesn't matter. I've never actually asked for somebody's particular. I've done much more accurate and much more, I test myself properly, basically, and so it's even more than just, silly things like that.
Okay, you tested yourself, essentially.
Yeah, I've confirmed, right? I've confirmed to myself beyond any shadow of a doubt that this is all real. Okay, so.
Okay, how?
Well, I just told you, didn't I? You ask specific questions about objective facts of the matter, and then you go and see if them.
Right. Well, I'm asking what specific types of questions did you ask?
Well, that's between I can't broadcast that live because they often involve other people and about private matters that I don't have the right to sort of broadcast.
Okay, so it's someone who you knew personally, and you predicted that something who you knew personally is going to happen, something to him, right? You are either going to meet him in the future, right, or have a relationship, something along those lines.
More objective stuff that I couldn't possibly know. That is
Okay, such as.
easy to find out after the fact.
Could you give me an analogy of what you basically predicted and what happened?
Yeah, well, betting, for instance. You could, if you
Sorry, I missed
find
that.
out, if you could find out who's going to win, stuff, and you don't into betting or sports or anything, so you got no information.
Bets. Okay, you do know that people win bets, right?
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. If you could do that sort of time and time again, that would be quite good evidence, wouldn't it? That you're getting some sort of.
Right, if you do it constantly, then there's actually a better chance of that person or you cheating, right, using some kind of technique. You would not jump to the conclusion that, he must be using some kind of, magic or, some god is, helping him to achieve these goals. I mean, we have examples of people cheating the, casinos, using small radars in their phones to predict the where the ball is going to fall on the roulette, for example. right? And they would win constantly almost. They would have a much greater statistical sort of winning streak.
Yeah, so in that way, it is cheating, isn't it? Because I'm getting information about the future that you can't possibly.
Is through which means are you getting this? Is it through natural means, which we know people can achieve, or is it through supernatural means, which we don't have any evidence of people achieving ever? Not that
Well,
I'm
what? Sorry, where am I getting the information from? Is that what you're asking?
Well, how do you conclude that because you predicted that somebody's going to win, that this information was given to you by this supernatural being? That's what I'm getting at. How do you establish causality there?
I did. So all I really know is I've read certain pieces of information in a certain specific way, and that information has been correct with respect to it's corresponded to reality, which I could have not possibly have known myself. Right. So that's all I really know from doing that kind of thing. That's right.
Right, but how do you know you're not just the statistical outliner, right? Because for example, last 20 years, and you see it, for example, the statistics on, or no, if you count how many people have won the lottery, right? There's going to be a few dozen of them at least who have won one of the biggest lotteries, right? The chance of any one of them winning the lottery, of any person winning the lottery, is astronomical. If you adapt the standard of if something is so unlikely that must be a sort of miracle caused by a supernatural thing, you will get that in the natural world. Coincidence will happen through a certain net time. You will have unlikely things happening as a statistical outlier. You will have a few people who are gonna win the lottery. You will have a few people who will have amazing, coincidence happen to them. That's just basic natural reality. It's just statistics, right? So I don't know how you could possibly reliably establish that, this is not such an event, especially if there are not many people like you.
Yeah, that's right. So you can never be sure about anything. It could just be a highly improbable set of circumstances. That's right. But that's, we have that problem sort of with everything
Not with science.
In any situation. If we're using empirical information, we might just we might just be observing a sort of unlikely coincidence, and that's what I said initially, didn't I? That this is how this works. That it is explainable away as an unlikely coincidence, and that is that's what we take advantage of. That's how it works essentially.
Okay, I don't know what else to add.
A story. How about a story? My mother learned to drive at the age of 55, finally. And when she was learning to drive with me, she was learning to drive in Costa Rica, and all the roads here are just 2 lanes. So every single time she would have to pass a bicycle, she hated it, because obviously she had to swerve around. But according to her, every time there was a bicycle, there was also an oncoming car. So every time she passed the bike and there's an oncoming car, she goes, You see that? Always together. And she kept saying this, and I was helping her learn to drive, so she kept saying this for weeks and weeks, and I kept telling, No, Mom, it was just a coincidence. And so finally, I got so tired of hearing it that I started pointing out every time there's a bicycle and there's no car. And obviously, that happened way more often than there were bicycles and cars together. But still, even after this demonstration, she kept saying, Damn it! Bicycles and cars, always together. They always have to coincide, and I have to pass them at the same time.
Right. Perfect example of
Yeah. So this, we just seek patterns. We always do, and it's difficult to discern when we have confirmation bias and not. What can I say?
Right. That's why scientists do not use testimony or anecdotes. They use direct empirical observations of things that they predict.
And that's why they're always sort of going to get a physical sort of result, aren't they? They're never going to get.
But that's the thing. I know what you're saying, right? But there's a problem, right? If you're going to say that our methodology, our physical methodology, cannot get to your immaterial things, right? It cannot prove them.
Right.
They're in a different category. That's fine, but you have a problem now because now you're lowering your standard of evidence essentially, and you have no means to verify.
I won't say it's lowering the standard. I say it's probably
you kind of are because we know that. Oh no, you kind of are in a way, right? But okay, my main point is that we know for a fact that we are physical beings, at least to some extent, and we know for a fact that these physical minds that we have, that are at least partially physical, have this inefficiency, right? They find patterns, right? And that's why we have developed methodologies to avoid these inefficiencies, right? If you're gonna say that your thing cannot be proven by using these methodologies that avoid these kind of inefficiencies in our mind, you have no way to distinguish if this actually exists or it's just your inefficiency in your mind. Right? You don't know if you might be deluded, essentially.
The thing is,
not completely.
You don't actually understand how this works, and we do have a way to distinguish that, and we trust what we do.
That's what I'm asking. How can you distinguish this?
Commando, did you get my message?
But the same way they distinguish it in science.
Hang on, one sec, Brian. I'll check now.
Right.
Wait, sorry. The same way you distinguish it in science, so you can make predictions using your hypothesis, make specific predictions that are unlikely to have happened in any other scenario except if your hypothesis is true, and you can repeat it and you can test this, and you can present this evidence to other people from different cultures, from different belief systems.
Yeah, I did say that, didn't I, originally? I did say that originally. I don't know where you went. I don't know if you did miss that, but I did actually say that.
Awesome. So what's the hypothesis and what's the testing that you've done?
Well, we went over this as well, didn't we? The idea is that
you're still talking about the predictions that you made yourself.
Well, yeah, that's what you do.
Well, that's not scientific. That's anecdotal, actually. Because when did this happen? First of all, this prediction.
Well, it's.
Was it under a strict scientific conditions with protocols?
I'm not. Don't put that.
Which eliminate or eliminate as much as possible confirmation bias, with a double-blind study, or was it just you doing your usual stuff and predicting something, and then using your pattern-seeking mind to find a prediction in the future that you made in the past?
No.
Right, but your pattern that offers all the pattern-seeking mind is a sort of flaw.
Oh no, it's not a flaw. It's a byproduct of our normal functionality. Actually, that's how I recognize that.
Right, exactly. So could you utilize it then? And this is what I'm saying. Could that not be the bridge for your metaphysical evidence by the utilization of that sort of
pattern because seeking? We know that it malfunctions under certain conditions, and we know that it's not a reliable means to base our important sort of notions, like how the world works. Right? It's okay to use it on a daily basis, when you're recognizing people, who you think you know. But when you're basing your whole worldview, your whole life, essentially on this, you should get a better standard of evidence, really. You cannot rely on
this is actually the best standard that anyone could hope to do. The problem you've got is that you don't understand how this works, so you're assuming that it's some kind of pattern seeking, some kind of after the effect scenario, but it's just not like that. You're completely wrong. But it is like sort of it's not something that I can prove to you. So if you want to believe what you want, you can believe what you want to believe. I did say at the beginning that I can't give you some piece of information that's going to convince you. I think
you
and
said
I
it's
understand a
scientific.
lot about the scientific method, statistical testing, and all this kind of thing. And I've confirmed, I know that it's a fact of the matter. I don't say that lightly. But yeah, you're free to think that I've just sort of did this bike and car thing. That's completely wrong about how it works. But this is it's one of them things that if you want to look into it, then it's something that you're going to have to learn to do yourself and confirm or disconfirm yourself. Without that, you're assuming things. I can tell you that wrong, but it doesn't seem like you want to believe me. It seems like you've got this idea about how it is that this functions. And that's not how it functions. But you can believe that if you want, but you're right. That's not how it functions. So you're sort of straw manning it and coming to a sort of so I accept what you say, right? If that was how it worked, it would be completely unreliable. But it is so opposite to how you're picturing it. If it actually worked like that, I would consider myself a complete and utter moron, right? It does not work anything like that.
Well,
it's as good as talking to someone like me or you. That's why I say a personal relationship. It's proper, understandable, objective information. Okay, so it's a language, and you can look into it yourself. That's the only way that anybody's supposed to, that is ever going to understand this, right? Is if they look into it themselves, they do their own tests, and that's up to you. That's up to you.
Right. I guess the trouble is, how is it possible to bridge the understanding somehow?
Yeah, of course it is, but that, like I said originally, I can't do that. That's not up to me to do. This is like, there's certain metaphysical aspects of reality that it's not. You can go into a bookshop, right, and you can get some new agey stuff that's going to tell you. Basically, they'll lay this all out and they'll explain to you how you do it, and you'll laugh at it and think that it's a load of rubbish, and sort of probably won't bother reading it. Or you can get into it and try and find out how this works and read some other books and cross-reference some stuff and take it slowly and see how it goes. That's up to you. But
Right.
so yeah, of course there's a way to bridge it. How do you think anyone learns it?
Well, people learn it and unlearn it as well. And no, it's just there's got to be some sort of middle ground somewhere where we can sort of actually agree that there's a gray area that could either be one way or another. I don't know.
This is what I said earlier, Dexter. Me talking to you now, we might not actually be communicating. It may just be a synchronistic event where we're both just babbling stuff completely unrelated to what each other's saying, but we're deluded into believing that we're actually having an interchange of ideas, right? So, that's how it, yeah, maybe that's happening, and we can't be sure that it's not. Some people believe that's how we communicate, by the way. It's just a massive synchronicity, and yeah. Pretty much.
In a way, it can be. Yeah, in a way, it can be. I can see that. Yeah, I mean, one of the big things is, of course, many people, many atheists were theists before, and like for myself, I don't think I was ever a theist. I would say I was a deist at best. But I have done my sort of due diligence in terms of pursuing spirituality, in terms of studying religion, in terms of, I guess, seeking the supernatural as well. And I guess the more I look into it, the more skeptical I become, because there's so much bad information out there, and there's so much terrible belief out there. And I'm not just talking about religion here, but like things like belief in aliens, belief that the moon's holographic, belief in Bigfoot, and these and you see how this perpetuates in society and among people. And you just start to correlate all this into one thing, and that is human beings are really, really good at seeing things that are not there.
Yeah, that's this is part of how it works essentially. That we do jump the gun. We do have like a leap of faith in assuming that we're both. Even me understanding what you're saying is a bit of a leap of faith, like Pom's saying. And again, when you want to sort of make connections, there is a big leap of faith, and you've got to it's a bit like you've got to pay attention to lots of different things. So it's not just taking one thing and saying, oh, well, that was a bit freaky, sort of thing. It's a little bit more detailed than that. Like it is when you talk to somebody, you assume all sorts of things and you sort of relate these different things together. So yeah.
So you'd say this is a learned skill. Like you actually have to go
Oh
out
yeah,
there
you
and
can't. Some gifted people are able to do this sort of from a young age, but mostly people take a few years to learn how to do this.
There's also like sort of esoteric mystery schools that have been around for thousands of years that can train you to do that as well. But
Yeah.
obviously you've got to go.
Yeah, you've got to. That's right. They're ancient techniques that you can look into, and you train yourself up. You've got to learn. You've got to learn a new language so that you can read the information that's out there. That's basically how it works.
I agree that can happen. And what I notice when it comes to learning any sort of new life skill is you develop a mythology for yourself, essentially, and sort of stick with it just because it works. Um, even though even though the concepts may not actually have any sort of factual bearing in reality, but you sort of just believe it. Yeah.
Yeah, so these, okay, this is a bit complicated, but these sort of ancient esoteric methodologies, they're like holistic systems. So although, just learning it for a particular purpose, you might think, wow, I can't really take that too seriously. It's just this, it may just be complete nonsense, whatever. It relates to a lot of other different things as well. So it becomes a lot easier to sort of verify and learn it, really, because it has. It's like Chinese. There's a lot of overloaded words. One word can mean loads and loads of different things, and then depending on how you use it with other words, you get loads of new meanings again. So
Yeah.
it's a bit like that.
Well, I mean, I think one parallel for that would be like self-improvement, for example. There is no one path to sort of develop a new life skill. Like for example, efficiency or whatever it is, or organization, or just feeling better about oneself. There is no one path, and you can't actually choose a path and dissect it and find out what's right with it. 90% of the work is just picking any path and sticking to it, and then you end up creating your own holistic system that sort of leads you to your goal.
Yeah, it's like Pom's saying, basically the idea is it's like, this sort of applies to a lot of learning, to be fair, that the quickest way to learn something is to essentially sink right into it and brainwash yourself so that you sort of see it everywhere. You'll be dreaming it and having nightmares about it, and it'll be all over the shop, and that's just the quickest way to learn anything, and that's part of it as well. That's a bit of a synchronistic sort of tip of the hat to these sort of systems, that is how they actually work, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
There's a lot to do with sort of the whole reality perpetuation thing as well, which I've sort of touched upon, in previous sort of hangouts, but yeah.
Oh, for sure. I definitely want to keep perpetuating that. I like my self-reality. Sorry. I know you think it's terrible, but I love it. Yeah. What can I say? Well, still good to discuss. Interesting to go on. Hey, I wanted to ask you something. While I was having my beer and my late dinner, so I believe we got 3 people in here at least who sort of believe in sort of end of days and judgment and things like that, end of the world sort of, the apocalyptic scenario. So do you guys think it's going to happen soon, or like what's the time frame?
Do you want to sort of go first, Rodney? Or?
Well, so there's lots of different, like any of these sort of ideas, there's lots of different aspects to them. There's like personal, the global. What you mean is that the global.
Global, yeah.
So most people, and I think that I agree with them as well, that this is going to happen pretty soon, essentially, within the next sort of,
Yeah. That's common though. It seems like everybody wants the world to end within their lifetime. It's like they don't want to miss the party.
I wouldn't mind missing it, to be honest with you, but
So, that's interesting.
Sorry, I cut out there.
Nice.
Figures.
I don't even know what they're talking about anymore.
End of the world. What do you think, Guardian? Gonna happen soon?
I don't think it's going to be the end of the world. I think it's going to be the Antichrist, and a lot of people are going to die because they don't believe in him.
That sounds terrible, man.
Well,
Jeez. So, and soon? Is this gonna happen within my lifetime?
I think it's going to start with CERN in September with their full power up.
That's soon. I got a lot of sinning to do still. Damn it.
Well, you know.
Better get to it.
They got a couple months, baby.
Mm.
Well, anyway, I've been having a lot of synchronicities happening to me lately. All day long has been pretty crazy. Saw 11:11 all day, and I was like researching soulmates and like twin flames and stuff, and I've been having those kind of things lately. Even my brother agrees that everybody's soul's never gonna go away, so. And he's like non-labeled or something. So, non-labeled person that just lives day by day. So he's not atheist, but he is an atheist.
Right. Well, a lot of actually know a lot of atheists who are spiritualists as well. So they don't really believe in a God. Many believe that our essence is in somehow preserved and goes maybe to another realm or another dimension.
Yeah, so what I've been researching lately is the only way to ascend is to do what Jesus did with Mary Magdalene, and she came down as Sophia. And this is what I've been researching, and I don't know if I believe it, but this is what I'm reading everywhere. And I actually got some books in the library today, as that's how they ascended back home to the all, is by learning from each other and teaching and like getting to a state of consciousness and leaving this planet. And that's
have you
why
been looking into the?
What's up?
I was going to say what apocrypha is it now? Is it Gospel of Mary? Something to do with this? Is it Sacrament of the Bridal Chamber? That sort of stuff.
Yeah, dude, you gotta look into that because it goes with synchronicity and the soulmates and 11:11.
I was going to say I spent quite a while looking into that sort of stuff.
Yeah, man, it's been hitting me hard. I think it's more important than like freaking CERN and all this other bull crap. It doesn't matter. That's just more like conspiracy stuff that just to keep us like asleep, basically. So I've been having synchronicities all day, yesterday and today. That's why yesterday I was acting a little funky. So, but yeah, man, I got some books from the library and I don't know, just learning and learning. But I don't know.
Sacrament of the Bridal Chamber is quite interesting in regards to the whole soulmate mechanic. Yeah.
Well, isn't that from some Gnostic texts, all the lost Gospels and stuff?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I said. Like the Apocrypha Gospel of Mary. Yeah.
Right. Well, here's my brother. He doesn't believe in faith. Let's see. I've been texting you through here. He says it doesn't make sense. Let's see. But you said, Commando, you have faith. Oh, you know you have it. You can feel it, right? Like me.
I'm presuming you're talking about what you said on Google Plus.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say like I don't really like the word faith. It's not really a solid word to go with. I just sort of know what I sort of know, if you get what I mean.
Yeah.
I mean, I mean to put faith in something is, to sort of, I don't know, to believe without sort of knowing, I suppose. I mean, I know that might sound sort of atheist in a sense,
No, no,
but
no, no. Actually, it makes sense because that's what the Christians do. They're blindly following the little Yahweh God. He
I
doesn't
suppose.
understand that whole thing yet either. The seven realms. I want to tell him, but I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Yeah.
So he's kind of stuck in this universe. Kind of. He thinks like he always says the universe will always fix itself. So, which I guess it does because it's controlled by a fallen God. So.
Yeah, yeah.
But we come from a Catholic background, so it's kind of tough for him to think about it, maybe.
Yeah, yeah.
So he's here listening, so he's doing his best here. But what was the main subject though? Just end of the world only? Is that what you
I
were
was going
talking
to
about?
say, yeah, I don't want to sort of derail and sort of take over the hangout and, with all that sort of stuff. Like, if anyone else wants to sort of bring up something or...
I don't even see Nadia. So he thinks that they're going to create a black hole for CERN. I've had visions of that as well. He says he doesn't know if it's possible.
When they collide atoms, they create mini ones.
Alright, he says when you collide atoms, they create mini ones.
I just wonder if they mess with that too much, they're gonna mess something up. Like, I'm not.
He doesn't like talking on mic. He thinks that they're gonna mess something up, and I've also had like visions about that too, about like time stopping and space collapsing. That's why I always like talk about my little melting clock thing. So,
yeah.
I mean, it's possible, man. I don't worry about it anymore, but other people might. I'm looking forward to it, man. Like finding my soulmate and getting the hell out of here. So,
if that sort of,
Yeah, I think everybody has different ways out, Commander. You've been kind of hinting on that lately as well. Everybody has different ways out to wake up.
I mean, it's like Rodney said, isn't it? Like everyone's got their own sort of path, and it's not as, I mean, I don't sort of like the dogma that sort of Christianity's put onto the whole, you need to be saved or else something horrendous is going to happen to you, sort of thing. Which, I mean, there's aspects of truth to that, but it's not,
Right, right. You guys were talking about that earlier with what's his name? Can't remember his name. Somebody was saying something how nobody's gonna get left behind. I think it was Ronnie.
Yeah, yeah.
So no, I'm with you. So I mean, my brother, he says he doesn't care, and I quote, "I don't want to leave this place." He likes Earth, so I mean, I don't know. I keep telling him
that's his choice, I suppose. I mean, so that's what it comes down to. That's what it comes down to, I suppose. It's everyone's got a choice. Everyone's got their own sort of path. So.
Well, I mean, I've had out-of-body experiences, though.
Well, he's done out-of-body experiences. He's done what would you call it, magic, or because you're levitating something with your hands or something.
But that can be explained, I'm pretty sure.
Well, and I told him that everything, like science and math, it can explain pretty much everything because it's all Yahweh's like crap he made. So, but he's done astral projections and all this other stuff as well.
Yeah, so it's a lot more common than people sort of let on.
Yeah.
This whole astral, spiritual stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, but again, like I watched a documentary last night. It was talking about like the occult, not Satanism, because Satanism's still linked to the demons of this world, like witchcraft, magic, alchemy, shamanism, just all that stuff that used to be used to communicate with, the true God, the all, and that's been cut off with the Christians coming and killing everybody and all their bullshit. So I had like a big discussion tonight with my dad. I gave him some links. I started him off slow with Around Saturn's Eye videos, True Messiah, or he had the diagram of the cross.
Yeah, yeah.
Kind of start him off slow there because he's a big Catholic man, though.
I was gonna say that. I mean, yeah.
We'll see. Wish me luck. But hey, you know what? You got to fall deeper into the depression state to get out, and I have to do what I have to do. So, at least some people do. Why is the whole room dead now?
I was going to say, I don't want to sort of hog the room with
Yeah, I mean, if you guys have something to say, I just want to jump in real quick. I think she might be sleeping. Is anybody else there? Everybody else is side chatting there.
Yeah. I had good news and bad news today. Good
What's up?
news is AdSense approved putting ads on my website. The
Okay.
bad news is I lost 5 followers on Twitter.
Oh man, devastated.
Between the 22nd and the 23rd, 5 of them gone.
Here, link your Twitter and I'll follow you right now, just to even it out.
I kind of like to keep the Fudmotten and my legal name separate.
Right. Right.
I may change my mind at a future date, but
All right.
I'm basically keeping the two separate.
Okay, so let me see. Now, why does it matter if you lost 5 followers or not?
I think a couple of them were actually people who were into programming. But if they were bots, then it doesn't matter. I don't care about bots.
Okay. Oh, like the follow bots and stuff?
Yeah, there are plenty of follow bots and
Right.
people who just randomly follow you for, I don't know, because you typed some particular word in a tweet.
Right. Well, you'll get 5 people back, I'm sure.
And of course, there's the porn people.
Corn people? What's
Porn.
that? Oh, yeah, well. Gotta love those guys too, I guess.
Yeah, they add to your numbers. They'll follow anyone up to the limits of, I believe Twitter enforces a ratio between the number of people you're following versus the number of people who are following you.
Right. So I'm not that big into Twitter. I have an account. What's the big deal about having followers? Does it increase your channel traffic or something, or?
Well, it increases your outreach. For example, you tweet something,
right.
all your followers will see it in their feed.
Okay.
You know, if they keep up with it, that is, at least.
No, I'm
so
with you.
It's a way to sneak in free advertising for stuff.
Yeah. Okay, all right. I'm still learning it and stuff. If you want to post
side chat.
Yeah, she should jump in with us. Just post your face or your YouTube. I don't think I have you subscribed yet.
My YouTube, I'm Fudmotten on YouTube.
Okay. I'll try to remember.
My
This is better
videos
if you link because I'll forget.
Yeah, I'm not into the great debate stuff, so none of my videos have anything whatsoever to do with that.
That's fine. I follow other things other than like things that actually matter. I got a few things that, well, that's in my opinion, like gun channels and comedy and.
Oh, no, I went and I unlisted my gun stuff.
Really?
I kind of.
Thought you were a gun guy.
I am a gun guy, but I unlisted my. I didn't delete the gun videos. I just unlisted them.
Oh, for your own channel. Okay.
Yeah.
I see.
They're still there.
Okay, well, you gotta do what you gotta do. Are you afraid the government's keep an eye on you or something? Or?
Oh, no. The government's going to see all that stuff anyway. It's a question of anybody doing a deep dig on me. Hoping to avoid certain controversial issues coming up. That is, I like to avoid drama.
Right. I think that's what Nadia said there. Dodge drama.
Yeah. Drama sucks. It really does. I mean, my most viewed video was actually one of my gun-related videos.
Right.
Had like 65,000 views, which I know is not super huge by YouTube standards, but it's super huge by my standards. And people started getting rather, well, the comments started to get nasty.
That thing's hecka big. I got like a giant moth in my room. Hold on. Be right back.
Anyway, I didn't want to deal with nasty comments, so I unlisted it. So right now, my two most popular videos, in order of popularity, the most popular video is roughly 40 seconds of showing my old microwave oven arcing because it's failing. Well, it's been replaced since then. And my number 2 video is me nearly getting creamed by a deer while I'm on my motorcycle.
Sounds fun.
Yeah, the deer jumped right over my front fender.
Wow.
It's an older video, though, so the camera that was used to record it was pretty crappy.
Yeah.
Mind you, it's just as well that it didn't hit me anyway. There are a number of videos of motorcycles hitting deer, and they don't end
See,
well.
Commando? Synchronicity, man. Giant moth comes in like that. See? You're getting closer, baby. Closer.
Do you think so? Yeah?
I know, dude. I'm seeing a lot of stuff lately. Like, it's getting crazy. I don't know. Sorry. It was a big moth. I've never seen one that big before. I wonder what moths represent. I'm going to Google.
Yeah, I finally looked up that Patreon site. There are other sites for asking for money as well. I don't know if they're worth the effort.
Right.
But
yeah, that's gonna be my new profile pic, guys. Melting clock picture. Okay, let's see. I think probably internet probably better for that.
March 20th data. Can you clarify that, Nadia? I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about. And I'm not aware of unionization in the IT industry.
What do you think of symbiosis, Commando? How do you say this word? Symbolism, sorry. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Animal symbolism, meaning...
Oh, okay, analytics. Yeah. Yeah, I've got Google Analytics, I've got Webmaster Tools, and as of today, AdSense is working. Woohoo. And apparently I've made a penny already.
That's actually quite good, isn't it, for one day? I mean, you must get quite a few hits to already have made a penny.
Well, all it required is somebody to do a click on a ad. Hopefully it wasn't
just a click through.
Well, I know it wasn't me. You're not allowed to click on your own ads. That's a violation of terms of service. And Google really, really hates it when you do that because they go through a refunding process and they put a massive strike against you, and you could potentially lose your AdSense account. And I don't want to do that.
What if you click on it once? Will it penalize you?
I don't want to find out.
I hear you.
I mean, the purpose of the ads for the blog is to offset the cost of getting the blog.
Yeah, it could be easily exploitable.
Isn't like Blogger or something free? If you've got your own domain name and then web space and whatnot, so you host it, you pay to get it hosted and pay for the domain name and the full 9 yards.
Yeah, the payment threshold for AdSense is $100. They won't cut a check for less than that. And I used to have another AdSense account, which I allowed to lapse due to lack of foresight on my part, because at the time I didn't realize that I was going to very soon want to resurrect my website, reboot it, so to speak. And I could have gone with the old AdSense account, which means whatever money it had accrued, I would have available as in the pot, so to speak. And I wouldn't have to go through all sorts of nasty, stupid approval processes. I would have just had to go, hit the modern interface, because the interface has changed in the past 10 years, since 10 years ago.
I've been running AdSense for quite a while then. I got one recently. I don't think I get any click-throughs at all, but I just thought I'd check out what it's about and have a look at it. And it's like you say, if you want to offset the cost of your monthly or whatever, yearly whatever website, then I suppose you've got to be getting quite a lot of hits to make that any kind of real offsetting. I don't know. That's what I mean. I've just got one, but it seems to me that you'd need a lot of hits to make any.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just noticed from the side chat now, I just realized what Nadia was talking about when she meant strikes. I'm slow sometimes. Monday through Sunday, I'm slow.
So what happens if you get do you get 3 strikes and then they ban your account? What's this? 1 strike prevents Hangouts.
I honestly don't know how they have those things set. The rules keep changing.
Yeah.
And one of the provisions in the contract is that the contract can be changed unilaterally by Google, and they don't even have to tell you about it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that people really realise what they're getting into for, moving all their stuff across to these Google apps. It's not a very good system. It's not, it's not in our favour, and we haven't got any control over it. I mean, we sign all our content over to them.
Well, I'm not monetized on YouTube at all, and quite frankly, I don't qualify for monetization. And even if I did, it would take me 100 years to rack up a check. It just would never work, because my view counts rarely exceed the 2-digit mark. I just happen to have a few statistical outlier videos that have achieved large numbers of views. So what I'm doing, I mean, my website is not anything whatsoever to do with Google. I've just plugged Google into it for my own purposes to understand the traffic I'm getting and such stuff. That is, I'm effectively taking advantage of Google's services. And in return, Google is able to well, I imagine they're going to make more money off of delivering ads than I will make, because the people who buy AdWords are paying to, as far as I know, they're paying just to have their ads displayed. Whereas from the AdSense point of view, you're only getting paid for click-throughs. Now, if there's a conversion involved, and I'm not aware of ever having such a case, Nadia brings up the wonderful example of somebody purchasing an expensive car through clicking through an ad on your blog or some such. You know, you could get a cut of the commission on that. But yeah, realistically speaking, you know, that's going to be a very rare event. Yeah, it's a complicated thing. Nadia's going through the stuff in the side chat. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I get basically, well, there's the metric, there's the clicks per mil. Basically, it's a metric of how effective the ads are on your site, and the actual click-throughs are the ones that really, they're the ones that actually give you a bit of money. At least that's the way it was. I haven't read their new contracts, to be honest. They did mention, you know, Google AdSense Academy,
Right.
quite frequently, because I'm using WordPress now for my personal blog, and Google has a plugin for analytics. They also have another plugin for AdSense. And on the Google side of things, you can link those things together, which I've done. I've also gone and on the Google site, I've disabled certain types of advertising that I don't want showing up on my site.
Right, right.
But my motivation is not to make money through Google. If that's the only money I make, then I've absolutely failed in my true mission, which is to have a high profile high enough profile when I publish apps to the App Store that enough people will be aware of them to look at them and potentially download them and, you know, make me actual real money. Because I've made more money selling
Commando, check that link real quick.
yeah, I've made more money selling apps on iTunes than I have off of Google AdSense.
Hey guys, sorry, but can we make this kind of, you know, back to talk, you know, great debate or something?
Yeah, I didn't mean to derail anything.
That's okay.
What's going on? Why is everybody mic muted and why is nobody talking tonight?
Yeah.
Are you guys doing what I did last night? All depressed and crap?
Depressed? What are you talking about?
Oh, I was super depressed yesterday. Numbed up, you know, when you're numbed up with it. It's all part of waking up, man, and giving up material things and going down that Gnostic route. You know, Commando says I'm not, but I think I am. Yeah, well, I just put that link there. I just had a giant moth fly in my room. He's still here. And, yeah. Some of the symbolism for it, where's it at? Vulnerability, determination, concealment, attraction, subtlety, faith, all sorts of stuff. I don't know. I'm just talking now.
Give up the supernatural. Everything will be so much simpler then.
Give up the supernatural?
Amen, brother Pod. Amen.
Oh, wait, are you atheist?
Who?
Yeah, sorry.
No, that's all good. I love you.
Sorry.
Now the moth's flying around. As soon as you said give up the supernatural, it's flying around my room now. It looks like a bird, man. It's humongous. Look at that guy go. Whoa.
Yeah, if I witness a supernatural event, the first thing I'll do is check into the emergency room to
Right.
find out what's going on in my head.
Pretty much, yeah.
Were you ever religious at all?
No, not ever.
That's pretty cool. Commando's back. So, yeah. I don't know. I'm not really religious anymore. I guess I could say I'm not. I want to say I'm Gnostic, spiritualist, something like that, universalist. But Commando says that if you're not born knowing you're Gnostic, then you're not. So, but why do moths land somewhere and vibrate their wings over and over again? It's kind of weird. Oh, no,
I don't know, when you get to something small like a moth, it's following hardwired programming, has no learning capacity, no experience. I don't know.
Bullshit for moths have souls. God has created them with souls.
Hey, there you go. Atheist said that. That's crazy.
Yeah. Must be true if an atheist says
I think this is my opinion on atheists. I think there's 50% atheists that want the truth, want to believe, and they do believe in some aspects, but are in denial. And then there's other atheists that just don't care.
Well, I am a truth seeker, but
Okay, so you're on his side, kind of.
but I don't find truth in any supernatural claims.
Right.
There's just no way to verify them. In fact, I would say the whole notion of supernaturalism is just essentially a masquerade for ignorance. Like, it's a label that sounds like it's something, but in fact, it's the absence of something. It's the absence of the natural. That's what the supernatural is.
Dude, this thing's so big, when it flies by me, I can feel the wind come off its wings.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big
Spacey
moth.
does.
Yeah. I've been blessed tonight.
Yeah, maybe it's Tinkerbell or something.
Synchronicity, man. I've been having that for 2 days. Commando, say something. Give me your insight. Should I grab it and let it free, or should I keep it?
It's just a stupid mouse.
Damn it. You atheist, man.
Sorry, that's my atheistic, atheistic murderous thoughts. I'm sorry. Have to keep it under control.
Uh-huh. Should I shoot it?
Oh, no, torture it first. Okay.
Oh, okay.
That's the true atheistic way. First torture the thing, then kill it.
Okay.
Yeah, basically kind of like what Dexter does.
I think it's dying already. It's like flapping its wings for no reason, flying around. Alright. Well, anyway. So, Commander, are you there? What are you talking about? We have an entire room, and there's only like 4 of us talking. What's up with Nadia?
We're just sort of waiting for the topic to drift, really, to something. But,
Nah.
I almost wish Seamus was here. If Seamus was here, we would have a topic, no problem.
Who? What person?
Seamus?
Camus? Well, me and Commando love talking about this stuff, but we don't like dominating. I'm gonna ask you guys a topic. What do you think about alchemy?
Pseudoscience.
Pseudoscience?
Mhm.
Okay.
Not real
Amanda?
science.
Oh. Did it ever work ever? Did anybody make
There-
gold?
Yeah,
No,
we can
well,
already make
actually, you
gold.
can make gold, but you need a nuclear reactor to do it.
No, not necessarily, actually.
It's
You
actually
just need.
considerably cheaper to just dig gold out of the ground.
Yeah, but I don't think you actually need a nuclear reactor. You need a laser. You need to create high temperature to make small fusion.
Well, you can make gold by knocking a few protons off of mercury.
Right.
I'm gonna Gandalf this real quick. Right back.
But if you're simply ionizing an atom, that's not going to change it to another element.
Okay, I'm not sure about this, but I've seen a documentary on Discovery Channel, and what they're doing is basically using lasers to make a small explosion, like a fusion event, like what's happening in the stars, essentially. And that's how they produced a bit of gold.
Oh, I see what you're. I think I know what you're talking about.
Basically, high pressure, high temperature, exactly what happens in the suns.
Yeah,
Which is where the elements come from.
There's more to just simply using lasers. The lasers are just a way to deliver, a high amount of energy into a small volume of space.
Oh, you're right. I'm guessing
It has to be done.
It's basically they're trying to simulate the environment in the stars.
But, I mean, tritium is as far as I know, all the tritium that is commercially available is manufactured using nuclear reactors, and it's regulated by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission in the United States. Tritium has its primary use in nuclear weapons and in night sights for firearms.
Or is it slightly radioactive?
Well, it's a beta emitter, and what you do is you have a little tiny ampule of tritium, and I mean really, really, really tiny, because tritium is very expensive. But it's emitting, electrons as it decays, and you have a phosphor that gets struck by the electrons, which causes it to fluoresce, and that creates the light.
So how long can it actually produce light?
For a fair time, but tritium has a half-life of only about 12 to 12 and a half years. I don't remember exact number. It's in the 12 to 12 and a half year range, though, which means the activity rate is cutting in half with each half-life, obviously, because you have half the amount of material. And it's tritium, I believe, turns, I don't know what it turns into, but I'm guessing it turns back into lithium because it's made from lithium. But it's expensive stuff.
Okay. I bet it is.
I mean, if you want to put tritium night sights on your defense handgun, you'll be paying about $100 US for them.
Not that bad.
Well, considering the amount of tritium is less than a milligram.
Right.
That's where most of the money is, because, I mean, if you're buying ordinary iron sights, to replace, say, plastic sights,
Right.
which a lot of semi-automatic pistols have these days, is just, cheap plastic sights that have, the painted dots.
Yeah, I hate that. It's annoying.
The metal sights are considerably more durable.
Yeah. You can drop your gun and you can break your sights off. That's how crappy they are.
Yeah, and night sights have to be made out of metal because the ampule that the tritium in has to be protected.
Right.
So they make them out of steel.
No, I mean, I guess it makes guns cheaper. If you have some plastic parts on it, you can put whatever you want on it later. Because that's probably why they do it too, is people are just customizing their guns a lot nowadays.
Yeah, and typically, the typical cost of adding night sights to a handgun is about $100. Depends on the brand and whether you can do it yourself or whether you require a smith to do it.
Right. Oh, man. Kind of dead tonight, huh?
But,
everybody fell asleep on us.
Well, I was actually expecting to fall asleep. I was watching on YouTube. I was listening on the YouTube thing. I was expecting to just drop off, but I didn't drop off, and I noticed the spot had opened up. So I thought, what the heck? I'll see if I can get into the room. And here I am.
Right. What's the deal with Nadia and James Von Helton? They're usually talking.
Nadia went to the bodega.
Right.
Yeah.
There's desert. No, where's Vaughn?
And Von Helton is doing his Space Marine training.
Yeah, he's ill, I think, as well.
He doesn't usually take up a spot like that. That's weird.
Yeah. Von Helton is planning for Space Marines to land on Mars before regular astronauts do, to make sure that the Martian population is fully suppressed.
Right. Poor Vonnie.
Alright, well, cheers for the chat, everyone. I'm going to free up a slot anyway, so I've got a few things to get doing. And I'll get some.
Wait, Ronnie, I have a quick question.
Yeah?
I heard you talking earlier, and you sound pretty intelligent and educated. You said you're a Christian, though?
I'm not very intelligent or educated, but yeah, I am a Christian.
I like how you said you're a Christian.
More like spiritual education now.
I think you're pretty intelligent, Rodney.
You what? Sorry? What was that?
I think you're on your path to Gnosticism, baby. Come on home.
You said Gnosticism?
Yeah. I find lots of different perspectives very interesting. Yeah, that's right.
Gnosticism. I heard Gnosticism.
You all can be Gnostists. But only a man is the true one. We're only followers.
So he's on a path to Gnostics or Gnosticism.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I heard Nazism. Path to Nazism.
No, I'm not a big fan. But yeah, you guys are all smart enough. But yeah, have a good night, Ronnie. See you later, woman.
Well, take care, Ronnie.
Cheers for the chat as well. Sorry for sort of hogging the old mic earlier and most of the day actually, but sorry about that. Alright, well, take care. Have a good one.
Yeah, later.
Did you, let me see. I'll text you this one. I don't know if you're reading
it.
Seamus
or R1 here.
True.
R1.
No, we need Beckel here, baby. We need Beckel. Some real Bible flipping.
I feel bad for R1 actually. I think he's a decent guy.
I do too. I heard it happen today. So it's all good.
I don't know. R1
is kind of weird. Who was it, Mark?
Yeah, he was getting pretty reamed. Yeah, Mac and freaking Veckel, man, they'll back you in a corner. They'll get you. They mean well, but...
No, they don't.
Mac is just,
Mac and Beckle do not mean well at all. Mac and
I
Beckle
know,
just want you
they're
to
trying to be
convert.
nice.
Yeah, well, I don't know if I would not say that they don't mean well. I mean, but I would not be kind of afraid of Mac. I mean, Mac is really
Right.
not an intellectual or even master, to put it very nicely.
Oh,
I like Mac.
yeah,
Yeah, I
Commander.
like Mac as a person. It's
I,
just
I like
if
Mac
you got rid of
because
the
he's
Christianity,
easy.
that'd be a lot more,
I like Mac as well, but only because he's so easy to refute.
They're on their way to Gnosticism. They just don't want to admit to it. Everybody is.
No,
As the world becomes.
they're not.
Yeah, they are. Everybody's going to be closer to it before the end, man.
You have to be careful with the whole, all people have this propensity to think that their own, that people are kind of agreeing with them and are converting to their own kind of way of thinking. Atheists think that humanity is turning atheist. Muslims think that humanity is turning slowly to Muslims. Christians think that humanity is turning to Christianity.
I mean, everybody's like transitioning in their own groups. They're becoming true Gnostics, basically.
They're not. I just keep throwing that out there as if to say that's like.
I'm just fucking with you guys. Hold on real quick before I forget, Commando. That Lamb of God song, do you listen to Lamb of God, I guess? 'Cause I used to.
I did do. I just posted it because I felt like sort of posting the song, I suppose.
Yeah, it
But,
definitely had some Gnostic shit in there, man.
not really.
I posted...
Sort
No?
of an anti-religion song. That's why I sort of posted it. But,
I heard some, like, what he was talking about, like the demon and the God are the same thing. It's kind of talking about Yahweh and stuff.
well, yeah, but I doubt Randy Blythe was sort of tapping into that. I think he just sort of understood, yeah, religion's a bit of a piss take, really, so I'll make an album dedicated to it. So,
Oh, I always thought they were like, evil or something. Like Demon Hunter or something. I didn't listen to them as much as I wanted to, but... Yeah, what is this I'm looking at? Oh. Well, I linked you another one, Walk With Me in Hell.
I've got the whole album. I got it when it came out.
So you think they're Satanists?
I don't think they're anything. I think they're just people who sort of pick a theme, run with it, and make an album out of it.
Interesting. I never even.
Surely there has to be some Illuminati symbology behind it.
Illuminati's fake, man. Starting to realize that too.
It's not. It's just sort of been. I don't know.
No,
I mean,
yeah.
I mean, should we get into that? Do you want to get into that art, or do you want to?
Actually, no. Actually, no, I don't.
See, this is why I asked.
Who's the monitor of the room right now?
It's a good question.
I am, and a few other people are.
Oh.
Have you got mod controls out?
Huh?
You got mod controls?
No, Desert has it for sure.
Oh, right.
And Desert, yeah. And maybe a few other people.
Hey, Commando, you want to get booted? I'm just kidding.
I'm gonna say no, but
I do.
Poor Commando. Okay, let me look for some topics here. Other than truth-seeking stuff. Let's see. Whoops.
I got something kind of cool for you guys.
Whoa.
Check out. Hey guys, check out the picture that I got up. That was a picture taken back, and I can't remember if it was 2013 or 2014 in California during the wildfires. It burned all around that cross, but the cross survived. Go figure.
So,
I mean,
I hate to break it to you, but I know of a videotape of I forgot where the flood was. Okay, there was a huge flood, and everything was flooded, destroyed, except a mosque.
Yeah. No, because Yahweh wants you to believe that he's like in charge, so he keeps faking people out with these little so-called miracles.
So I guess kind of Allah is real or something. I mean, there are these kind of interesting coincidences happening everywhere. It's kind of.
I thought it was cool anyway. Whatever.
Well, no, I would like to figure out why that happened.
Rev, I saw your video.
Where was that, by the way?
I think you're becoming Gnostic more than you think you are, baby.
Yeah, just don't be going around demonizing Christians, Brian. That ain't cool, buddy.
I was going to say, you can't sort of be throwing that label out there, Brian, as though it's
That's
sort of...
you guys. I'm not demonizing anybody. Just
Yeah,
Josh.
you are. Yeah, you're coming on here saying, "Oh, you're a Christian," and then it's like, "Oh, yeah, okay, you just come home to Gnosticism." It's like, come on, man. But you need to get a deeper you need to get a deeper understanding of what you're talking about from Commando. I mean, you're acting like you're
I'm just messing around. Sorry.
Yeah, okay, messing around. I mean, Commando, to be honest with you, you could probably start a pretty good cult because Brian would be your first fucking lapdog.
Yeah, well, I agree. I'm still uneducated. I was just messing around. Sorry. I guess can't joke. I'm just blowing off a little steam from being Christian all these years, so I'm just joshing with you guys a little. I understand you guys. I always say it all the time. There's truth in every religion, but I'm just messing around. So.
Yeah, it's not funny. So.
I'll back off. I'll step back off the stairs there. Not bad. Well, I still love you guys. So.
Anyway, I mean, Commando says you know from birth that you're a Gnostic. So do you know from birth that you were a Gnostic?
Well, on a serious note, I mean, I didn't. I don't know if.
See, I mean, see, here we go. This is the problem with sort of the labels and the sort of, the ego aspect of it. This is what I'm,
Well,
I don't want to be starting any fucking cults on Google Plus. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I know.
Well, I like learning for everybody, and Commando has. How should I say this? He has a different perspective that I've never heard before, so that's why I'm kind of intrigued by him. And so, I mean, I always felt like since I was born, I was different. I never really fit in anywhere, even all the churches I was at and like Buddhist stuff I got into. I never felt like I belonged. Now I'm starting to feel like I'm finally finding the truth. So maybe I'm getting excited.
Well, the truth is, I mean, it's different to a sort of, I mean, timeline, isn't it? A truth isn't necessarily the same as a timeline because it's,
Right.
sort of,
All right.
Everyone's got their own sort of path and whatnot. Trying to jump
Now
at
that,
labels and.
Commando, that I call synchronistic. I thought it. You said it. You said it like you've been saying that constantly. So if you we've been talking privately in the side chats. Brian, I think you have to understand that some people might call themselves a Christian still and be on the same path that Commando's talking about. I mean, we all have our roles.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, I was talking to Rev about this, in regards to the whole, into the sort of like grand scheme of things in regards to the salvation plan and whatnot. And I was talking, it's like I said, I was talking with Rev about it, and it's not so much about the terminology. It's more about the sort of, the intent and where you sort of want to go, I suppose. I mean, I was basically talking about like certain people within a specific thought form could necessarily be, subscribing to the real thing that, Yeshua has utilized, I suppose. But I mean, I'm still looking into that myself. But it's like, I agree with Rev. It's like, everyone's got their own sort of.
No,
the terminology doesn't sort of change what's, written, if you will, if that makes any sense. But
yeah, I would say the only difference that I really have with you, Commando, is that I'm 100% Christ-centered, and I can't turn from it. Because if I did, I'd be lying to myself. So I explained that to you.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't really have the right to tell you that you're deceived either. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm not here to do that. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't.
Right.
You know what I mean? So.
Well, you know what? That's why I'm glad I come on here because you guys put me in check. So I appreciate that. You guys are good men. Good men.
Well, no, that's not the intention, Brian. It's not to put you in check, buddy. It's just I'm saying the way you were coming off against, I had the perception that you might be getting a negative feeling about the word, the term Christian now, and I don't think Commando would want you to do that. Maybe I'm wrong.
Right.
But anyway.
I mean, for me, it's a different sort of story for me, isn't it? That's what I'm saying. This is what I mean by there's different timelines, there's different perceptions. There's, everyone's got their own sort of, path, like I said. So for me, it's for me, Christianity is not something I want to go, into. But obviously, within Christianity, there may be people that are sort of utilizing that and actually get what it's about. And that's what I'm saying. You can't just sort of
Right.
demonize and say, "Well, you don't get this and you don't get that." You know what I'm saying? Like, I consider. I mean, I'd rather. I consider a Christian an ally over a fucking Jew, for example. Do you know what I'm saying? Because that's how it.
Right.
You know, that's my sort of. You know.
Okay. No, that's. Yeah, I had.
It's
that's a
warfare,
little-
isn't it? That's the whole point of this sort of. You know, reality. It's kingdom divided. There's people. You know, that. You know, sort of at war and whatnot. But you've got to sort of. You know, you've got to sort of compare. You know, people sort of end games, and that's how I suppose you sort of find the people who you need to sort of, you know.
Yeah, it's all about the intent of the heart, right?
I suppose, yeah.
Okay, I got you guys. Let me step off that pedestal. I don't belong up there.
Stop it, Brian.
No, I know,
You're
but
doing good, buddy. You're doing good. It's just step by it. Don't be so condemning sometimes. You understand what I mean?
I have no right to do that, so that's not my place.
Cool, bro.
I'm just excited about learning and getting more knowledge and being on the path and trying to get out of here, man. Just going with Jesus and all that stuff. Just, I don't know. I'm still a baby, so sometimes I get a little excited. You guys are kind of veterans in your own fields, so you kind of like, you know, got your maturity. I don't have that yet. Even though I'm older than both of you guys, I just still, yeah, kind of silly.
Age don't mean nothing, buddy, and you're not silly. It's just, listen, when I first got on these hangouts, I was a hardcore, fundy, not liking atheist type of person, and I've learned from it. You know, I really have learned from it that the majority of people on here are really good people, and they're all seeking the truth. You know, that includes me, that includes you, it's everybody. You know, so I feel you. I'm just saying, step off on the. You know, are you a Christian? It's like, come home to Gnosticism. It's like, okay, learn about it a little bit more before you go down that road.
Like Gnosticism isn't any sort of, you know, any.
I
You know what I mean? It's, you know.
Yeah, it's not a freaking. I know. I'm being. Okay, I got you. Okay. Well, I just had a discussion with my dad tonight, so I'm kind of like on high from that, and he wants me to talk to a Catholic priest, and I said I would if he would just look into what I'm looking into, and we agreed on it. So. And then, you know, yeah, you're right. I need to step back and just keep learning and listening.
Yeah, in terms of, if he's still Catholic, brother, all you need to do is find him a couple documentaries on the Vatican and, you know, tell him, hey, Dad, look at this honestly, and do you still want to be a part of this church? And then just let him be, you know.
I've done that before, and, yeah, it didn't turn out well, but I'll try it again. I can't deny anything. It's like you believe in Christ so much, which I do too. We all do in our way, but you have to be, you have to defend what you believe and what you're learning. So, when I saw your video the other day, it was a really good one. I like that one.
Thanks, brother. Glory to Him. It's all about Him.
Well, you basically said what you just said here. You're learning from everybody, and everybody's on their own path, and even atheists as well. They're all here. If they didn't care, they wouldn't be here. So.
That's exactly right. That's right. A lot of the, you know, on the people on my side say, well, if you're in these rooms and you're talking about God all day, something you don't believe, why even here? Well, guess what? They're here for a reason. They are listening to us if they want to or not. So, you know. But I've, you know, my entire perspective on people in general that don't believe has completely changed by being a part of these hangouts. You know, I just see a lot of really cool and nice people that are seeking something, you know. I would say it's Christ and God, but I think they're seeking something. And I know, Nadia, welcome back, Nadia. I know that you're here for a very specific reason, Nadia, to, you know, bring attention to your cause, which I respect and support.
I agree.
Thank you very much, yeah. And, well, if I weren't such an abysmal failure, I would be getting enough ad revenue to pay for sex reassignment surgery.
Well, yeah, failure.
I smell success in your future, Nadia.
Me too.
I smell death in my future.
Oh, baby.
Nadia, you got to turn your way. Okay. I'm going to quote Michael Land right now. Stinking thinking. It's not working for you, Nadia. Come on, turn it around, baby.
Yep.
It's not my patterns of thought that
Gotta
make
get
a difference. And
you gotta get that true light in you. You gotta get that true light.
good news.
Oh.
Yay!
Pin postcard for my AdSense account.
Nice.
Now I have a long time to go before I actually, get any money from it.
Fudd got his today too, I think. Today.
Yeah, my earnings are a grand total of $20.
Oh, there you go. The start.
That took 3 years to accumulate.
Holy shit.
How many subscribers do you have? Like 800, I think? 700, 800?
Not quite 800 yet.
Hmm.
Yeah, my detractors have more subscribers than
Well,
my significant margin.
make some gaming videos and make weird noises into the mic. Like freaking, what's his name? What's that dude's name that has like the top subscription?
PewDiePie.
And get cats. Lots
Man,
of
if
cute
PewDiePie
cats.
started talking about Jesus Christ in his videos, he would like save so many souls, I think.
Yeah, and he'd stop making money.
Yeah, well,
Why is PewDiePie so popular? I find that guy kind of boring.
it's crazy. It's like, okay, so he has like 1 billion subscribers, but all his videos never get that many views. So it's almost like he has like...
I suppose it's a dumbing down agenda as to why that guy's got so many subscribers. Like, I mean, you're not telling me, like, how many subscribers is it now? What, 30 million?
Yeah.
Something like that. There's not 30 million. I can tell you right now, there's not 30 million people watching PewDiePie.
Yeah.
It's complete fucking
No.
fabrication. Like, and
Yeah,
if there
I
is
don't-
30 million watching that guy, then I despair for the future of this planet.
My PIN has been entered correctly, and the PIN hold on my account has been removed.
Huh? What happened?
What was that?
My PIN has been entered correctly, and the PIN hold on my account has been removed.
Oh, that's good. One step closer. $1 million.
To what?
Oh, man. Yeah, the cutie pie, man. I went all the way down his list of videos one day just to see how many views he has, and it's nowhere near his subscriptions.
I watched one of his videos once, and I was like, "What?" And I just
It seems to me just it's some sort of like childish dumbing down agenda with PewDiePie. Like it's just, oh yeah, let's just use video games as a means to just project stupidity for no real reason.
Yeah.
Like it's just not. I just find it very strange, to be honest. It's like I said, 33 million people tuning into that stuff. I mean, come on, man.
I'm with you, man. I'm with you.
I agree.
It's all good.
Yeah.
See, like
How do I
Nadia
see
should have
where?
or Rev or something, and James. You guys should have that many if it was really how it's supposed to be. But all good.
What was
No,
that?
it's
Nadia?
not right.
I can't wait to see Commando's first video. I mean,
I'm with you on that one. I'm with you.
we'll help you out if you need it.
I'd rather do a hangout as opposed to a video. To be honest, I'm not good at sort of compiling shit like that. I suppose.
Well,
but-
true.
Okay, why don't I see my YouTube channel attached to my AdSense account?
No,
I wish I knew.
being paid more money, kind of make it harder for you. Or, I don't know. Well, yeah, Commander, you can do live streams and then post up the video when it's done and stuff. Might help.
Yeah, I suppose. It's like I said, I'd probably rather do a hangout as opposed to a,
Yeah, just do like hour shots or 30 minutes so people aren't afraid to watch it and see what happens.
No, I was talking about just like hosting hangouts in general, like. But
Whatever you want to do.
Okay.
Jump back and forth. What's his name? Alex, he joins 2 hangouts at once with different accounts.
Yeah.
So you can do that.
You don't need different accounts. You can do it just from different browser sessions. So
Oh.
the same account, but a different browser session, you can get that by incognito windows on Chrome or by using different browsers. For instance, Firefox and Chrome.
How would that work
And
though? Like, how would the sort of audio?
Also, it's not limited to Chrome, or it's not limited to just 2. You can join 3, 4, 5 more or more.
Yeah.
That bandwidth, though. Well, I got 1,000 gigs, so I think I'll be alright. I wish I could give you some of my internet, Nadia. I only use about 500 every month. Oh well.
Okay, the YouTube side says AdSense is associated. Now, trouble is when I check my AdSense account, it only says it only says something about the Blogspot site, not YouTube. So
Yeah, I haven't dealt with AdSense for years. Ever since I got, I haven't been doing business with my web design business. I'd help you out if I could, Nadia, but I don't know.
Well, just one more time, Rev and Commander, I appreciate you guys doing that, because that's one thing I don't want to do to my dad, is tell him that he's wrong and stuff. So I'm glad you guys. That's synchronicity again, I think. Kind of saving my butt.
No, it's all good, man. I understand what you're trying to do. It's just that, blanket statements of just saying, "Oh, are you a Christian?" and then going and saying, "Well, you got to get on the true path." You know what I mean?
Yeah, you can't sort of set, certain things as a standard.
I know. I'm just saying thank you. I appreciate it. Put me in my place again.
No. Don't look at it that way.
That's the last thing I want to say to my dad and stuff, or my mom or anything. So, yeah, I'm still talking to him about what's going on. So.
You know how you should, there is a measure how you can know if your statements are bad or good or insulting or not. You can, if the statement that you want to tell to normal people, you could not tell to a boxer without him kicking your face into the wall. It's probably
right.
Guess so. Yeah, you're right. Gotta walk, step on the stones.
Well, you always have to come in the calm spirit, loving, and break it to them very, very lightly. But because with Catholics, they can be very passionate about the Vatican, the Pope, and that stuff. And I would say, okay, here's a question for you, Brian. How does your dad view the Pope?
Right. Oh boy, we almost got pretty heated tonight. He thinks the Pope is like. It almost sounds when he's talking about the Pope like that's actually Jesus living inside the Pope.
Okay, you got to work on that. You got to work on that.
Yeah, it's tough.
From the Catholic doctrine, it kind of makes sense to an extent. I mean, the Pope has a red telephone.
Well, yeah, of course it's going to make sense. That, you know what I'm saying? It's been fucking crafted to. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree. It's bullshit. It's completely absurd. Because, I mean, popes contradict each other all the fucking time. I mean, one pope is in Catholic history, one pope is declared the previous pope to be a complete heretic, and ordered his body to be, exhumed and just disgraced or something.
Right. Yeah, it's funny. He was on the path too. He was Baptist, all this, and he got into Catholicism, whatever, like maybe 8 years ago. So he's still kind of new himself. He's just blindly following it now. He used to be a little more open-minded, but yeah, I gotta start on slow and see what he thinks.
Well, yeah, Brian. The reason I asked you that is because I like every time we talk about the Roman Catholic Church and that stuff, I always like to say, listen, we have to make a very big separation between the Vatican, the leadership, and the Catholic people, because there's tons of, I guarantee you, there's a lot of Catholic born-again good people. That's, we can't just spread it and say demonize all the Catholic people and say you're all, you don't know what you're doing. But that's why I'm saying just keep pointing this stuff to them about.
You're not going to keep it cold to a degree, though. You're going to rock them for 6 at some point, because it's like, you know what I'm saying? If you keep going to that mass, you keep giving energy to that structure, you keep, perpetuating that thought form. So
that's a good point too. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I just gave him some round side and eye videos tonight, and I think one Gnostic documentary, kind of showing what I was doing lately.
He's not going to pick up on that, though. Like, you could throw the fucking truth of the universe in his face, he's not going to get it. Like, it's more of a, you know what I'm saying? He's got to make that choice first. You can't just, I mean, it's like I said, I could show him a schematic of how fucking, how physicality manifests or something, but it's all irrelevant if you don't get what that is in the first place. If you're not, it's a bit futile.
Well, from my standpoint, Commando, that's why I would say that's why in the Book of Revelation it says, "Come out of her, my people," and perhaps there's some sort of Gnostic interpretation that you would have on that, because I think that basically all of the mainstream churches are under this. I don't know what you would call it, but this energy sucking parasite of religion. You
Well,
know.
that's what. Well, yeah, that's. I mean, this might sound heavy, but that's what Christianity is. It's a parasite.
Well, I've been doing some research on that, and I guess the archons are in control of that. They have these little parasites everywhere.
No, they're above
sucking off.
that. I mean, I doubt an ultra-terrestrial being even like cares about mainstream religion. Like it's so much deeper than Be more fussed about sort of secret society networks and shit like that. I wouldn't worry about the Vatican. That's the least of your worries. I mean,
well, for him in particular, should I just show him some Vatican videos, Rev or Commando, like about exposing him and stuff?
Well, I would say that it's a good place to start, and also get some good Jesuit material too.
Yeah, I'd start with the Jesuit shit. Yeah.
Okay.
Because if you know who they are, that just sort of blows the whole thing out of proportion, really. So.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just start lightly with him. He's kind of delicate in this area, so I don't know. If I have to lose my family because of this, I will. I can't stop now.
Well, I'll tell you, man. Take them through a history of the popes alone. I mean, you're trying to tell me that a so-called man of God would be slaughtering the amount of people that the popes did? It's like, give me a break. It's clearly a satanic organization, So.
What's the satanic? I would say astrological.
Is this the real Patrick? Patrick said he has a clone going around pretending to be him.
It's probably the clone because he'd have spoke by now, and he wouldn't ask that sort of thing.
Patrick, is he on the mic?
Yeah, I agree.
Like, I was talking for like 5 minutes and I didn't realize I was muted.
Yeah, it's a smaller picture.
Yeah, I think actually the last account of Patrick that was here was probably a troll.
I think so, because the other one had like a full screen pic.
Yeah, like a troll.
Yeah,
I doubt the real Patrick would have to say, no, it's me. I think he'd probably get on the mic and say, like, it's him. So.
Yeah, look, he's strong. Yeah.
Good move.
Yeah, check his profile. It's not him.
And actually, I had a troll at one point. He came into the room and he called Jackie Kite a cunt, and he called Epicurus a Greek a sand nigger.
Ouch. That's messed up.
Which is kind of hilarious. He laughed at it, but they realized that this is not art. He doesn't.
I mean, seriously, do people like have no life and nothing else better to do with their time than to just impersonate people? I had somebody make an account called Revelations Nude, and yeah, and they photoshopped a picture of some fat dude with a shirt off with my face on it. I'm like, seriously. Is this all you have to do with your fucking time?
Well, it's actually that I can believe that they don't have.
That's pretty good, actually, Rip. Sorry.
Yeah, right.
Your brothers are like that, dude. They troll and do all this shit for fun. They're kind of like that already. Huh? They don't have the time. They just sit around, play Halo, and go troll websites and Google Plus.
Yeah, well, my thing has always been I don't take myself seriously. Honestly, I went on when I found out it was made, I was like, dude, it's fine. You want to impersonate me, it's okay. But just don't be photoshopping pictures of fat dudes with my head on it. It's like, come on. It's like, what are you, 14?
Yeah, that's that cutie pie society and all these like prank videos and shit. So, it's alright. Well, you get more subscriptions, more, well, maybe. You might. So Von Helton got a lot of his from people trolling him and making fake accounts, and people would search it and find a real one, and then it kind of backfired on a lot of trolls. But.
Yeah. You see, my motivation for coming on YouTube in the first place was never money or any of that crap, It was never about money for me. It was about just I really wanted to get my testimony out. Because that experience, I really wish I could have got it on camera for you guys, like what I was seeing in my brainstem. Because trust me, a lot of you would believe in God then. Trust me.
Right. No, I believe you, man. I've had visions and all that stuff too lately. So,
It was very much like a Paul on the Damascus Road thing, you know. It it was incredible, and I mean, an actual prophecy. You know, I got actual prophecies of my mother's, you know, demise, of how she would die and stuff. I mean, that's not possible. It's got to be God.
well, I hear you, man. As a newbie, kind of just starting out, when I hear, like, I don't know, this is just my opinion. This has nothing to do with anybody else. When I hear people having visions, I don't know if I trust it because I'm learning more about Yahweh and the deception of this planet. So I don't. Hopefully, it's not. That wasn't that entity that spoke to you or gave you the vision, or me myself, because I've had the same cross, the light of cross vision as well. I just hope that that's not what that was that did that to us.
Well, let me tell you this, brother. Remember what it says in Scripture, and I know you're getting away from that, but
Right.
remember, it's written in Scripture that the Holy Spirit. Listen to me. The Holy Spirit cannot confess Jesus Christ as Savior unless it's coming from the right God, if it's Yahweh or not. I'm coming in one name, and it's Christ. So that you know, that's how you test it. It really is. It's right there in the Word, bro.
I still don't get how people can subscribe to the idea of Christ being Yahweh, though. Like, he's famous for putting Jews through tables in a bank. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like, it's like,
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. That's why I don't know. And it's tough, man. I want to help all these Christians out of there, and I feel like I want to do it, but I don't have the.
See, that's the problem. Like, you can't say like help all the Christians. It's like I said, there's a timeline mechanic behind it. You know.
I know.
You know, not all Christians require that help, so it's, you know.
No, I
Yeah,
agree.
to be honest with you, I'm almost out of the phase of calling myself a Christian at this point, okay? But it's not a dirty word.
No. It's
know what
just that, yeah. I'm with you, man. I'm with you. What was I gonna say? Oh, I can't remember. Sorry. Something to do with the Vatican again. Oh, no. Yes. So, yeah, you guys are talking about how there's good people in the Catholic Church. I can definitely vouch for that, because I know a lot of people, because I live in a small town again near Sacramento, and the community is pretty tight-knit, you know, and everybody's just good people. They're not here for the Pope or the priest or all of the crap, so they're pretty much there for Jesus, like, more than anything, not necessarily Mary. I mean, whenever I saw people doing rosaries, I never saw, like, a big group doing rosaries ever. Most people showed up for like Easter and other things that actually was Jesus. So.
Right, but what Commando said is very true though at the same time, because if you go to those masses, they're taking that energy and they're piping it to something else.
True.
So that's a good point, and I really do think that's why it's in the Book of Revelation. Listen, you know, Jesus said in the letters, you guys, you got to come out, because otherwise you're going to be deceived by something that's coming. So
it's like these massive cathedrals as well. Like, people don't get why they're built in a specific way. Like, those things are fucking like energy machines. Like, I know people might, you know, think that's daft, but if you look at the architecture, the sort of, you know, the esoteric meaning behind why it's structured the way it is, like, those things channel energy, man.
Sacred geometry, right?
Big paces and, you know.
Sacred
like
geometry, Commando.
Oh yeah, for sure. They can channel whatever through that. Yeah.
Huh. So it's,
you know, that's why they have like giant spires, for example. You know what I'm saying? That could easily be some sort of metaphysical, you know, node of some sort. I mean,
what do they call it? Archaeometry, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's nice one, Rev. Yeah.
Oh my God, that's crazy. That's why
it's like the whole altar thing. Like, they get people, you know, praying towards an altar, which is a special type of stone, which can absorb certain, you know, etheric energies, and then, you know, it's like Rev said, you know, like through sort of. And this is why they do like these weird fucking masses, you know, like where they walk through the church in a specific way. Like, you'll see it on TV at Christmas when they do like the whole fucking, you know, Anglican service. Like, the reason they do that is because it's like, you know, it's basically channeling the attention. So that's why they do like sort of laps of the church, if you will, and then they always end up going back to the altar, and then through there's like, you know, I mean, that's why there's a giant fucking. I mean, you've seen the gate in the Vatican, haven't you? You know, like the giant sort of golden thing where I think it's what Saint Peter's buried or something. You know, that giant.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, you should see people on like Palm Sunday and stuff when the priest starts throwing the holy water out. People are like jumping over each other just to get one speck of water on them, like it's gonna help them get to heaven.
Yeah.
I've always questioned.
I dare say they have probably, you know, performed some sort of alchemic ritual on that water, and some sort of, you know, etheric property. But I doubt it's, It's anything good. Like,
Yeah, you know, there's
Look at Tom's tinfoil hat. He must be going nuts at this point. What are you gonna do? Truth is stranger than fiction, guys.
Well, just going back to, like, I was always questioning the Catholic Church too, because sometimes when you're going up there for Eucharist and stuff, it's just like people would have like some attitude, or like, I'm better than you because I did the sign of the cross better than you, or I took the bread on my mouth slower kind of attitude. It was like a competition. Like, it was just like, what am I doing here? And I was so like controlled by it. And I didn't want to leave it because I thought that was the right way. So,
yeah, all that Eucharist shit's just fucking like some sort of Jewish hierarchy ritual. I wouldn't worry about that. Like, avoid that shit. Like.
No, yeah, like I said last time I went to adoration, I just sat in the corner and just like was mesmerized by how much crap is in there, all the idols and freaking pillars and yeah.
Right, but you realize if you were raised in that kind of society, in that kind of mentality, you would think it's okay. It's really just kind of subjective. I mean, if you're a Muslim, the Quran would, I'm sorry, if you're a Arab, the Quran would speak to you because it's so familiar to you, because it's written in your culture. My point is that we have to have some kind of independent methodology, and just, all of this kind of felt wrong to me. Yeah.
No, I'm with you, man.
Really, because that's kind of what you said. You said we kind of felt wrong to you. I'm saying we should not base our views on feelings, or emotions, or perspectives.
Right. Well, I was raised Baptist, so I don't know if that helped me get out or something. I don't know.
I was raised. Holy shit! I don't know what I was exactly raised as. I think a Protestant, newborn Christian, but I wasn't like deep into it. My parents were not kind of indoctrinating me, but I totally felt the Holy Spirit, or what you guys would call the Holy Spirit, I guess. Yeah.
But what? How can you? I mean, wait. So you're claiming to be some? Right. Okay. You do realize what you sort of said there. Like you've had some sort of, spiritual experience.
No, he thinks it was a delusion. Whoa, Art, wait a minute.
It was a real emotion. It wasn't a delusion. It was an emotion, and that's all it is. It's an emotion. It's a strong emotion.
Yeah, but you can't like power off an emotion. Like, come on, like.
Right.
Oh wow, I felt profoundly inspired, but nah, it's just I just caught feelings. Like, come on, like.
Well, I kind of actually. Feelings can be self-induced, essentially, right?
Yeah, but in a church, come on, like that's.
Well, yeah. I actually remember myself doing it as clearly as day. I actually remember telling myself, "This is beautiful. I should cry because I'm a Christian, and because all of these guys are jackasses who are picking on me.
Right.
I have to show that I'm actually connected to this place, and I have something that they don't."
Yeah, but that didn't go through your head when you did it, though. Like, you didn't sort of categorically plan that out.
That was my thought process, literally. I remember that.
Yeah, looking back on it now, you can say that, but not when it happened, for sure. Like, nobody sits there and thinks, I'm going to plan this out now to sort of,
Well, of course, I didn't have, like, this, this kind of, I could not award it, right? But it was kind of that feeling, right? Okay, these guys didn't like me, because I was an open Christian in a atheistic country, essentially. And there was a Satanist there, actually, who was making fun of me. And we had quite a few fall downs. It's tough to put in words, right? But okay, my main reason for deconverting was a bad one. I will admit this. Because I saw a documentary on Discovery Channel about the flood, right? And it, explained how the global flood could not have happened at all. It just was probably some local thing that happened. And plus, I hate praying every time before a meal. That's what my dad forced me to do, and I hated it. Fucking hell. And I asked myself this kind of question: do you want to be rational, or do you want to be a believer? Do you want to just believe things because it seems nice? And I concluded I have to be rational, and scientists are telling me this is not rational, so I cannot change my faith. And even though actually after that for like 5-7 years, I was kind of like agnostic, a true agnostic actually. kind of oscillating. A year. When I would watch a movie about God, I would be like, awesome, dude. God is such awesome, dude. But then when I saw something negative, I was like, oh yeah, how stupid it is that people believe in God. It's like I'm oscillating actually, literally. A little later on, I saw a few atheist videos, like the atheist experience, which kind of gave me a little bit more depth into argumentations and reasons for not believing in God. Then I kind of became a sort of true non-believer.
Well, why do you have a picture of Thor if you're atheist?
Because I like the character.
Oh, okay. All right.
Well, personally, for me, Art, the way I believe, if you ever really did have the Holy Spirit, He can't ever leave you. So we'll see where it goes, buddy.
Now, that's a good question, though, for Commando. What do you think the Holy Spirit is, Commando? Because I'm still not sure about that. I'm not.
Well, are you asking? I mean, are you asking for what I think it is, or are you sort of?
Yeah. What's your take on it?
It's a thought form that's sort of transmitted etherically. That's sort of a transcendent of the astrological cycle. Sort of like through that, you can sort of get information about the such, events that go on within the astrological cycle, and that's sort of how you sort of get out of it, I suppose. But obviously, to attain that, you have to be born again, which is the process of, detaching yourself from said astrological cycle, and thus that's how you sort of, receive the Holy Spirit, if you will. That's what the New Testament's talking about when it,
So, basically, like synchronicity and like your soulmate.
In a sense, the Holy Spirit creates its own. So, like when synchronicity, when you're sort of still within, the astrological matrix, like that's obviously something that can affect your life quite deeply. And this is all like sort of people into divination can give you astrological readings telling you where your life's going to go, and it's like really accurate. If you're born again and you're sort of tuning into the Holy Spirit synchronicity, you sort of make your own through that, exploit that, Yeshua did with the sacrifice on the cross. So it's quite a profound sort of thing. But yeah.
Oh, by the way, Brian, I was seeing 11:11 today too. Go figure.
Yeah, I've been seeing it everywhere. I think it has something to do.
What were you saying, guys?
I think. Because some people find their soulmates, which is okay, but then there's the ultimate, which is your twin flame. Apparently, like the 11:11 is like a sign that you're gonna have like your soulmate or your twin flame come into your life, or it's communicating with you from the other plane of existence, like leading you to where you're supposed to go.
But you're cluing the reprobates in the room about what you're talking about.
11:11 or.
Yeah,
it's numerology and stuff, and maybe Commando, you'd like to talk about numerology. I would love to hear your takes on numerology personally from you.
Especially just the mathematics of the astrological system, basically. So if you're seeing certain number syncs, they'll be sort of correlated with, higher aspects, if you will. So yeah, I dare say Brian's right. If you see 11:11 a lot, I dare say that'll probably correlate with some. So,
So wait, so I'm thinking people that are not awake yet are reborn, and you don't ever see that, do you?
Right before my mom died, she kept seeing 9/11 on clocks constantly. Like a week before she passed, she kept seeing 9/11, 9/11, 9/11. And she was not a woo person at all, trust me. And she brought this up to me. She said, "I don't get this, Jason. Why do I keep seeing this?" Then it was
9/11 Saturn seal in it. That's IXXI Saturn seal. So that'll be some sort of sync connected to, whole pillar of severity, which is to do with that. So it's quite strange.
The pillar of severity. Could you expand on that, Commando?
Right. So in Freemasonry, you've got your two pillars, haven't you? You've got your good and your bad. You got your pillar of mercy, which is everything good, and your pillar of severity, which is everything bad.
Wow. Thank you.
So like Saturn is obviously, I mean, you've seen Jewish Kabbalah, haven't you? So Saturn is obviously a pillar of severity, which is, negativity. And, there's numerological syncs attached to that. 9/11 being one of them, because it's IXXI.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense, I have to expand on that. But,
wow.
Guys, I'm kind of a strange feeling. I'm kind of obligated to say something, that this is probably explained in a better way through natural means, but I just, it's like I'm too tired.
I know. It's
I don't want to argue, but I just want to,
Here,
for the record, I disagree. Just say.
I have a
That's
question.
cool.
We know what you're going to say, though. You're going to say, like, well, the human brain looks for patterns, therefore you'll always find patterns, therefore it's just evolution or some shit. Like, we've heard it before. Like, it's, like,
Well,
Yeah,
kind of like
I got a
that.
question for you guys. It's a pretty serious question.
Ask away.
Huh? Oh. So, I'm just getting to the point where I don't care about working anymore and money and bills. I don't know if that's something I should look into, or should I keep some materialistic stuff alive, or
There is
Well, unless you,
there is a moral mandate to contribute to society by working and so on,
right?
particularly as it compensates for what you actually consume in terms of resources.
That's what I was figuring too. Because if I don't have
also,
any money, I
there's
can't.
the problem of, you needing to eat, right?
Just to
know.
expand quickly on what Rev said about 9/11 quickly as well. That's
Yeah,
you've
go
got to
ahead.
take into account that's also Christ's birthday as well, which is 9/11 3 BC. So
Yeah.
the reason that ties into Pillar of Severity is because Saturn is, I think it's oh shit, I can't remember the astrological sign, but there'll be something to do with that there. I'll find you a link if you want.
I thought Christ's birthday was the 29th of September.
No, nice.
Huh.
Is that John May?
Yeah, I think it was John.
It's like,
Where is he?
Vlad's got John May on
It's
the
the
line.
Holy Spirit. It's the Holy Spirit of Johnny May.
Wow. Reverend Commando, can you give me your opinion on my whole don't want to work anymore? Not because of laziness, but because I don't care anymore thing?
Well, I think you idiots should just stop believing on Jesus. John May's hilarious, man. I think he's great.
Yeah, he's a hilarious drunk.
Is that what it is, Art? It's the spirits? The Holy Spirit?
Spirits. Yeah, this.
Well, I guess all you guys have jobs and stuff, huh?
I don't.
People find their own spirits.
I wish I did.
You can have my job, Nadia.
I'm
Well,
sorry?
So you can
Say
have
it
my
again.
job. You can have
Why
both
would
my
I?
job.
Well, why do you propose that?
I don't know, because I don't care anymore.
You think I could do them? Do you think they would keep me
Yeah.
alive? Do
You're
you
a
think I
good
could
girl.
keep them?
Home Jump says, I work as a dumpster baby.
Yep, that's good old Palm Jam over there.
A prom night dumpster baby?
Stay away from Yahweh, he'll smash you against rocks. Cut you to little pieces.
Yeah, Yahweh isn't really nice, is he? It's kind of an asshole.
Would you expect
Rev,
Canaanite to go to war? Hell.
Yep.
It's all there. Ancient. Oh, I can't remember. Is it Canaanite or it's not Canaanite? Is it Levant religion, Yahweh, or is it Mesopotamian?
Yeah.
It's one of them, but yeah, bit of a bastard apparently.
So Rev and Commander, you both have jobs, right? And all that stuff.
Yeah.
What do you? I mean, you don't feel like you're just wasting your time there and just like?
No, not at all. Something to do, I suppose.
Well, see, this is another reason that I'm a hardcore believer in God and a path, because you know, I was a web designer, and I had a little business. I got a couple nice contracts where I made money on it while I needed to, and after that it was basically nothing, because now you have websites like Intuit, and they make you a website for like nothing, and so the business is shit. And then my mom died, and I inherited her estate, which is, you know, I can survive on it. So that's why I jumped on YouTube and I started doing what I feel the Lord called me to do, you know.
So you basically are provided for because of mom's estate?
Yeah, I live off of stock dividends and stuff. Yep.
Oh, cool. Good for you, man.
Well, I'm sure he'd rather have his mom alive, but.
That's true. That's absolutely right, bro. You know, I'd give it all away to have her back. You know.
Amen. I'd give everything up to my parents. I don't know, man. something's telling me just to like give everything up and like just be a freaking hermit or just homeless or something. I don't know. And just completely give everything up. But
I give everything up. Well, I've basically already lost everything, but
well, if you want it,
for
you'll
LA
have it.
for excuse me, to even for just one day, have a woman's face, a woman's voice, and I guess the rest of a woman's body.
I
So-
think that day is going to come, Nadi. I feel it. I think that's going to happen for you.
Yep. All in due time. So you're not as confused as me now. You have a clear plan and path.
The future is well, actually, that does a very small amount, or not a very small amount. And it's a very large thing, but it doesn't get me to happiness. It gets me to, I guess, a point where, all other things being equal, I am, at the surface of the water instead of 5 miles beneath. And then comes the question of somehow not drowning from there.
Well, I don't know. I'm not trying to be selfish or anything. I just feel like I don't know. I'm running out of time to fully awaken, and if I keep working every day, I can't do anything there. I have to work. So I just feel like I'm wasting my time, but
Always start farming or something. It would be.
Huh?
You could always go the Minionites. No, what's they called? Amish. You can always go the Amish way.
an Amish. I guess so. They probably wouldn't like
And they
me.
basically reject all technology and make sure you play the Weird Al.
Amish paradise.
Yeah. Walk into their little community with that playing on my phone. What's up, y'all?
Where are the bitches at?
I don't know. We'll see what happens, huh?
Yeah, I've seriously considered a few times just selling my stuff off and finding a monastery somewhere. But then I thought to myself, wait a minute. A monastery? Is it going to be Catholic or something? Where the hell am I going to go? So it's like, it's not realistic, but...
I know. That's funny you said that because I was going to be monk a couple years back. I didn't have the money for it. Isn't that funny? So...
Well, you can start your own monastery.
Well, it's funny, Commando, weren't the Gnostics like monks basically? And they had little halls they did all their stuff in?
No, the original sort of Gnostics have always had like mystery skills going.
Right.
There's a reason why we sort of survive, but I can't really elaborate on that really. Sorry.
Well, I already know why, but yeah, if we're not supposed to elaborate, then I won't. But there's no temples though, and if there are, they're all fake, right? With the Gnostic masses going and stuff.
Yeah, I wouldn't subscribe to any of that. That's just all sort of horseshit, really.
Okay. So basically, the closest thing I can get is probably a Buddhist monk, but even then I'll probably lose my way if I go there. So I have no choice but to do this, I guess. Sucks. Commander, do you enjoy going to work every day? You're okay doing that, or what?
I'm fine with it. It's something to do, I suppose. I don't see it as it's a bad thing. It's just something to do. So.
No, I'm with you on that. Again, I just feel like I'm running out of time to gain more
don't feel
knowledge.
don't sort of subscribe to the round Saturn's eye bullshit of you've got to get ready for the rapture type shit, because that's exactly what
I guess so. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I have to admit I am still in that mindset. I do want to get out of here. I'm hoping then that Neo moment does come. In the last.
For some people that is the case, I suppose. In regards to some timelines, because there is going to be a massive sort of shift or increase in etheric energy in which you'll have to sort of utilize that as your intent. But for me, it's not about that. for me, it's about just the mastery of the higher over the lower, as opposed to escape and avoidance, really. But I mean, everyone's got their own sort of path, though. That's the thing. So if you want to get out this time, that's what you're going to do. You know.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, I just I don't want to come. I don't want to come back. I'm done here, man. But again, some of the stuff I'm reading, apparently the only way out is when you finally reunite with your twin flame.
Yeah, don't. I was gonna say, don't sort of get caught up in the sacrament of the bridal chamber stuff. That's some deep sort of. I mean, if you don't get what that's about, I'd probably not. I won't worry about it. That's not something I suppose I'm sort of supposed to be looking into, because you know. But
yeah,
you know,
said
there's, you know.
You mentioned the other day you might have a potential mate. So I don't see one in my future, but if you have one there, I would research it a little bit. It makes a lot of sense. The Gnostic beliefs, and they believe in and they call the all, which is the main God, and then all the aeons.
I
and
would.
stuff. Huh?
Well, I may not share of any of your beliefs, but maybe I'm somewhat akin in that I would seek out someone with similar beliefs to my own
Right.
for partnership and whatnot.
Amen to that. Well, you're supposed to learn from each other, and you have some kind of period where somebody runs away, and if you try to pursue them, you'll lose them in this lifetime, and then you have to try again the next time around, and I don't know. And then once you finally know each other completely, you ascend to the real heaven, which is basically, well, like I said earlier, when Christ and Mary Magdalene, they're the ones that did that, and they made the first time, or I don't know, that somehow they made it open to everybody. So,
according to the positions I hold, there is no next time around for me.
Right.
Well, I was gonna say, like, when you respawn, you'll be like, oh shit. So,
yeah.
I like how you said respawn. Like,
yeah, exactly. I couldn't think of a better word, so I thought, okay, we'll go with something that
Is it a video game?
Yeah, it's like you respawn your character because you're not leveled up enough.
God, what is it? Jesus has the greatest lag ever, 2,000 years or something.
Jesus has the greatest lag. Oh my God, it's blasphemy.
No, dude, he rose only 3 days later, bro.
He's got fiber optic, man. He's got tier 1 stuff.
He's still stuck at his last respawn. I mean, we're still waiting for him to spawn. The greatest spawn life.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm totally kidding, guys. And I don't mean anything insulting, but it's just that.
No, it's all good.
Oh,
dude.
it's cool. It's cool. It was only 3 days.
Humor. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here right now. Literally.
And also Jehovah, right? Jehovah has the biggest kill streak ever in game history.
Yahshua, yep. Oh, not Yahshua, sorry. Yahweh, yeah, definitely. I was thinking about Yahweh today, you guys. I kind of think of him as like a little kid now, like a teenager with a computer that can't stop like trolling and stuff. Just trolling people's lives, and if you give into it, he's like a big bully. If you freaking pay attention to it and you are depressed because of that, and he feeds off of it basically. So if you ignore him, like I've been doing, he kind of leaves you alone. I don't know if anybody else thinks like that.
Like I said, it's the whole sort of hierarchy thing.
Right. I'm with you. So I just kind of
the real Hebrews are the people that sort of get it. So real Hebrews, by the way, like the black Hebrews, they're the real sort of lineage that was given.
What on earth?
Sort of privilege.
Yeah,
you can't be serious.
What? I don't know about that.
Correct? You can't be serious.
Everybody's like freaking out. They commanded.
You can't be serious.
Where's Jesus? He'll kill the white man. Kill him until he is dead.
There's a reason why he believes that, though. I mean, the black Hebrews are the real Hebrews. If you follow the sort of, if you follow the lineage back in the sort of. You have a look at history and you sort of, get into it like that is, they are the real Jews. There's no getting around that.
Well, yeah, Jesus at very least needs to, strip out the fucking racism because that stuff is rough, man.
No, I don't believe he does. I believe he's fully entitled to that. That's what Yahweh's about.
Racist is being professional at race. You see, violinist, where the ist at the end just means that you're professional at violin. That's what racist means. It's just that you're proficient at race. That's Jesus DiCaprio's logic. Essentially.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. I mean,
I don't think he's racist. I think he's entitled to what he sort of believes. He's a Hebrew. He knows his position on the planet.
But Commando, he calls us fucking Edomites, and that we don't have a chance. You know, it's like.
Well, he's not wrong. I mean, you know.
What? Okay.
Well, obviously white people aren't the Edomites. Obviously white people aren't the Edomites. I mean, that sort of gets into another Gnostic sort of concept in regards to the white/Aryan race and such. But you know, yeah, like Jesus isn't wrong when he sort of talks about the lineage of the Hebrews and you know why they sort of do believe what they believe.
Yeah,
I mean, this is why I like talking to Jesus on on these Google Hangouts because that guy gets a lot of what I'm talking about.
Interesting.
Would you say that he has a lot of error mixed in with it, though?
I'd say when it comes to the understanding of the Edomites, I mean, white people aren't the Edomites, but his sort of hostility towards white people is sort of justified because that's what Yahweh's about. It's sort of
I think let me say this.
Sort of thing, you know.
Right. Let me say this really quick. I think Veckel does have a good point on what he says, though. I mean, I don't think you can 100% prove that anybody is quote-unquote a Hebrew because there's such a mixed deal going on here. I mean, they interbred with so many different, bloodlines. It's like, you know what I mean? So.
But I mean, they always cling to the Old Testament prophecy of you will be shipped over to Egypt or something. I mean that's true as well. If you look at the sort of,
Damn,
they're not wrong with that. I mean, like the Old Testament was written for the Hebrew people. There's no getting around that. All of the Old Testament prophecies, all of the first 5 books of the law are written for the Hebrews, and those are the black Hebrews. You know what I'm saying? There's no such thing as a white Hebrew. It's you got to get into the sort of race genetics and all that sort of stuff. But yeah.
Isn't the Jesus gonna have a debate with Beckel at some point?
Yeah, he had one the other day. I was going to join it and sort of listen in, but I fell asleep. So.
Is it recorded?
I think he posted on his channel. I watched a little bit of it.
Was it on Beckel's channel?
Yeah, on Beckel.
Okay, I'm gonna check out it. Yeah, I believe in Beckel. Beckel has a good grasp.
I don't even know Jesus. It seems interesting.
But yeah, like Jesus isn't wrong in regards to the Hebrews. Like.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't
does
think
it
so.
really matter what color they were? I mean,
yeah, of course it does. Race is key to understanding who you are and where you're from. Like, if you understand what that's about, you get the, the big picture.
Well, I'm Puerto Rican and Caucasian, so that's where I'm from.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's what I'm saying, If you look at sort of if you look at sort of reincarnation mechanics and such, there's a reason people are white and there's a reason people are black.
Well, I've done a little bit of genealogy. It looks like my name, Igorov, goes back to some Belarusian Ashkenazi Jews, so go figure.
That's neat. Yeah, I've done some studies myself, just for research. Yeah.
It's about in regards to the Hebrews, it's about the sort of you'd have to sort of look up the sort of I mean, if you want to sort of trace it back to see if you are sort of that, then I'd sort of look into what the Black Hebrew Israelites are coming up with in regards to the sort of genealogy of that. But
I got a question for you guys. Do you think Jesus survived the crucifixion?
No, it's impossible. He couldn't have. He needed to do that to do what he did.
Okay, I saw some crazy stuff lately though. He went to I can't remember what country it is. He went to India and a couple other places. And
oh yeah, I don't dispute that. He probably did travel the world, but the crucifix was necessary, obviously. I mean, that's a fact. I don't,
Yeah, surviving the crucifixion. Surviving the crucifixion sounds like you're going into that Last Temptation of Christ crap.
No, I was just reading around. I think he died too. But do you think they helped him die with that stuff they put on his mouth? I can't remember what it was, like a sage or something.
Yeah, the gall, the vinegar and gall. Yeah, because he was basically suffocating, and if you put vinegar on somebody's mouth while they're suffocating like that, yeah, I mean it's going to take their oxygen away. So it aided in his death. Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, because he had I guess your chest can't breathe and you have your hands like that or something.
Yeah, you have to pull yourself when you're being crucified. You have to pull yourself up to be able to breathe. So he basically died of I can't say it. Thank you.
Asphyxiation. Yeah.
Thank you. I have too
Okay.
much coffee in me.
Now, some people are saying that he was drugged and like taken out of the cave and revived and all this stuff. I was like, what the heck? I didn't understand all that stuff.
Well, see, that's why you got to be careful getting into this shit, man. There's a lot of stuff out there that's just total, bollocks, as the Brits would say.
No, I'm with you. I'm just, I gotta be careful. Just slow things down a little bit. I kind of want to learn more about him and Mary Magdalene and all the Lost Gospels as well. I'm gonna probably find a place to read those.
See, that's why I've really maintained my Christ-centered walk, because I've been down this New Age road, of all the stuff, the type of stuff you're talking about. And what I learned is that the one thing that all of them do is they do their best to take away the divinity of Christ himself. And I still believe in that. I believe that regardless if Yahweh is evil or whatever, I'm still researching that stuff. I don't know. I believe that Christ was absolutely the endpoint, sort of like what Vaughn said. That he represents all of the. Whoa, that's a big echo, Commando.
Is it me?
Yeah, you're echoing, bro.
No, one sec.
Basically, what Vaughn said. If you look in the Zeitgeist movie, you got Mithras, you got all of the, the quote-unquote ascended masters. Christ was sort of the culmination of all of them. I believe that. I think what he said is kind of a, it's a dead on the nail hit. No pun intended. Just my opinion.
Is the echo gone? That any better?
No, I'm with you. What about the? Well, I don't know. I guess I just need to do some more research. Kind of interesting. People say he was married and had kids and stuff, but
yeah, I don't believe that.
Is the echo any better?
Yeah,
I think it's pretty good now. Yeah.
All right, sound.
Yes, sir.
Sound.
Yeah,
in regards to the Mary Magdalene thing, that's another thing that's protected by a secret society out there. There is a bloodline of Mary Magdalene that does exist, and it is protected by a few people.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah. No, I kind of figured.
You believe in the Merovingian bloodline, Commando?
The what? Sorry.
The Merovingians. Merovingian bloodline.
That sounds familiar. I was gonna say elaborate, just so I know what you're talking about.
The bloodline of Christ.
I'm gonna say yeah. Just to keep it simple, but yeah.
I knew it.
There's more to it than that, obviously. Like I'm oversimplifying there, but there's more to it. But yeah, we'll just keep it simple. Yeah, there is a bloodline that exists that is protected by a secret society out there.
Okay, so let me see. What's your stance on Sophia, fallen Aeon, Commando?
That has a lot to do with the sort of I was gonna say that's like another hang-up to get into that, I suppose. But yeah, that's basically sort of the. It's to do with sort of the original state of an Aeon. It's not necessarily to do with the sort of the father/monad. It's
Okay. So then
it is relevant though. It's the whole sort of with Yahweh you've got the patriarch and the oppression of women, whereas with Sophia you've got the sort of matriarch empowerment of men. It's the whole sort of a hyper sort of dualism thing, but yeah, there's a reason for that.
Okay, so I got some books today from the library. I have When God Was a Woman by Merlin Stone, and then What is Gnosticism by Karen L. King. So I grabbed a couple of those books there, and the God is a Woman one was talking about that in just the first few pages. How it used to be Sophia basically was the creator of Yahweh and all these other things because she messed up. And
no,
women...
in Gnostic mythology, there's a mythological sort of context that explains, the birth of the demiurge, but that's not necessarily how it happened. I mean, that's obviously a mythological interpretation of what actually sort of went down. But yeah, it's like I said, it's about the sort of split Aeon. Through the split Aeon, you've got the gap, which is obviously chaos, and through that you've got Yahweh. But
right.
Have either of you guys ever heard of Dr. Michael Heiser?
No.
I've not. No.
Okay, I'll get you a link. I'll be right back. Continue, guys. I'm sorry.
All right, cool. I'll check that out. Well, Commander, it just seems to me like um, maybe Sophia was more like present in the beginning because all these ancient races were worshiping a woman goddess, and they were pretty much all the same stories in different cultures of the same kind of goddess. So maybe that's before Yahweh came into existence or something. It was like 10,000 BC or like around those times, like way back in the day.
Yeah, like the pre-flood Earth is quite interesting. I've been looking into that recently. So.
It's a good book, man. That's really good. I haven't even gotten to the Gnostic one because I'm kind of familiar with all that stuff now, but just kind of touch bases. It looks pretty interesting, though.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I posted a link there in the side chat. Just bookmark that at some point. It's a 6-hour lecture by this guy on Gnosticism and sort of the mixing in with Christianity and that stuff. It's really interesting stuff. Both of you guys will
I'm an
enjoy
hour
it.
into that, actually.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I'm funny you linked that. It was kind of bugging me because he's doing the same thing I was doing earlier about like putting down stuff, and he keeps just knocking the Gnostics. Like I don't know if I can make it through it. But,
Do it. Get through it.
Yeah, have you
There's
watched
a lot of good. Yeah, there's good information in it. I mean, if you don't like the knocking, just push that stuff aside, ignore it. There's a lot of good information in it.
That's what I'm saying. It's about the information portrayed, isn't it?
I know. I can't be so freaking. What's that word? What's the word? Like I don't know, proud, I guess, or whatever. No, okay. I try to like watch videos and I'm getting ready for work or something. So I was watching him for a while, like listening while I'm getting ready. So I'll keep going on. I got it bookmarked and favorited and everything. It's funny that Face Like the Sun Commando. I don't know if you noticed that. I thought he was part of the Godly Bros and everything.
No, I don't follow that sort of shit. So.
Oh, you mean the Face Like the Sun?
No.
Oh, well, I'm just saying he's the one that posted that video. So he either did it to like mock the Gnostics or to support it or something.
I don't know. I mean, obviously there's going to be Christians that don't sort of get that. So obviously they're going to think. But to be fair, they think anything that has some sort of esoteric value is New Age or satanic. There's a lot of Christians that think like that. So.
I was absolutely there at one point, and Commando, you're kind of you're showing me stuff that I have to really think about. So I'm kind of not in that same place anymore,
Yeah.
So
it's funny because I've been researching like shamanism and magic and alchemy and all this stuff, and it seems like it used to be what we needed to communicate and to get knowledge, and then like all these hierarchies and the Pope and all them got rid of it all. It made it turned it into a satanic thing. So it's just very interesting. That's why I'm trying to just dive into it. I don't know if you can talk about that, Commando. Briefly.
Well, just to touch on magic, like magic's just basically, metaphysical engineering. It's just to do with like synchronicities and whatnot. So you'll always find it to do with like, paganism and witchcraft and Wiccan shit, because they know how that works. That's basically what their religion is. It's like, we'll worship how to intercept people's sinks and fuck them up for our advantage, basically.
So they're using it for malevolent purposes.
Well, they use it for whatever they want. Like, they justify it by saying, there's white and black magic and all that shit. There's not. There's just sort of your intent and how you apply it. So,
Interesting.
Right, and this is sort of where the timeline, we would go back to the timeline issue like we were talking about, Commando. For me, maybe it is my purpose to not get into this stuff. I should just stay on my current path because that's the way I feel, But I can learn. I can certainly learn from what you're talking about because I find it interesting and I love it. But you know what I mean? I have to keep on my path and you're on yours. So and Brian's on his. It's good stuff. I'd say all around.
So
you guys are driving like Ferraris straight in a line. I'm driving like all over the road and stuff, man. I don't know where to freaking park at, So.
Yeah, well, see that's what I'm talking about. My parking spot is Christ.
Right.
I just stay on that, and I'm good. I can learn about all this stuff, but I have to be in Christ. That's the one thing I can't turn from. I just can't. Because honestly, I would be lying to myself. With the experience I had, I can't. And I mean, this is verified by multiple people, doctors, psychologists, all of it. I mean, this happened, and it was very. They couldn't explain it. So I mean, I would literally have to be lying to myself to steer away from it. So I just, I can't. So.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm all over the place. I don't know where to plant my feet. I've been like that my whole life, so maybe this is my first life on this realm. So.
Well, if you want my opinion, stick with your avatar, man. Yeshua and the Holy Spirit. That's a good place to keep it.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't even been praying because I'm afraid it's going to the wrong source. But Commando said if it has good intent behind it, then I guess the boss picks it up.
There you go. Yeah, the intent of the heart, man. The intent of the heart.
I guess I'm just trying to get out of here, like now. So if this is my first life, I've already woken up already, and I want to get out. I don't think it's my first one. It kind of seems like it is, but I don't know. Figure it out. I still believe I'm here for a reason. Otherwise, I would have committed suicide a couple years back. But I'm still here somehow. Something keeps pulling me along. I feel like something benevolent is pulling me along, not some fake god or whatever. Or I guess it's not fake, but a fallen god. I feel like something like my spirit or my soulmate or my twin flame, if you want to subscribe to that, which I kind of do because it makes sense, is like pulling me along. That's why all the synchronicity stuff is happening to me, and every day, every year, it gets more powerful. I'm sorry, come on, go ahead.
I was just going to say, like, in regards to the sacrament of the bridal chamber, like, I wouldn't, I mean, I suppose this is my fault for sharing shit that I shouldn't, because there's a reason this sort of stuff has been in mystery schools for thousands of years away from everyone. But, I mean, when it comes to that, don't sort of make that your focal point of, intent, if you will, because you can just easily get suckered by things with that. Because, these things can set up, misleading synchronicities and whatnot, and it's not good.
So I understand you. Maybe I should text you this. Maybe. So I don't know. I'm still confused on how the Gnostic thing works. It's you can't join it. You can't be it. You have to be born of it or something.
It's not a religion. It's just something that it's a thing in its own right. You know what I'm saying? It's like science is a thing in its own right. Psychology is a thing in its own right. Religion's a thing in its own right. Gnosticism is a thing in its own right. It's not a religion, so to speak. So.
Okay. So now let me see. Now, if you're born a Gnostic, do you get contacted somehow, or I don't know if you can talk about that at all, or.
It's like I said, if you were one, you'd know about it by now. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah, Commando, how early did you sort of realize, that you had that knowing? Did you just always, ever since you, were conscious, really, or?
Well, I could do a Jesus and say before conception, go all spiritual. But in regards to sort of physicality, they've known for quite a while, I suppose.
Interesting. Well, I believe you've been here a few times, and I think you're on your way out. Personally, I think I'm gonna.
It's not right. This is the thing. Like for me, for me, it's not about a way out. It's like I said, it's about it's about the mastery of the higher level. Like I'm here for a reason. I don't sort of get out. Do you know what I'm saying?
You mean you're stuck here because that's what you chose on
I won't say
in the
stuck.
real realm? Or?
I mean, I won't say stuck, but I've made the choice to sort of do what I have to do, so I'm going to do that.
So you volunteer.
I don't. I suppose.
What do you?
That's kind of how I feel. Like I was saying that the other day. Like you're a general, I'm like a freaking sergeant or whatever, or private.
I wouldn't know.
What do you believe? I'm sorry, Commando. Go ahead.
I was just saying, go on, Rev. I was saying, what were you saying?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you, what do you think is going to happen after you shuffle off this mortal coil? What do you think is going to happen to you?
To me,
respawn.
well, obviously everyone respawns. That's the point. But I mean, I mean, if you, I mean, do you think? I'm trying to think how to word this. Like, are you sort of getting at like what happens to me in regards to the whole, Christ salvation thing, or are you talking about something else?
Okay, so you believe everybody gets reincarnated? Everybody?
Well, yeah, that's sort of how the machine sort of functions. It's a parasite. It needs to do that.
Okay, so how does that sync up with the way out then? And
All
nobody
right, all
gets
right.
out.
Okay, so in regards to the way out, like, through being born again, you detach yourself from the astrology synchronicities. You tune into the one, which is referred to as the Holy Spirit, which is what Christ sort of set up, if you will. And through that, that's how you sort of, understand what it is, and you sort of can, get out, if you will. But for me, that's not. But for me, that's not how it works. I don't sort of get out this time, if you will.
Wow,
So
you know that about yourself. That's interesting. Go ahead, Brian.
Well, he's pretty much. Huh? Oh, he's pretty much saying that he's on a mission to get people like us out of here. So we're going out, and he's staying back to keep helping over and over again until it's all done, kind of deal. That's why he's so wise.
I mean, if you want to keep it simple and, I suppose, but I don't know.
Well, I mean, is there a way for me to like join the ranks and help, come back down and help?
Well, it's your own choice, isn't it? You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm not the judge over anyone, am I? So,
Yeah,
I can't answer that question.
As much as I want to go home, I don't want to leave people behind, especially friends and family. So, I think as this timeline goes on, if you will, more and more people are going to be waking up, which it seems like we're doing. And apparently, in the mind of the all, the true God, 2 days is like 2,000 years. So every 1,000 years is a day. So it's speeding up. More people awakening up to the truth, and it's like a black hole. The closer you get to the event horizon, it goes quicker and quicker. So it's almost like this age is going to end, and it's going to be another restart or whatever, or something. I don't know. It's very interesting. That's
I think Commando said it. If you were that, you would know it now. So, but you're saying that you feel that you want to get out of here, right?
Right.
So that's probably what's going to happen. You're going to get out of here. So I'd say be happy about it.
I'm happy, but hopefully I can come back and this is my first life. I can make the decision to join the ranks of the true angels, the agents of light, Gnostic. I don't know how you would call it, but come back and help people.
Right, but you're applying the hierarchy thing to it again, aren't you? That's the sort of thing. There's no sort of hierarchy to it. It's not, it transcends that. It's not,
Interesting. Yeah, I still need to meditate more on that. I mean, how do you meditate again, Commando? I don't know if I asked you that before. I think I did, but.
So are you talking about like sort of prayer stuff?
Well, just how do you connect with I don't know. I think I'm overthinking all this stuff. Like, how do you know that you've already reached a point that you're getting out? I mean, I don't know. I get confused.
Are you talking about like how I sort of, I don't know, like utilize the higher, if you will?
Yeah. Like, how do you know you're communicating or you've already reached it? I don't. Doesn't really.
I don't know. I just do. You know what I'm saying? I just know. There's no sort of, process or ritual you have to do. It just sort of happens. It's not,
Hey, Commando, have you ever done any automatic writing?
What do you mean by that?
You know what I mean? Like where you sort of just get something downloaded and you just start writing. Like you're not even conscious of it. You just sit down, you have a piece of paper in front of you, and your hand just starts writing.
All right, yeah, all the time. I've got books full of stuff like that. Yeah. Like full of diagrams, schematics, like sync points, chronology dates, etc. Yeah.
See, this is really why you have to start making videos. I mean,
Something.
It's up to you. I mean, if you feel that you're not supposed to reveal this stuff, then you can't. But
well, I was going to say that's what sort of ties into it. There's a reason these sort of secret societies and whatnot have, remained secret for thousands of years, and it's the reason that Yahweh's sort of exposing them now. That's why he sort of exposed the Freemasons for what they were doing, sort of exposed the Rosicrucians for what they were doing.
Interesting.
That stuff isn't supposed to be out there for people to sort of grasp, if you will. But what he's doing is he's basically sort of exposing these secret societies, presenting you with all this sort of knowledge from the complete wrong context, so you'll apply it to, perpetuating the, demiurge, if you will. You're not sort of utilizing that to get out, if you will. So that's exactly what, he needs to,
No, that goes back to like my twin soul kind of theory and all that stuff. They're using it like as a new age kind of movement.
Yeah, basically they've just like sort of taken all. I mean, by exposing these secret societies, if you've not got the context or the intent or the correct sort of thing behind that information, it's going to get taken out of context. It's going to get misunderstood. It's going to get bastardized. It's going to get whatever, and that's a problem, isn't it?
Right. Okay. So, Commando, what's your view on people like Nicholas Roerich and Madame Blavatsky and Aleister Crowley and Albert Pike? And they seem like some hardcore evil people to me. Like,
no, Blavatsky, I don't think Blavatsky was evil. I think Blavatsky knew exactly what she was talking about. But it's like I said, like her sort of understanding was the whole.
I mean, you know that Hitler was a big fan of her, right?
Yeah, exactly. In regards to right, but the Nazis is deep. Like that's not what you think it is. That's not what you've been told. Like the whole Nazi thing goes very, very deep. The secret societies behind the Nazis.
The Thule Society in Vril, that stuff.
The Volk societies. Okay, I was gonna say this is gonna sound heavy, but like there's a lot of Gnosticism in that. There's no.
Interesting.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't know, man. You're getting a little weird for me now, bro.
Well, if you study I suppose I get to my point. If you study the Nazi esoteric stuff, then you'll sort of get where I'm coming from. There's a lot of Gnostic stuff in that. Ties into the sort of race stuff. This is where Hitler sort of got the Aryan ideology from, and sort of bastardized it and ran with it and tried to, in a sense, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I noticed everybody's taking all these Gnostic things and corrupting it.
Well, he didn't necessarily take it and corrupt it. It's sort of, Hitler was part of the Thule Society, which was a sort of,
right,
But that's a whole other angle, I suppose. But yeah,
true.
It's like I was talking about with the race thing before. Like, Jesus knows he's a Hebrew. I know I'm a Gnostic. Race does tie into that. It does. There's no sort of escaping that. Think about it. Like, the Gnostics don't. I mean, we sort of see the God of the Jews as malevolent. You sort of correlate that with what Hitler believed. Maybe sort of.
So let me see. So you're a Gnostic, and people know they're Jews. People that like me and I guess Rev were kind of waking up to this. I mean, what are we just you're actually trying to connect with or something?
Well, it's like I said, you're all on your own path. You'll sort of figure that out.
Right.
You said you're here to help and guide or whatever.
I suppose.
I mean, I've read on something where there's like higher angels, whatever, real angels, and it sounds like you're one of them, and they pose as people helping homeless people.
No, I'm not an angel or an archon or anything to do with that. Anything that's sort of in the spiritual that claims to be of that sort of thing isn't anything good. There's no such thing as a good angel or a good demon. They're all the same sort of thing.
Well, I mean, I think
sort of the pillar stuff, really. Angel is your pillar of mercy. Demon's your pillar of severity. They're all the same things.
Well, I think the video was meaning like angel as like a guide, not actually one of the angels that Yahweh made or anything.
If it says angel, it usually means angel. So
I think they should have used another word for it.
Yeah.
Like basically like a guide, like an ally or whatever.
I suppose.
Yeah. That's basically what it sounds like you are. You've already been here a few times, and you've already made your decision in the other realm, or.
It's like I said, all I'll say is, look, Jesus knows his racial identity and knows what he has to do. I know my racial identity and I know what I have to do. Let's keep it at that.
True. true. And since I don't, then I am a newbie. Okay, well, things are becoming more clear every day.
Just look at the race. That's all I'm going to say. Like, if you just race is key. And I know a lot of people are going to dive and say, "Oh, that's racist. You're, anti-Semite, whatever." No,
That's racist.
But yeah, you've got to sort of study that to sort of get your position in the whole sort of game, if you will.
But does it really matter? I mean, everybody has the same door open to them, right? And different religions to get through it.
It matters to people who sort of know what they're doing, I suppose. But if you, it's like I said, if you're someone who's on like a Christian timeline, I suppose, and you just want to get out and you understand what Christ was about, then no, I don't think race is relevant. But if you've got a purpose here and you've got a mission, you've got, a task, then yeah, race is very important. So that's why it's important to Gnosticism and it's important to Judaism. It's the whole black versus white thing. But
Okay. So basically, when Yahweh made life on this planet, when you were first made, you didn't have a mission. It was after many lifetimes or something, over and over again, learning, and you finally realize.
No, not necessarily. There's a reason he appointed, the Hebrews as his chosen people, and there's a reason, they're black. Like, not being racist, it's not a racist thing. It's just, there's a reason for that. Race is key. Race is the sort of identity as to who you are and whatnot. And there's a reason why in society we're sort of, I don't know, sort of babied around the idea of race. It's like, oh, race doesn't matter, we should all be friends. It's like, if you actually look at, where it originates, you'll find out who you are. And, and that ties into astrology as well. If you sort of figure out your ancestry, you can sort of trace back to, ancestral thought forms and such. So through that, you can sort of trace, past lives and whatnot. It's all about astrology. It's a lot to do with astrology, but.
I got a question for you, Commando. I was born on August 19th, 1984, because you seem to know a lot about the astrology stuff, and I never looked into this. Do you have any knowledge from that date? Like, I don't know how deep you've gone into astrology, but I'm just curious. August 19th, 1984.
It's like I said. I mean, I understand how the astrological machine works, but it's like I said, I'm not familiar with specifics when it comes to sort of synchronicities regarding that, if you know what I mean. So,
okay. Yeah, I was just curious.
Like, yeah.
Because I know you know your stuff, so I was just curious. Thanks. That's cool.
No worries.
I'm a year older than you, Rev.
What's that, bro?
You sound young, man. I'm a year older than you. I'm 32.
I got you. Yeah, I'm 30. I'm 31 this year.
I thought you were like 18, 20 like him. Young. That's good, guess.
I gotta get a deeper voice. I gotta keep smoking these cigarettes. Yeah, Commando, you and Art. Commando, you and Art are the oldest sounding young people on Google+.
Yeah, I thought Art was at least sort of 50 or some shit, and he was like, no, I'm 20.
That's a compliment, by the way. You got good voices, both of you.
I don't take it as an insult or anything. In the culture that I was raised in, being older is actually kind of more respectable. It's associated with wisdom and respect, so I don't mind at all.
There you go.
You guys have respawned a lot.
Well, I did in games like in Counter-Strike.
Wow. Yeah. I guess
But yeah,
so.
this is why, that's how it all works, I suppose, but yeah.
So basically, Commando, I can't just go out there and start hunting around for, Gnostic knowledge and, secret societies.
I wouldn't. Like I said, I mean, I don't want to sound like a sort of authority.
No, I know.
If you don't know what you're doing with that, then it's not good to sort of delve into, because it can mess with your mind. It's not light stuff. It's not, I'm not saying that to sound like a cunt or anything, but it's just, that's just how it is,
Well, it just sounds like you're protecting me from something I can't handle yet, so it's alright. I think you're right, though. I gotta find a path and just choose it and stop driving all over the road.
Yeah.
But I'm still kind of new. It hasn't even been 2 months, so I've been learning a lot real quick. So, guess that's a good thing. Knowledge is the way out, I think, right, Commando?
It depends on the timeline. You know what I mean? For me, knowledge matters. For some people, it's about it's about what Christ did, I suppose. Because, like I said, there's different timelines, there's different thought forms, there's different paths and whatnot. So yeah.
I'll look into that more because I'm still confused a little bit, but all right. I think I'm starting to get it.
Well, I'm going to make some room for somebody. Good talking to you tonight, guys. Always a pleasure. Love you. All right?
Later, Revy. Have a good one. God bless.
Peace, man.
Yep. Oh, man. Got a headache. Lady Nadia.
Hi, Nadia.
Hi. Yeah, trying to roll all the various slide sets into one so I can, I don't know, actually do a YouTube video based on it. It might be a little bit better than what you guys have seen thus far, or more coherent, or better scripted or something.
Right. You talking about the calorie plan or whatever?
That's part of it.
Yeah, post it up. I'll take a look at it. Maybe it'll help me out.
And Nadia, did you used to have a lot more hangouts on your channel?
But I used to have a lot more hangouts on my channel? What do you mean?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you deleted any videos or hangouts or whatever.
I haven't deleted anything recently, no.
Oh, okay.
Damn, it's getting cold. Right back.
What are you seeing that's abnormal?
Oh, nothing. I thought maybe you had hangouts recorded since 2013.
Yes, but I wasn't doing round-the-clock affairs. I can screen share what I've gotten through in the write-up thus far. So,
okay.
Hang on, let me. Before I actually switch to screen sharing, I'll move to the beginning of the document.
Right on.
Okay. Here we go. I think Flip or someone asked. Had to do with, well, where did I get my targets from, and what did I, what's my reasoning behind everything? Why am I doing it? Where am I at, and so on. So, here we go. Gross skeletal structure informs existential gender recognition. That in turn drives some forms of physical gender dysphoria. Ideal waist-tip ratios are 0.7 for females. Typical waist-tip ratios are 0.8 amongst trans women. Post-orchiectomy failure caused large weight gain. The author is now far above the 0.9 ideal male waist-tip ratio. Author's height is 183 cm. His current weight is somewhere between 80 to 90 kilos, about 175 to 200 pounds. Current waist-tip ratio, that's hand waving estimate, 1.1 to 1.2. 80 to 90 kilos is just above the normal weight range for 183 centimeters. 55 kilos is the bottom of the normal weight range for 183 centimeters. 55 kilograms is the lowest safe target weight, according to the United States National Institutes of Health. And here we go with, can you see my mouse over? Yeah, you can. That little square in the green healthy weight is what I'm shooting for. Right, so my target is not, coming out of completely nowhere, and it's also not unreasonable. It's following the guidelines set by the U.S. and sorry, excuse me. It's also following the guidelines set by the United States.
Y'all are talking over each other. I hope you know that.
No,
I'm not hearing anyone else.
No one is talking over each other. It's just that one had an echo.
Yeah, main thing is
Everybody's talking all over Nadia. Nadia's trying to talk. Everybody's talking all over.
One Helton, you
nobody
have a
else is
recording
talking.
playing.
One Helton, okay?
Yeah, you're playing a recording, Van Helden.
Okay, so the United States National Institutes of Health has this chart for the way it's the dark green is the healthy weight range. The light green is underweight. The yellow is overweight. Right now, where I'm at is somewhere basically in this, either this green square or that yellow square.
Isn't the first green box 120?
Yeah, that first green box is 120. Actually, 54 kilos. Yeah, this is 54 kilos. I'm actually shooting 55. I'm setting it in kilos and a round number, divisible by 5. So, limits on calorie expenditure. Bilateral rotator cuff injury, about 2006. Right knee meniscal tear, January 2011. Severe fatigue from pancreas, thyroid, and gonad destruction. So that's kind of why I'm only using the BMR and not really bothering with exercise much. So
I didn't know you had a rotator cuff injury.
that's pretty old. I used to wear nothing but button-up. I used to wear nothing but button-up shirts because I didn't want to have to pull things over my head.
Yeah.
Now I just spoke. Yeah, they said
surgery.
They didn't want. No, they said the surgical outcomes were not very good, so trying to repair it's not worthwhile.
I had a rotator cuff injury. It shit sucks.
Yeah, they pretty much tell you you're fucked, don't they?
Well, it wasn't a major one, thank goodness. It healed over time.
Mine wasn't that major, but it never really healed. Or never really completely healed. Go ahead.
How did you tear it? Was it from one injury or?
I was reaching overhead trying to do pull-ups.
That's how I injured mine, doing training.
Yeah, I was part of my whole fitness kick or whatever back in the mid-2000s.
How did it happen? Like exactly? A wide grip?
What?
Were you doing wide grip pull-ups? Like where did it tear? At the top, bottom? I mean, did you know where it tore?
Flips here.
They didn't tell me in those terms.
I mean,
they used technical jargon.
No, did you know at the moment that it tore? Like, did you feel like what happened? Or?
I knew it hurt like hell. Yeah.
Okay.
I bet.
I thought your target was 130.
I quoted that as the target range, but then just because it works out, you know, metric units, a rounder number, I used 55 kilos, which I think works out to 120 something.
Well, Nada, you'd be proud of me. I got strawberries, broccoli, and a whole tomato, and that's my snack.
I'd be careful. The nutrient content of those particular things is not very high. Soybeans are actually a lot better. Things like kale.
Okay.
Like soybeans on kale. I mean, that's going to have like buttloads of nutrients from the kale alone, and then tons of iron and protein from the soybeans. And then, of course, it comes to calcium. Soy milk is actually pretty good again.
What about almond milk?
Almond milk doesn't have the calcium. I mean, just read the label, see the calcium content. Important thing with the calcium content is how many calories for each percentage point of the nutrient, right? And you want that to be as low as possible. So
Almond
for
milk, I think,
what's that?
Is almond milk more of a protein than anything else, or what?
Maybe I haven't looked into it.
Bonzo.
The soy milk actually. Forget soybeans actually, except for maybe iron. They can do good on iron, but and also some protein. But the soy milk, 45% calcium, 90 calories.
Right.
That's two calories for every percentage point of calcium. Nothing else compares. For protein, 7 grams of protein for 90 calories. That's about is it 12 point something? Maybe 12.8 or so, as far as number of calories per percentage point of for a gram of protein. Right, so something like I don't know, like stag turkey chili that has 250 calories and maybe 19 grams of protein, and that gives you like 13.3 or something like that for the number of calories per gram of protein, which is lower than soy milk, literally, right? Yeah, surprisingly, the meat is not that good as a source of things, which is
Right.
kind of shocking to me.
Yeah, I stopped eating beef and pork. So.
Well, stopping eating beef and pork isn't the point. It's to use the best available source of protein. It can be the best source available just because soy products aren't floating around, right?
I just thought soy was bad for you, so I stopped drinking and eating it. But
what on earth?
Stories that go around, I guess. It's bad for men and women. Lowers your testosterone, and for women, estrogen or something.
Can I just ask, why has Hermine got Patrick's profile picture? The fuck's going on there?
Hermine?
What are you talking about?
Where?
Where's Hermine, and where do you see this?
On Google Plus. For some reason, it's showing Patrick's profile picture.
That's probably a sock account of someone who's pretending to be Hermine and having,
No, it's the real one. It's got 17 friends with me in common. It's in my circles.
Well, anybody can friend people, right? So it might be a sock.
Maybe.
Actually,
Good morning, Bonhampton.
Yeah, her page has Patrick's picture.
Let me do a little bit more, right? Because these are kind of things that have like massive, I guess, or really good like calorie to nutrient load ratios and such, right? The soy, good for protein and calcium. Right. Actually, soy milk is good for calcium. It might be fortified or something, but the main thing is, one way or the other, this stuff is buttloads of calcium, more than you can get even from regular milk.
How many grams of protein you going for a day?
46. That's the female target. So the main thing is, actually, I'm kind of ignoring a bunch of this stuff because I'm seeing I don't want my calories above a certain point. I can't afford the real food to meet that calorie target, so I'm just letting myself get malnourished or something. Even so, the main thing is calcium, soy milk, right? And also it gets you protein mysteriously. So the next one is mysteriously iron. There's various cereals that have like really low numbers of calories for iron. There's like Weight Watchers, oat clusters cereals.
Right, right.
Those have like a buttload of iron for like 35% iron and 120 calories, and nothing could come as close. So that's your iron solution.
Okay. Does it matter if
The
it's
next the next big thing is the V8, the original flavor vegetable juice, whatever. That has a buttload of vitamin C, 170%. In like one can, like 240 milliliters is already enough. 70 calories. Also has like 60% vitamin A. By and large, you got to worry about the upper limit of vitamin A, but just doing a hand wavy, that V8 will get you to get your vitamin C, and also you get your take enough of the share of vitamin A that you need to get in general that you don't have to worry about it anymore, or at least going too low. There's a question of going too high with vitamin A. I've seen that be a limit a lot of times, but don't worry about that too much. Go ahead.
No, I was just asking, does it matter if it's organic or non-GMO for all this stuff?
No.
All right.
It doesn't.
I'm taking notes. I'm taking notes.
You're getting complete protein, right? I guess soy probably might be complete. But combine everything you're eating.
Yeah, pretty much. Also, if you can get Organic Girl or is it Earthbound Farms, I think? Let me check again. Organic Girl, Earthbound Farms, yeah. They have these kale-based salads. Have like tons of a lot of things.
Later, Commando.
But later, Commando.
Bye, Commando.
Later, man.
Commando.
Thanks for everything. Shalom.
Well, the trick with the Earthbound Farms, Harvest Blend, Power, whatever it is, and the I Love Baby Kale and so on, Super Green Salad. They really blow out, so you don't need the V8 anymore. But they.
Are you there?
What was the last thing you heard?
Baby
Okay.
kale.
Okay.
Blows
They
away
really have
vitamin
a
C.
buttload of vitamin A and vitamin C, so they blow away the V8. But they have so few calories. Like the Earthbound Farms Harvest Blend has 100 calories. Organic Girl I Love Baby Kale has 50 calories for 20% of iron. Right, that's got your iron out the wazoo. It beats the hell out of the cereal even. Right. Super Green Salad has 40 calories for 16% of iron, so that's a similar trade-off there.
Right.
Times
Could you have
times
like a
2.5 times 2.5. Yeah.
Could you have
Go
a
ahead.
scoop of like peanut butter? Like to make up for the calories?
Ooh, peanut butter.
What? No, you don't want the calories.
Oh, I thought you wanted to make
It's something keeping old Rockefeller alive, and I guarantee it's raw food. Guarantee it.
What? Okay, the next trick is, of course, there is actually a light version of the soy milk that has the same calcium content for fewer calories. This is 90 calories for 45% calcium. The light version has 60 calories for 45% calcium. So you see that's even better.
Interesting.
Do you know the total weight of the food you're going to be eating in it? Like in grams?
Not very much.
Just out of curiosity.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I shot a little bit closer to the target. That's kind of the bare target set by the diet calculator. That's a bit closer to actually getting 100% of everything today, but I deliberately undershot it somewhat. Because I mean, it's the selection at the bodega is so bad that it says I can't do better than like 1,000 plus calories a day. Actually, worse than 1,000, like 1,300 even. So.
I've been trying to pay attention to what you're saying about all this. I've been losing weight every day, and I haven't been working out much, so something's working. And then lose like a half a pound a day.
What are you eating?
Fruits and vegetables and stuff she talks about. I should probably start. I have almond milk, but
I seriously don't think you're paying attention to the right things in the food. You're getting like stuff that fits into the same vague categories. And welcome, Beckel. You're getting stuff that kind of fits into the same vague categories. It's kind of, sort of, vaguely earthy, etc. kind of stuff. But the trick is, it's not good enough to be kind of vaguely earthy. You actually have to have those numbers on those nutrition labels, line up and be the best numbers, right? That's the trick with it.
Yeah.
What's your target calorie now? Did you tweak it at all for the day? Is it 180 or 480, or you're going higher?
Well, the way I get the numbers that are
or 470
around like that 480 in the presentations is I basically lie about the food selection and feed into it things that I can't actually get.
But that's what you're trying to hover around?
Yeah, I'm actually like doing a hard cap on the calories and just saying I'll be malnourished.
Well, still learning.
Yeah, Palm Jam. The first thing that I thought of when you said that comment was that was Metallica, so from the Black Album. Yeah.
I'll tell you what. Guardian.
What's up?
Take a whole bunch of pictures of like the nutrition labels.
Okay.
Are those good enough? Well, yeah, like the nutrition labels of the various foods that you're, not just the ones you're getting, but also ones you're looking at.
Right.
And I can throw them into my calculator for you.
Oh. Piece of duct tape for Beckel, so he stays.
Hey, Beckel. Hey, Vaughn. Hey, Vaughn. Didn't even know you were there. Quiet.
Yeah, I get ignored a lot. No, I don't. Dude, I'm feeling a little better this morning, man. I'm feeling a little better.
You're sleeping a lot, Bonnie.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I probably needed it, you know.
Right.
But I feel a little better this morning, guys. So
good.
That's good to hear. Good to hear.
It's all good. Still got that nasty cough, but at least I ain't sitting there shaking like this, you know. Feel a lot better, man. Feel a lot better.
Good to hear.
Oh, I didn't know you were sick.
Oh, dude, man. Day before yesterday, big diarrhea, man. Oh God, every 5 seconds, man, I'd go to the bathroom. It was horrible. Thankfully, it wasn't coming out both ends at once. Thank God. But
yeah.
And yesterday is when I had, that bout with the chills, and then I had that all day yesterday, and then today I'm starting to feel a little better. So.
Vaughn, they're talking about you coming back to the internet. You want me to address that for you?
Do what now?
They're talking about why you're still on the internet. I don't know if you wanted to.
Well, they can speculate all they want. I mean, the simple truth of the matter is that a friend of the family compelled my mother to pay the bill.
Right.
Bingo. Well, what do they say? Who do men say that I am?
Oh man, get some Skyrim time in, huh? Modding away. Right. No, I heard you. You said take some pictures and send them to you, or whatever. Yeah, I have to get some stuff to go for, huh?
Yeah, just screenshot that shit and send it my way, man. jpvh777@gmail.com.
Who, you and Nadia? All right.
777@gmail.com.
Right.
Send it my way. Send it my way, man. Cause I'm gonna do it my way. Take a chance before I fall. A chance before I fall. Yes.
You gonna start making videos again on your channel, or what's going on?
I don't know yet. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, this is kind of a I'm on a wait and see thing, man. Because, I mean, don't get me wrong. I love and respect my mother.
Right.
Me and my mother fight with each other like tooth and toenail. Number one. Number two, my mother tends to renege on her premises. So we'll see. I mean, I could have internet today and be gone tomorrow, man. Literally, boom.
Yeah,
So
I think you and Nadia should start posting. Nadia should start doing nutrition stuff. You can get back on the high horse. Get back on the horse.
Now that's how you win. You know, you get knocked down, you get back up, and get back on the horse again. That's how you win.
You guys just put some commercials in front of your video and make some money.
Well, you got to be careful with that, though. Google is really, really finicky about that shit. They really are. And you can put the wrong thing up there, and they would absolutely have a cow. So you got to be careful of that shit. But it is possible. I mean, there's companies out there or groups or whatever they are that supplement the Google AdSense that you get from YouTube. I don't know how effective they are. Brett Keenan, ironically, knows more about that shit than I do. So, but
in a while.
I don't know. What has he been in a while? I don't know.
I think I saw you and Nadia here and Flip and him. I didn't hear anybody talking last night, but I was trying to watch when I could.
Yeah. No, I was so bad out of it, man. I couldn't tell you what the hell was going on. So.
Right.
I mean, I must have had 102, 103 temps. I must have.
Oh man.
I was just real, you know. I was just out of it, man. It was like on drugs or some shit. I mean, I was that out of it. But I'm okay this morning. I feel good.
Yeah, you're still young. Everybody
still got that cough, but I'll get rid of it too. Give me some cough.
Yeah. I got sick for like a month and a half. About 2 months ago. Well, I had a really severe allergy cold, so I have allergies, so I don't usually get like regular colds or flus like everybody else gets, so kind of blocks it out.
Well, allergies ain't nothing to sneeze at. Ha ha ha. But they can be severe. I mean, I have an allergy with the sun, believe it or not. It's fucking nuts, man. I go out. My mailbox is way down at the road, and I got to walk all the way down the hill to go get the mail. And I'm walking down. I had a short sleeve shirt on like this, you know. I get about halfway, man, and my forearms felt like they were literally going to catch on fire. It's like,
wow.
oh shit, you know.
Sounds like vampirism, but I'm fine.
Well, see, here's the they take stuff like that. That's how Bram Stoker come up with this shit in the first place. He took actual real things, embellished them, and then came up with the whole idea of Dracula. You know, but you know these things. I mean, there's people that are allergic to the sun. There's people that are allergic to garlic. I'm allergic to both, by the way.
Right.
There's people that have an aversion to crosses. That was kind of fun.
So no sun goddess, huh, Vaughn?
Huh?
Being allergic to crosses makes you a vampire.
Oh, dude, there used to be a TV show. There used to be a TV show on TV back in the early 70s, man, called Isis. It was great. It was about the Egyptian goddess Isis, you know.
Right.
And I used to watch that show religiously because she was so damn cute, man.
Yep.
And she'd wear that Egyptian outfit, and I'm just like, oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, Vaughn. I got my little pagan book here.
Huh? What?
When God Was a Woman. Got it from the library today. Tell me all the pagan gods, the women gods.
Well, the premise of a lot of pagans, not all, but a lot, is that if there is creation going on, and as above, so below, which is what many pagans believe, then it only makes sense that there would be male and female.
Yep.
You know, up there as well as down here. You know, as above, so below. You know, so you know that's their line of thinking, and it makes sense. It's logical. You know, because you're creating, and when you're creating, you would think there would be male and female, just like there is here on Earth. Because we were allegedly made in their image, and it says there. It doesn't say his. It says there. Elohim is their image.
Yeah.
So I don't know, man. You know, I tend to agree with him a little bit on that.
No, I'm listening. It just, I don't know if you've ever heard, or you've heard of the Gnostic teachings or stories of the Sophia, and she made all these gods or lesser gods, and that's where all the Thor and all these other gods came from, and I don't know. I'm still researching. So. You got Thor right there. There he is. See him? By Thor's hammer.
Leave me out of this. Leave Thor out of this. He's a cool god.
Well, here, I'll change subjects.
He has a cool movie.
They found Thor's hammer. Remember, did you see that, Vaughn, yet? That story?
Yeah, dude, listen, there is going to be, you mark it down on your calendar, there is going to be a fucking riot when they come out with that woman carrying Thor's hammer. You watch.
Bullshit. How could they find
a riot, a literal riot going on when they come out with that female Thor, man, because it is not, there is nowhere in Norse mythology that backs it up. There's nowhere even in the comics that back it up. And they're going forward with this shit, and they're going to get some backlash, man. I'm telling you. They're going to get some backlash.
How could they have found a Thor's hammer when I have it, like, right here in my hand? I've been holding it, like, for 2 years.
Yeah.
Oh, man, you guys are awesome. Oh, man, I used to hate pagans, Vaughn. What's wrong?
You used to hate what?
I used to hate pagans, but now I'm starting to love you guys more. Oh, can't hear you, Vaughn. You're muted.
I said I'm an awesome guy. I am. I'm an awesome guy.
Weckel, are you here, Weckel?
No, I'm just keeping my mind open to all religions and views.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear Weckel. Hey, yeah, go ahead.
It may be a little bit of a lag. I got this laptop is really crappy, and I'm at work too, so.
Oh, you're fine.
Signals.
At least for now. Hey, Weckel, I saw you in a hangout in KZG, John A. KZG hangout. You were talking about the atheists are the last one who should, make moral proclamations or something. I wasn't interested in that topic specifically. Yeah, I wasn't interested in that specific topic, but the hangout didn't stick to that topic. Most of the hangout was about evolution, actually, right? And Matthew Bell was there, and so I'm kind of curious. So was Matthew Bell defending?
That one.
Was Matthew Bell defending theistic evolution?
Yeah. Yeah, he's an evolutionist. Yeah.
Well, actually, the thing is that actually he is evolutionist. I mean, the first time that I talked to him about evolution, he kind of went the whole. Essentially, he believes in a macro. He just calls the macro evolution, and he's like, this is evolution. I don't believe in the theory of evolution, which I don't actually know what he means, but it seems like contradictory, at least from my experience. Because
hey, Scott.
Yeah, Scott. He used to.
That doesn't surprise me because Matt Bell is he's very disagreeable with everyone.
Oh yeah, dude, that's what he does best.
You can agree with him on any. You can say say exactly what he's saying, and then he'll still disagree with you some way somehow. So it doesn't surprise me that he would contradict himself.
Right. It's like the
cosmological
argument.
I'm totally convinced that he's very.
Oh wait,
he's very
there's a
contentious person. Yeah.
It's definitely lagging.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's like he will say Kalam cosmological argument is the best argument for theism. And you could agree with that, and the next thing he will say, "Oh, really? Why is that, Art? Can you prove that?" I just agree with you that it's a good argument. Oh, can you prove that, Art? Can you show some evidence for that?
Yeah.
But yeah, it was interesting. I'm gonna watch it through the whole hangout. Are you gonna go to the newest Johnny KZG hangout that he's gonna have in like an hour and 50 minutes?
Oh, that's going to be in an hour?
Hour and 15 minutes?
Oh, no, I won't be able to make it to that one. I have to go back to work by that time.
Well, I'm kind of disappointed because it's gonna be a very open-minded, kumbaya hangout. I mean, judging by the title, it's gonna be what do atheists, Muslims, and nice Nazis have in common? I'm looking forward to that. It's gonna be very kumbaya, like yeah, we all love each other.
Damn.
But Johnny's a very extreme character. Let's just put it that way.
Oh yeah.
I love his passion though.
Here's Johnny.
That's right.
You crazy kids. Where do you work at, Beckel?
He kills Christians at night.
Ah.
No, he kills atheists in the middle of the night. It's like hunting atheists.
Secrecy, I like that.
That's why they're the minority.
Because Beckel kills them all in the middle of the night.
How many illegal games does Palm Jam have? Damn.
A lot. Oh, is that? Oh yeah, it's Age of Empires, dude.
Oh, that's old school stuff, man. I was in high school.
Hell yeah.
Palm Jam, you made me dude. You made me buy, fucking Dead Space 3 because you're screen sharing Dead Space all this time, and it kind of made me want to play it again. So I'm actually downloading it and installing it.
Yeah, Dead Space 1's the best, Palm Jam. I'm with you. The game's so freaking sweet.
Yeah, the first one was really awesome.
Too bad I don't play games anymore, but oh, okay.
I used to play it like 2 days straight. The first one, I almost finished it in 2 days, but the next day I had nightmares. Like fucking hell.
Yeah, I remember having to. Especially the little baby part and stuff.
Yeah, baby.
That's Palm Jam's favorite part, huh, Palm?
Right.
Palm, your little baby arms. I want to chew on them. Oh. Yeah, good times, man. Good times. Wow, he's just starting out, too. That's the first part. Ah, man. Why is everybody not talking tonight? Usually we have a whole group going.
I got an excuse. I've been sick, so.
Right.
Hope you get better, Vaughn.
I'm talking. I don't know.
I have a swollen left buttock.
What?
Buttock?
What'd you do? Get a shot?
No, I don't know what happened. So I can't stay on my back. I have to stay on
Did you have sex with a sparrow? Like, admit it.
Hey, I got
Oh. Hey, you know what? It might be a spider bite.
Probably.
It's a possibility.
Yeah.
Black Widow.
It's a real possibility. I was sitting here at my desk, and the next thing I know, I got that big old black spider crawling up my damn arm. I'm sitting here at my damn desk, so yeah, very possible.
Little Black Widow goddess.
Nadi, when you hit your target weight, are you gonna also hit your target waist to hip ratio?
That's unclear, but yeah, body composition is a big factor in that. Basically, is my body mass concentrated enough in muscle to keep belly fat from screwing up my waist to hip ratio? That's a big question.
Now, how does the weight benefit or take away from what you're trying to accomplish? How does it do that?
That's actually my first slide on kind of ultimate motivation. Basically, gross skeletal structure informs instinctual gender recognition, which in turn drives some forms of physical gender dysphoria. So gender dysphoria will be reduced by having a hips that are larger than my waist.
Maybe I'm having sympathy buttock swelling.
Rather unlikely.
A little black.
Well, the Rolling Stones had sympathy for the devil.
Hey, Nadia, how much do you think the dysphoria will be reduced?
Actually, a fair amount. I mean, it's not going to be like in half or anything, but yeah. But how do you put numbers to it? It's not easily quantifiable. It might knock off like 15, 20% or something. And it was a pretty nasty degradation of my condition and whatnot. I went about getting the orchiectomy to cut down on dysphoria, and kind of like I got as much back or more from just my midsection blowing up and screwing out the waist hip ratio. So
I hear you. What are you having a glass of, Nadia?
Diet Mountain Dew.
Ah.
The V8 juice and so on is a bit tastier than the vegetable juice, and still has 100% vitamin C for 70 calories. 170% is a little overkill, so going down from 170 to 100% is all good.
You still have that V8 Splash, correct?
Yeah, the V8 Splash, that's right. The vitamin A is also kind of a limiting factor. Right, getting 60% of vitamin A in one can kind of, is so much vitamin A at once, and everything has vitamin A, like significant amounts, that the upper limit on vitamin A starts cutting into, or whatever ways I cut down on calories. So it's only certain situations, but even the calorie optimizer says use that instead of the vegetable juice when the vitamin A turns into a limiting factor.
Sounds like a lot to watch for. Sounds like one big pain in the ass.
Well, that's why I wrote a computer program to do the calculation.
Does it notify you when? I mean, does it beep or something to let you know what's going on, or how?
Nope. I just
that'd have been the first
have
thing.
a bunch of numbers. I just write down a bunch of numbers for all the different vitamins and everything else in the food, and then it goes off and crunches numbers to figure out how to get the lowest number of calories while still getting the 100% USRDA for vitamins A, vitamin C, calcium, iron, and protein.
Can it be done? Like completely? With that many calories? Like 480? Or 500?
Depends where I'm shopping and how much money I've got.
But it can be achieved.
Well, if I can get to the right places to shop and have enough money to buy the stuff, yeah. I don't right now. That's why I'm like malnourishing myself at the bodega.
That's interesting. I didn't think you can meet 100% with 500 calories.
You can do a lot better, and you can do a lot lower than 500. They're like certain superfoods aren't really available at stores, that if you got those, it would get you down to like under 200 calories.
Damn.
I shit you not. That like super leafy green lettuce stuff, like the Earthbound Farms, what is it, Power Blend in particular. That's like all of like 20 calories and like massive amounts of vitamin A, vitamin C, and iron.
You don't have a Stop and Shop anywhere near you? Well, you can't
No.
afford the Peapod delivery.
Stop and Shop is East Coast anyway.
It's not on the West Coast? Oh, wow.
No, it's not. And it's not in Portland. It's not in San Francisco. The other trick is for like the protein and the iron, the Amy's, what is it, black bean chili. That stuff blows away iron and iron and protein. The cereal blows away the iron, but it's still low in protein, or not very good, high on protein. Soy milk on top of all that, and so on. I mean, there is stuff you can actually just like really category kill various vitamins and minerals and get yourself down to literally under 200 calories.
Damn.
US already have all those things. Go ahead.
That's pretty crazy stuff.
Too bad you don't have a scale and some fat calibers.
Yeah, but now here's the thing, though. If
Well,
your
the thing
body
is-
doesn't have, if your body doesn't have enough calories to burn, it's going to start burning your muscle tissue. That's the problem.
That's okay, because I've had a hangover from testosterone and still more muscle mass than I want. And beyond that, also the really exotic combinations of things that you need to get that low in calories with all the superfoods actually aren't even there in the stores. Right? The stores only have things that are so good. They're missing a bunch of the pieces that really do the best and make a huge difference. You can get down to like 400 something with what's actually in the stores, if you can get to the stores and have enough money for them. Then the next bit of trouble is, of course, I can't get to the stores and I don't have the money, so I'm stuck with the crap at the bodega, and that's blowing way past kind of what I said is my hard upper limit on calories, and is also just kind of like not very competitive as far as the good right foods to eat for nutrients.
And you don't trust taking a multivitamin just to kind of cover it? Or might put you over then.
I pop them, but they just barely
get through.
Yeah, you mostly crap them out undigested.
So Nadia, whenever you go to the bodega and stuff, is the stock always randomized? Different
No.
things every time? Oh, okay.
So you don't want a scale, or I mean, could you?
It would not be very useful to send me one because once I'm out on the street, I can't really carry it with me.
Or fat calibers?
I might be able to carry those, but how long you don't have that long to ship them to me, so.
I thought you had at least 20, 30 days, or possible.
Could have that long case, but I don't know what the hell's going to happen.
Man.
quiet. Too quiet.
Yeah, I'm turning it all into one big presentation with all the things touched upon.
It's all gravy.
Silence is golden.
Indeed it is.
Not if you're trying to monetize a YouTube video. Well, we can accuse Vaughn of being a reptilian.
Vaughn, are you there?
I don't think he's feeling good enough.
Yeah, might not be a good time. And Nadia, how come? I think you said this before, but how come when you type your mic unmutes and mutes again?
There's some kind of automatic bullshit.
That does sound like bullshit.
Sorry, some kind of bullshit that doesn't.
Art, are you there?
Yep.
Yeah, it turns out we're talking to Jackie, and somehow we made her like queen of pretty much everything. And she says, from now on, you're to blame for everything. Just to let everybody know.
Yeah, thanks, Art.
Yeah, way to go, Art.
Damn it. Well, I don't know what to say. I guess I'm honored to be responsible for all the evils in the world and the good stuff, since I'm responsible for everything. I mean, so
Hey,
does,
that's true.
does that make me a god?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. I know. Yeah, I was Thor. I told you guys. You didn't believe me.
Believe in art now.
There we go. Yeah.
I am a theist.
So kind of ironically, Jackie is not a queen now because I'm God, right? Because I'm to blame for everything. I'm responsible for everything. So therefore, I can dethrone her.
Just don't flood us.
I think she was blaming you for anything that goes wrong, but she didn't specify that, so you got a loophole there.
True.
Not a bad
I'm pretty sure that's how religions start out anyway, so I guess. Yeah, I'm just gonna call myself a god. Fuck this.
Can you imagine if in 1,000 years you really are deified, Art? That would be insane.
You know, if we didn't have this technology and this was like recorded using, scribes or something, with a lot of leeway of how it can be interpreted, that would be a pretty realistic scenario.
Yeah, I agree.
You got 9 apostles right now.
The apostles of art.
We just have to wait about 60 years and then write about them.
It's like, guys, don't write anything yet. Hold on. Wait until I'm dead. Wait 60 years until I'm dead. Then write it down.
And you have people fighting over who worships you and who doesn't.
Right.
Sermon of the art.
I'm down.
And my first order of business as God is to declare that all puppies are evil.
It should be thicker.
Just to piss off Jackie. Like literally, I'm gonna order that all cars should be running from puppy tears right now. No gasoline, puppy tears.
If only.
I'm pretty sure if Jackie's listening, she's gonna be, oh no, you bastards.
She has the power to dethrone you too.
No, she doesn't. I'm responsible for everything. Fuck her.
You better be quick. What is this about Thor's hammer?
Say again?
You guys were talking about something about Thor's hammer?
Oh yeah, apparently it was found.
Like in real life, or is this
Well,
like a movie?
I doubt that it was actually found, but they claim it was. I mean, which I don't see how it is possible. I mean, I've been holding the Thor's hammer for 2 years now in my hands.
What?
You have
You
a
got the
background
little
noise.
one. Where's the big one?
Dude, this is the,
And don't stay in your pants.
dude. I wasn't going there. No, this is the big one that I'm holding. It's just that I'm huge as well. You see, it depends on the perspective.
That's true.
There we go. See, there's always a rationalization you could come up with.
What if Thor's real?
Right.
So
That'd be insane.
You're a Nephilim, so you're like, what, 38, 32 feet tall?
About that, yeah.
28.
It would suck to be that tall.
Imagine the pants that I have to buy.
Yeah.
Wonder if you could get laid if you're that tall.
Not by a human.
Yeah, definitely not. I have to find some elephant or something. And it's really hard because the elephant is going to remember me, so no one night stand.
Ah, you're screwed.
Yeah, fucking hell.
No loving and leaving. They'll find you.
Yeah, she'll remember me. She'll remember the exact spot, what we did. Fuck, I'm screwed. I have to marry this bitch now. And she will remember all the bad things that I said, like, oh, God.
You think that would make the news? 32-foot guy fucking elephants.
What if that doesn't make the news? I don't know what will. I mean, if the amazing atheist can make the news, right, on CNN.
Oh, I can't believe he was on there.
Yeah, how the hell did he get on, what was he on, CNN or something, or?
I think so, yeah. He was being interviewed. Well, it was an interview. Basically, they were talking about Willem Lane Craig or God or something, and they were talking about the statistics about atheists, and they invited TJ to give his view of how Willem Lane Craig misrepresented the statistics, and that's about it. He had like a minute or something to talk. I mean, of all the guys they could have picked to represent atheists.
I know, right?
Yeah, really scraping the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah, I've got a talk on YouTube who likes to stick bananas up his ass.
Perfect representation.
Yeah. It's like picking G-Men instead of Willem and Craig,
Oh, jeez.
It's like, we have this discussion about God, and they invite G-Men. So, G-Men, what do you think about God? And give us your argument.
Represent Christianity, bring G-Man up.
Right. Like, well, let me ask you a question. Do you know about the answered prayer argument, miss? This proves God, like, totally.
This whole can of soup thing just makes me laugh.
Yeah. And he doesn't get it. Just doesn't get the arguments. He's like, dude, you can say anything answers your arguments, answers your prayers using that argument. I mean, fucking married bachelor can answer your prayers if you say that no answer, is also an answer. It's like, how can you not see this?
Art answers my prayers.
Yeah, there we go. No, Joe Pesci, dude. Let's go to Joe Pesci. Right, Joe Pesci. Remember, do you guys know the stand-up of Carl?
George Carlin, yeah.
Yeah, George Carlin. Joe Pesci. It's like, Joe Pesci's gonna, he answers half of my prayers, just like God does, essentially. It's 50-50. Sometimes he does, sometimes he doesn't. Pretty much the same success rate.
That is a pretty lame argument.
Oh, yeah.
Not now. Not yet.
Doesn't
I
he
mean-
have the prayer journal where he keeps all of his prayers in?
Oh, yeah.
I've never seen it.
Yeah, neither did I, actually. He talks about it so much. I have a prayer journal here. Like, where it is? You've been talking about this for like 2 years now on tons of Hangouts. You've never once shown this prayer journal.
I want to see percentages.
Right.
Me too.
What the fuck happened to my butt?
Well, you are an atheist. Do you have a banana up there?
No, actually, I'm not an atheist, technically.
Oh, sorry. It is the fastest way to get
Sorry.
Oh.
Who knows anymore? If I could get potassium in there, I probably would do it.
Dude, I heard high vitamin C doses helps. Just saying. I'm never gonna let this thing go.
No, that's gonna.
Yeah.
As long as Google Plus is around, maybe longer.
I
missed it.
Oh, you missed the vitamin C? You don't know what it's referring to?
Well, I know what vitamin C is, but I don't know what you're referring to.
Right. Well, there is this lady. She's kind of nice, actually, funny. She's a nurse. Her name is Michael Ann, and she does kind of alternative medicine stuff. She talked in Hangouts about how she thinks that high vitamin C doses can help treat the negative effects of cancer treatment, which is kind of true. There is actually support for that. But she also mentions that high doses of vitamin C improves your immune system to such an extent, essentially, that it can cure anything. And that's based on her belief that your body can cure anything, right? And since high vitamin C doses have been shown to increase your immune system, which is actually true, I think. But because she also believes that your immune system can cure anything on its own, that by extension, high vitamin C doses are a cure for anything.
She runs a clinic where she does that with IV treatment.
Yeah.
And other things.
Yeah, and basically this kind of.
She is a highly trained nurse.
Yeah, she is. I will give you that. And basically, we had a few hangouts. We talked about her with it, and it was a huge drama actually. At one point, she was accusing us of gang banging her, like literally. That's what you said.
Like literally?
Yeah, that's what you said. You were like gang banging. Well, I guess she was using a hyperbole there, but that is literally what she said. It was like me and Mark were bullying her, and that led to other hangouts and other stuff, and it was a whole huge drama.
It just became a running joke.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh, you have an illness. Have you tried high vitamin C doses?
Hey, Nadia, are you okay over there?
She's crunching numbers.
Focused.
Might I suggest high vitamin C doses, Nadia?
Yeah, you might need an IV drip to
Right.
finish your formulas. I'm anxious to see the presentation when we can get it together.
Sorry, I was trying to answer. I was muted. I guess I'm doing okay.
Is Fudd down for the count?
Yeah, he usually talks a lot.
Yeah, especially if he's drunk. Yeah, this one day he was talking like uninterrupted for like a day, literally. And Armin and me were like wondering, what the heck is happening with Fudd? And then later on he said, oh, I'm drinking. And Armin and me are like, oh, okay, yeah, that explains it. That explains it.
I gotta get drunk one time on here.
Oh, you totally should, dude.
I would, but I probably would not shut up.
I don't think it'd go too well, but who knows?
I'd probably want to get a different account and do that first.
Yeah, that's a good precaution.
I wouldn't say, like these people say, oh, I'm a mean drunk. I'm not a mean drunk. I'm just an aggressive drunk who has a short tolerance for stupid. So
yeah.
the wrong people in here would not be good.
Yeah, I get kind of like that when I get drunk. I just don't care about anything, and I kind of lose my sense of, effort for a, interesting conversation and civil conversation, which I kind of try to keep. Yeah, and sometimes I think I insulted Shemis. One time I insulted Shemis was when I was drunk. That's the only one. I swear.
I get energy when I'm drunk and like high hopes. Then I wake up in the morning and it all goes away. It's like Rocky. It's like Rocky watching Rocky when I'm drunk. I can do anything. Maybe that's why I have no energy. Just start drinking.
Well, you know what they say. If you think you've drank too much, you should drink some more first, and then you'll be able to tell.
I like the sound of that.
Yeah, thanks, Art.
You're welcome. Yes. Wait, Pomjam is screen share. No, he sent a link. Pomjam sent a link to some image. It's still loading for me.
I thought about like putting alcohol or wine in like a gallon jug, like drinking it throughout the day, so you just maintain a mild buzz through the whole day. But you never really hurt your liver because you're only metabolizing like one shot every hour. So you're getting like a shot every hour you're awake.
Couldn't you just take a shot every hour you were awake?
Yeah, but I'm thinking to keep it smoother that way, like level.
I think my bladder would hit a point where it's coming in the same speed it's going out.
Yeah, Flip, just take ice cold showers every hour.
I was thinking of doing that. Don't they do that in Russia? Art, like cold water dowsing?
Yeah, I've heard this. Haven't done it myself, but yeah, there's a tradition of, dumping yourself in ice cold water, like literally drilling holes in fucking frozen lakes and just dipping into it. I don't know what it's supposed to do there.
That Russian dude, that martial art, the Vladimir Vasiliev, you know, the Systema guy? He says.
I've heard about. Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah, he said like you can crack the cement under your feet sometimes, like because like the energy just comes out of you.
Yeah, I'm kind of skeptical of that, especially when it comes to martial arts. There's a lot of woo.
Yeah, there's a lot of woo. Yeah, but this is based on like Russian technology, so it's like real stuff.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Russians don't fuck around with shit.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. We actually kind of do, and this is coming from Russia. Yeah. We are, dude. Russians are into a lot of woo.
Really?
Oh hell, fuck yeah! Did you see the Sagan Desert?
The what?
What was that?
Second what?
Okay, so did you see the documentary that James Randi did?
Oh no, which one?
Okay, I'm gonna give you the link. It deals with psychics and some alternative kind of medicine. And basically, after the fall of the Soviet Union, Russian people pretty much lost all faith in science, because communism was supposed to be based on science. And so a lot of kind of woo creeped out. Like
Really?
just, oh hell yeah. Actually, my dad was a faith healer. Right,
I
and
didn't
he
think they tolerated that sort of thing.
well, oh, we do, of course. I mean, oh, you probably have the notion that Russians are these perfect robots that are about efficiency and science like from the
Yeah,
Western
pretty
movies.
much.
Right? Yeah, that's not
Oh,
true.
I don't have that idea.
Oh,
Well, Rocky Ford, Drago, come on.
right. It's the whole notion of the villain, right? It's like the Nazi thing, right? That's how the Western people view the Nazis. It's like they're these perfect, human robots almost, that care about science, like,
That's what I thought.
I thought, to my understanding, Russia was like the Texas of Europe.
pretty much. Yeah, that's actually accurate. Yeah. And then we have like a Russian Texas, which is essentially whole Russia. It's like yeah, there's just tons of woo, tons of alternative medicine, which creeped out after the fall of USSR as like special magic water that can cure anything, auras, um, which basically creeped in through the West.
Oh,
Actually,
the
they were
West
not,
got you guys.
yeah, they were not invented in Russia. They were modified by Russians. There's dowsing, there's faith healing, aura healing, like a ton of things. If you're really interested, Flip, or anybody, I can give you the link to the documentary as well. It documents all the things that happened there. I mean, there were whole hospitals that were dedicated to this. Okay, hold on, I'll find this.
Don't go through too much trouble, but
Oh,
you got them handy.
I basically have it in favorites. I mean, James Randi is my god. It's called Secrets of the Psychics.
I have my doubts about that ice water bucket challenge. That seemed like kind of like pretty strange.
Oh, you went there.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, flip, come down. Okay.
ISIS, ice water, ISIS.
Trollolo, come on.
What was that all about? All of a sudden, Bill Gates.
It's the Illuminati. Okay. I will admit it's Illuminati.
No, they were getting ISIS in people's minds. So it's like,
Well, sounds legit to me.
Wait, is that really your belief, Flip?
well, it must have something to do with it. You don't; those type of things don't just happen out of nowhere. Getting all the like
Are
Bill
you
Gates
trolling
was
right now?
involved.
Are you trolling, Flip? Come on.
Well, where did that come from all of a sudden? Ice bucket challenge.
Well, funnies will say that the ice bucket challenge is purification, some kind of evil purification.
Some kind of what?
Some kind of evil purification, like another baptism or something like that.
Well, you could put the mystery school stuff on there too.
Okay, basically what happened with the ILS thing is that people who are very conscious of the problem, of the disease, decided to make a charity about this in a form of a challenge, which interested people, and it just became popular.
Just like Coney 2012, whatever that was.
Exactly. Yeah, it went right. It basically went viral, and that's what happened.
That was a scam. No, it's like when you mention ISIS and then you dump cold water on yourself, it's like a shock. So you kind of like when you hear ISIS, you kind of your body's already kind of used to that kind
What
of
do
shock.
you?
Come on, Phil, you're trolling. Dude, admit this.
I'm not trolling.
Who shouted ISIS when they pour water? That's not what the water bucket ice water challenge is.
Ice water, ISIS, ice.
Ice water challenge. Ice water challenge.
It's subconscious.
Pong Jam is ice, baby.
So it freezes people to like what's going on in ISIS. Like they have a biological, physiological response because they douse themselves while doing it. ISIS.
Ice water challenge. You say the full thing though. No one just yells ice and then pours it on them.
Yeah, I know, but you know what you're doing.
Come on, Flip.
Okay,
Come on.
well, let's move on.
Come on.
So you could do this stuff to anything, really. I mean, it's like the Bible code thing, right? You kind of squinge and interpret things in many different ways and make them fit anything you like. And you
When
have
Bill
many
Gates
things
gets
happening.
involved with something, or
Well, okay, Flip, take into account that there are a lot of shit happening, right? Especially in a global society. We know about a lot of things because of the internet. There's a lot of things happening, and you have a lot of sort of noise, right? You have a noise data there. And you can apply any type of pattern you like to, and you will find a pattern. But a pattern doesn't exist actually. It's just noise. You're finding patterns in noise, right? Get what I'm saying?
yeah, I get it. But I'm gonna stick with my insane beliefs.
Okay, fair enough.
Because I'm right and you're wrong.
Okay.
That's always
And
my. Oh, go ahead.
And Art's to blame for it anyway.
Oh yeah, it's Art's fault. ISIS
That's not-
exists.
Totally, yeah. I caused ISIS. I created ISIS, actually.
Gee, thanks, Art.
Yeah. But it was an accident, come on. Can't blame me for that.
Yeah, water dousing Russia.
Actually, no, the first person who created ISIS was Putin when he was writing a bare naked. It's like, he fell into cold water and he's like, ISIS, ISIS, ISIS.
Nadia, you still doing some number crunching over there?
For
I'm
ISIS?
not really crunching the numbers. I'm writing the presentation or whatever.
Oh.
Or rewriting it, trying to assemble all these things and take into account various people's suggestions. I think the only one I really remember was the, why am I doing it? Why did I pick that way out of a hat, and so on. I think Flip was one of the contributors to that.
So what?
These suggestions for explaining more about what's going on.
Thanks, Flip.
Good man, Flip.
Way to go.
Hashtag thanks, Flip.
I still don't know what I contributed to, but I'll take credit for good or bad.
I think you asked kind of why did I pick that weight and why am I doing it at all? Answering those questions is pertinent.
Well, you can put my name on the bottom there. Flip. Contributed by Flip. No, I don't need any credit. Somebody should have tagged Nadia for the ice bucket challenge.
Oh man.
They did, and I didn't feel like doing it.
Oh, I know this has already happened, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Someone should have tagged Hawkins for the ice bucket challenge. I'd like to see the look on his face.
Did anybody tag Vaughn?
I think Vaughn does it every morning himself. I'm just kidding, Vaughn.
That's how he keeps his sanity. It's obviously working.
I was thinking about doing it, but I don't know.
Well, the point is you just don't pour ice on yourself. You also have to donate money.
No, I mean for like.
And some people actually do pour ice. Like, if you see the videos, I mean, there's this one dude who actually he has a bucket of frozen water, and he puts the bucket above his head, and the fucking ice, the whole piece of ice.
Are you kidding?
Oh, fuck. It's like a fail.
Damn.
I think he took it a little bit too literally.
Yeah.
He was a fundamentalist.
You said ice bucket.
A literal interpretation of the challenge.
Right.
A biblical interpretation. Well, they said it was an ice bucket, so I put ice in the bucket. The shape of the bucket.
Oh, that would hurt.
Yeah, didn't a lot of people actually got hurt during the challenge?
I'm not sure.
I think I've seen a few kind of fail videos on YouTube of the ice bucket challenge, and some of them looked like really damaging. Like one of the that I was talking about, that literally ice block fell on the guy's head, and in some other video, something else fell on his head. I think it was the bucket and was heavy as fuck, and he just basically crumbled and was unconscious there. It's like,
Damn, they uploaded that shit?
yeah.
Of course.
Or was it to bolster everyone's immune system so they didn't catch Ebola from the
No.
benevolent Illuminati?
Unless it's an ice bucket full of vitamin C, I doubt it.
The vitamin C bucket challenge.
To raise awareness for every illness.
Hey, we should start that.
Dude, but don't pour the vitamin C, bucket on your head. You have to put it in, IV, and try to force.
You IV drip it on your head.
The IV vitamin C.
You have to force the cubes through the IV into your arm. One by one.
Michael Lance probably listening right now. We're just kidding, Michael Lance.
Yeah, we're just joking around.
I actually believe in the treatment. I'm gonna get it somehow.
Yeah, I would actually take a treatment as well, for the diminish the effects of the chemo, because that is supported scientifically, I think, actually. The whole your immune system being able to cure anything because of this, nah.
Yeah, but she puts all sorts of stuff in there, like amino acids and.
Yeah, but that's basically nutrition. That's nutrition. That's not a cure.
That's the wave of the future. People just be feeding through bags. They don't have to eat no more.
Oh, that would suck.
Yeah.
The old-fashioned way.
Well, I mean, astronauts already doing it, and it tastes like shit, apparently. The Apollo missions, they had basically plastic bags with grinded food, essentially. You just screw the cap off and squeeze the contents into your mouth. So yeah, it's already.
That's dirty.
Yeah. Apparently, they taste like shit. I guess they might have confused the package or so with the toilet. They actually shit it into a plastic bag as well. Maybe they confused a few bags. That's why it tastes. That's why they said it tasted like shit.
Well, have you seen them trying to make food with the 3D printers?
Oh yeah, I read about that.
No way.
Yeah, which is basically like a pastry. You know how you can squeeze. You have these for cakes and for pastry. You have this like how to call it? It's like a plastic bag, and it is a plastic, hard plastic cone, which allows you to squeeze the bag, right, and make a shape out of it. That's what bakers use, right? Essentially, it's the same kind of principle. You just take cookie dough and you squeeze through the nozzle, and you make like small balls of it, right? Microscopic balls, and you make any form you like of it. Pizza, anything you like.
That sounds interesting, actually.
Yeah, but it's pretty much there are limitations to it, right?
Wow, if I had money, I'd probably invest in 3D printers.
Yeah.
Companies.
Yeah, right now they can do pasta, candy, pizza. They can do pizza, some other stuff. I mean,
is there any videos on that? Yeah.
Here's an article that this is the first one I pulled up. I remember I had to write something about this a while back.
You're telling me it'd be like the exact same pizza?
No, it's not the exact same pizza. That's the thing. You got to remember, it's basically, if you look on the picture, you can see it comes squeezed out through a nozzle.
Yeah.
and there's a set pattern that the nozzle goes in. To an extent, I'm assuming it would taste relatively similar, but
The
I
article?
don't know. Yeah, someone from CNN. I just posted it in the side chat.
Oh, cool.
This could solve world hunger in years.
Well, that'd be really cool is to have like a really good one. Like you figure that in the future, you know, you're hungry. You don't go to the store and buy, like you just buy packages to put in your 3D printer and you just type in whatever and it prints it out.
Oh, that would be amazing.
You know, you're like, oh, I want a burger medium rare, and you wait like 2 minutes, all of a sudden it's out for you.
But wouldn't the obesity rate be just out of freaking control?
Yeah, fuck. If I have the ability to print like KFC chicken or big, you know, fucking burgers in my house, I'm gonna be so fat. Like, you cannot get me out of the house in like a few months.
Well, you know what they would do is they'd make an app, and it would upload your calorie score online, so people would be competing against each other to get the most calories. They'd have
Most
to
calories for under what constraints?
I don't know, just however much they can shovel in their mouth.
It's typical American.
Yeah, it's just the we just watched that show today. What is it? My 600-pound life.
Oh fucking hell.
And I can't even believe it. Like I was watching it. I saw it, but I didn't believe it. You know, it was there in front of me, but I was like,
bragging about it?
No, this lady, you know, she was very much like, you know, I don't want to be this size. I don't like how people look at me. But their answer was to go into a plastic surgeon and say, okay, hey, can you fix this? And he's like, well, what do you eat? She's like, donuts, ice cream. You know, she basically eats all day and doesn't get up. And her family just buys her food all the time.
How can they not have heart attacks?
Yeah, really.
They don't
It's
move.
not that hard, actually, man.
You know, I mean, she doesn't move. She sits in her bed almost all day.
Yeah, you know, it's not that hard. I mean, you're at high risk of heart attack if you eat like, well, actually, never
Flat
mind.
or something?
Well,
What was that?
So can't you get clots and shit from like not moving?
Oh yeah, you know, it's her legs look ridiculous. She had the tiniest feet compared to how big her legs. You talk to someone who has like cankles. This lady just had a solid stub.
Oh wow.
It was like, have you seen that new movie, Big Hero 6?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, it was Baymax. It's basically Baymax legs.
Where do you guys see all these movies?
At movie
torrents.
theaters.
Where?
At movie theaters.
Or torrents. If you're a cheapskate like
Is that
I
what
am,
people
you
do?
can do torrents.
Yeah, unfortunately, I have to take a special someone out every now and then to do stuff.
Obligation.
Yeah. It's fucking expensive.
I don't know what people do anymore.
Get on G Plus all night.
Pretty much.
That's where cool people go, though.
Yeah, all of us in here, football jocks.
Exactly.
Are we like normal people, or I wouldn't think so.
Well, you might not be, but I think Art's pretty normal. I mean, he's a god.
Well, that's
Well, I don't know. Well, I have issues, okay, too, so I'm not that perfect.
He's super normal.
I'm perfectly normal.
He's omni-normal.
That's a good one.
He sets the standard for normal. So is what Art says is normal because it's normal, or is it normal because Art said it?
It's my nature to be normal.
Art. See, the thing is Art can't be anything other than normal, because if he wasn't normal, then it would go against him.
Exactly. So I have to be normal by definition.
So if we can
And
prove
you'll have to
Art's
listen.
not normal, he would be destroyed.
But see, anything that's not normal, but it falls under art, it would be normal then.
Exactly. Even if you're not normal and you fall under me, you're normal. Logic, bitches.
And you know, if you don't believe us, just go read Art's book.
It's called the Playboy.
Did you say it's called the Playboy?
Yeah.
Ah.
That's what I am. Playboy.
Which is normal.
Exactly. Nah, this is not going anywhere, Jim.
No, it's okay. We won't be getting T-shirts with that on it, unfortunately.
Yeah. I don't know if we stick a banana up our butts and get a show, and talk shit about theists. We might.
That's the problem. Is we're just too normal. We don't shove bananas up our butts. I'm perfectly happy with the amount of potassium in my body.
Now, did he do that with a peel or unpeeled? I would assume with a peel.
I don't want to know.
Well, see, if it was peeled, he could technically still eat it after. It would just be like dropping it on the floor.
Barf City.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Well, there's a video on YouTube if you want to check out, really. You can find it out, no problem.
Did he look into the camera as he did it?
Well, it was a secret. Well,
what was the point of it?
Well, he was recording it for a girl, right, who he met on the internet. But the girl...
Well, that didn't impress her.
Yeah. Well, actually, no, he wasn't recording it. She was recording it. And he didn't know, right, because he was kind of into her. And she basically, was just trying to get the video. And she then posted it on YouTube.
What a bitch.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not like he wanted this on YouTube.
But you see, the thing is, with his personality, it's kind of hard to tell sometimes.
True. Oh, yeah.
That's the thing.
This guy boiled his nuts in oil.
Good grief, are you serious?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Maybe even find a video.
People are nutballs, man.
Yeah. Well, that's what gets the view. I mean, you just make a crazy stunt, and you talk about something that is vaguely interesting for at least one group, and there you go. People are hooked. People know you because you made a crazy, stupid stunt. Yeah. And if you make at least a semblance of sense, which TJ sometimes does, people listen to you.
I look at the movie Jackass. That's all it was.
Right.
Crazy shit.
Mm. 2020? Yeah. I think it's 77 times 73.
16. 57. 12.
Times
1/3.
20.
Damn.
77 times 73.
Wait, nobody told me that we're gonna do math here.
Ah, fuck, I didn't study.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be right back. Hopefully when I get back, before then, someone will say something stupid and I'll get to jump in conversation.
Hitler did nothing wrong. Now we have to stay in here.
Said something stupid.
No,
just kidding. No? Okay.
I'm sure someone's gonna say something stupid.
Yeah, where is Seamus? Or R1?
I was gonna ask you if you were waiting for Seamus to come in.
I am. I was like, where is Seamus? Actually, I came in here the first time Seamus was here, and then he left. Son of a bitch.
I remember you used to get into it with G-Man all the time. What happened with that?
Who, me and G-Man?
Yeah, didn't you and him used to go at it a lot? I remember him saying,
Oh, yeah.
art.
Yeah, I used to go to his hangouts because I back then had faith in humanity. After that, I don't.
So, what is the main thing argument you have with Seamus? Like, what do you
There's
guys like?
quite a few. Talking about basically God. You know, he does this precept stuff essentially with a weird twist of misunderstanding logic, and he has this weird notion that if an argument is trying to prove something metaphysical, the deductive argument doesn't have to be sound; it just has to be valid, which is total nonsense. If argument is not sound, then it has no weight. It is just a valid form where premises follow from the conclusion, but the premises are not established to be true.
Is he like just kind of doing a William Lane Craig kind of thing,
It's not that even, no.
or just like a variation of it?
Not really. He has his own kind of shtick. It's hard to combine. It's actually quite original. You know, it's kind of interesting. But it gets frustrating after a while because, it's like,
I usually come in the middle of it, so I don't ever know where it starts.
Nadia has some background noise there.
UFO has returned, Nadia.
Yeah, fucking hell.
It's good now.
Maybe I should come up with some arguments to try to prove God. Argue with art.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
The thing is, I don't care one way or another, to be honest.
That's fine.
I'll try it one day.
Okay. Fair enough.
Write it down.
Is it going to be the answer prayer arguments or something combined with high doses of vitamin C?
I'll prove God through vitamin C IV drips.
Wow. Okay.
Somehow.
That would be awesome if you actually could do it.
Well, first you have to figure out exactly what vitamin C is. There's more than one form, I think, so we got to figure out where did that come from, and where did those molecules come from, and then you just regress back, and you get stuck.
Well, pretty much like every other argument for God so far.
What's Seamus' stance on like evolution? I'm assuming.
Oh, he doesn't care. He doesn't care. But he kind of tentatively accepts it.
There's 27 people watching, but nobody's coming in?
They're probably sleeping. Like half of the room is.
I wonder if Seamus is watching.
It's probably like those drunks who sit there and watch like those infomercials at 3 a.m. Holy shit, it is 3 a.m. It's 4 a.m.
So you're in America, Flip?
Yeah.
Oh.
Where do you think I was from?
I didn't know. I really didn't know. Well, I assumed you're a bird, so you kind of migrate, so depends on...
Yeah. Right now I'm flying around New England.
Well, not bad.
I just made it in. I couldn't take the heat from Florida.
All these sparrows there, right? Hitting on you.
Oh, yeah.
You still remember the sparrow, right? You know what I'm referring to with the sparrows and sex.
I remember there was some joke going around about it.
Oh, yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, Ocean was reading a list of things that give you cancer, and one of the items was that having sex with a sparrow gives you
Yeah. Was that a serious thing?
Yeah, apparently so, yeah. Well, quasi-serious, probably. but still, it's kind of funny. So we laughed about it like half a day.
I wonder what kind of cancer you get from fucking a sparrow.
I don't know. Probably, I don't know. Well, basically, everything gives you cancer, right? Essentially.
Even the sun.
Right, yeah. Even the fucking sun.
I heard using sunscreen gives you cancer. You're not supposed to use it.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I forget why.
Is it made out of sparrow semen?
Everything's made out of sparrow semen.
There we go. So, guys, are you looking forward to the Johnny KZG hangout?
What's it going to be about?
It's really kind of, it's gonna have a kumbaya tone to it. It's called "What Do Atheists, Muslims, and Nazis Have in Common?"
Oh boy.
Yeah,
I'll probably watch it from the outside.
Yeah, I don't know. I might be considering dropping by if some other kind of skeptics are gonna jump into it as well.
Who's hosting it?
Controversial topics.
Yeah, country.
Go ahead, Flip. Sorry.
I wasn't saying anything.
Oh, okay. Mirror, mirror in her hand.
I was checking to see if the battery light was lit up.
Guys, did you hear about the whole Brett Keane scholar fiction conflict?
No.
I don't believe so.
Nope.
Apparently, Brett Keane lied about his sock channel. So, your name here, right? The atheist dude, Bob, was in a hangout of Brett Keane's, and he challenged Brett Keane about the comments that his sock channel made about atheists, which basically said that atheists are scumbags. And Brett Keane denied that this is his channel. But Scholar Fiction has a video from another hangout where Brett Keane admits that this is his channel, essentially. It's just a channel that J-Dubs kind of manages. And when Brett Keane was challenged to talk to J-Dubs, to stop saying these generalizing, insulting, things, Brett Keane was basically, dancing around the bush, lying, pretending that he doesn't know how to contact people or how to contact Google.
That's really not where I want to go.
I'm just saying.
Drama.
It's on Scholar's Fiction.
Personal affairs, etc.
No, okay. Well, if anybody's interested, it's on Scholar Fiction's channel.
Are you gossiping?
Yeah, I'm a horrible gossiper.
Spreading that. Don't spread that smut around here.
I have nothing better to do, dude. Sorry.
Like, how hard is it to play that Rome 2 game? Like,
Oh, not hard. I mean, the controls are straightforward. There's a learning curve to it, of course, but you can watch some tutorial videos on YouTube if you really want to know how to play it. Or you can just do the tutorial campaign, and it will tell you everything you need to know.
Hey, Art, you ever play StarCraft 1 or 2?
I think I played StarCraft 2. No, I think it was StarCraft 1, the very first one in the old days, for a short time. Yeah, I kind of like it.
Yeah, I just picked up StarCraft 2, and it runs beautifully on my computer I built.
Oh, cool.
I'm absolutely atrocious on that game. I played one online ranked game against a Korean, and I lost.
Oh, dude, those are Koreans, okay? They're like super fucking players.
I couldn't even figure. I built one SCV. All of a sudden, I was getting Zerg rushed, and I had no idea what to do. I fucking hacks, man.
You just yelled the fucking hackers, right? And
no, I said GG, no re.
Oh, no. Yeah, the strategies, they have a huge learning curve, and there's a lot of things that you have to know about it. If you're gonna play a multiplayer game, and you're kind of newbie, you have a little chance for that. It's almost every strategy game like that.
Yeah, I'm not really good at those kinds of games, but I really like them.
hey, Desert, I never asked you what part are you? You're in the U.S., obviously, right?
C, indeed.
Huh?
Yep.
Like West Coast, East Coast, Middle Coast?
I'm on the East Coast.
Okay.
Where did you say you were at, Flip?
I'm New England area, Northeast.
Oh, okay.
East Coast.
Oh, where am I? Where am I at? You ask. Arizona. Thanks for asking.
I figured Desert was from Arizona.
I wish.
Who is this talking? Oh, Jim?
Yep.
Hey, what's up? Do I have you in my circles?
Oh, you will now.
You better.
I'm adding you. Let me see. No, you're not. Well, you got no choice. Have you been here before on a different avatar?
Me? No. The thing is, I pop in from time to time. It really just depends on my work schedule.
Nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, good to meet you as well. Nice to know there's some people on here you can shoot the shit with, and it doesn't turn into a big brawl.
We should have like a drinking night.
Oh, that's what I'm doing right now.
Well, I'll just get like slosh and just go crazy.
Hi, Nadia.
Hello. Well, I can do a quick run through of the current status of the slides.
Is that for your diet plan?
Well, ultimately for a YouTube video that will.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not even.
Somehow explain what's going on. Well, the diet plan presentation is to make a YouTube video about. So, well, here we go. Call it that. Maybe snappier title might be in order. So you've already seen.
For who is this?
It's just one I'm gonna make a YouTube video about.
Oh.
And just a run through the basic things here, then run through the
That's the easy part.
Usually run through things in this solving for whatever, and then so right here we can plug and chug the variables. All right.
That's it.
A little bit.
Sounds like a plan.
Hammering out more as I go along.
What do you have to add to that?
And I've got to add the.
Well, you got the food chart.
Sorry?
Well, the food chart you have too, right?
Yeah, I have to add that diet type stuff again too. So having there kind of like why I'm ignoring exercise and, well, how to, sort of the endocrine or hormonal affairs end up actually cutting down the likely BMR on top of that. So I really, really do have to shoot low.
So what's the price ranges like for that diet? I know it depends on what you buy, but is there like a range of what it costs a month, or is it a week?
Yeah, it can be up to like, it tells you the daily cost. So, and you also plug in a budget number, and it fits it within your budget. So.
Well, what's the lowest you can go and still meet the requirements?
I think somewhere around like $6-7 a day. Welcome back, Desert.
Starting to lag for some reason.
Yeah, the trick though is that as the budget gets cut, the ability to keep the calories low starts dropping off too. So, kind of the lower your budget, the higher calories.
So the bodega's got like obviously higher prices that you can get from a grocery
Yeah, it does.
store.
Yeah. But it can still actually cram something that is expected to lose weight into a literal food stamp budget, $189 a month. Sorry?
Would it be worth the money to like spend on a cab to get to like the major grocery store to save the money? Or?
Hang on, a video just spontaneously started up. Hang on. Say that again.
So would it be worth the money to take a cab to a more to a better grocery store that's cheaper to buy them food and come back, or is that would just equal it all out?
Well, having issues with like too low calories to tolerate enough dosage to keep me out of ketoacidosis is kind of a double whammy constraint. So it's kind of a floor on how low I can go in calories, period. It also means that if I start running out of money and like really starving outright, then I actually like fall into the ICU, and they don't have a way of immediately setting up food stamps for you. So
no, I mean, I think you misunderstood the question. I'm saying if you spent the money for a cab to get to a major grocery store to save money on the food, would it just equal out the money you spent on the cab versus the savings you would get at a major grocery store chain?
There are two different obstacles. One is that the cab fare is pretty huge, and I'd have to like buy in so much bulk that I can't carry it. And especially under the physical constraints, I would have problems with both dealing with the going to the grocery store and carrying stuff.
Man, you need somebody there to help you.
Yeah, me.
I have for a long time.
You have?
I have needed that kind of help
Yeah,
for a long
yeah,
time.
yeah.
And it's not coming ever. And in a real sense, it will kill me.
You think if you had more time, like your internet stuff might like pick up
I
enough
think
to like,
it's in two. I think I'm starting off from like too low, too slow to make it there before you kind of reasonable limit on things. And there's also an element of kind of a top of where it'll get to, and that top of where it will get to is not very high. I mean, it might be able to offset the cost, but it's still going to be stuck depending on someone basically, and merely kind of offsetting some fraction of the cost, assuming that much helps or that much happens, which it's not going to. So. A fluke, odd, kind of lottery odds things could happen. There might be a fluke, and
could be.
I would get to, I don't know, some higher point than that where I could live independently. But, I mean, even, like, I don't know, 50K subs or something like that. In realistic terms, for someone who's not like a genuine celebrity with 1 million subs on a different channel, that pretty much means it's not going to be like $6,000 a month like The Amazing Atheist. It's going to be, under $1,000 a month.
But it could lead to a job offer or something like that. You never know.
Pretty doubtful. I mean, how does YouTube stardom, etc., translate to any kind of job qualification? Well, it doesn't.
Well, if somebody sees your work and you're putting out like your formulas and things like that, I get article writing, sponsors for certain things.
Yeah.
Depending on what you're focusing on. You just got to work on a place to live and continue. But flukes can happen.
Maybe. I'm not a big believer in flukes. I'm not a gambler.
Neither am I.
I have to redo more of the time estimate stuff, I thought, to account for the variation in BMR.
When do you
And I'm
think
tired.
you're tired? Yeah.
No, you look pretty worn out.
When do I think what?
When do you think that you'll be ready to start making like rough drafts of the video?
I'm not sure. It kind of depends on how I don't know, disturbed I am or by dysphoria and stress from the pending eviction, and also a bit on how much I have to directly participate in hangouts instead of kind of letting them run on their own. I mean, I'd be keeping the hangouts going, but you know, when they're able to keep running on their own, I just let them go and then do whatever I do for video presentation. Haven't found a good way to balance, like, you know, listening in versus directing audio to, you know, going about recording things. So
That's a lot
who
of
knows how
stuff
that works.
to coordinate.
Yeah, I can be on the hangout at the same time, so I'm doing it. That's there's a little bit of like window of opportunity issue there, waiting for activity in the hangout to take off to the point where I can let it spin by itself and just record the video. But the writing is actually kind of a bigger deal than I thought. Just in no small part because of the the background information and such I suspect people don't have. Even the kind of things I've already kind of folded into the, you know, big overarching version of it all. I still need to crank out some new, I guess, background information on, like, you know, how to solve recurrences and what the Lambert W function is and so on.
The explanation of it.
Yeah, I'm actually more lost on how to explain the recurrence solving and Lambert W function than I am how to explain linear programming. But linear programming has its own kind of biting on granite issue because it wants diagrams in a way. I don't have a good way of making diagrams.
Is there like
Or at
a
least
free
go ahead.
Illustrator? Is there like an open source Illustrator? I'm sure there is. So.
There are, but I'm really bad at using them.
Hey Nadia, how many more hours until this hangout goes off air? Do you know?
About an hour and 45 minutes.
Oh wow, time flies.
Yeah, the schedule kind of got shifted around by the weird issue with that person that I had blocked at one point that kept popping in the hangout and blocking me out.
That is strange. I don't understand that.
It's just a glitch. I know how. I have a idea of how it works. You know, there's checks that come in two different directions. One from him against me and one from me against him. And those we're giving different answers because of the glitch. There's a kind of way where you can expect that unless you do certain things, certain kinds of checks, you would get the wrong answers. So
I hear you.
one of the directions was not doing the checks and getting the wrong answers. Or there was a difference in direction because of the sub account, the pages associated have their own account. That's a secondary one related to the primary.
Right.
So, like the person joining didn't have the check going back to their primary account, but the person who is in the Hangout was having their primary account checked. Right, so when they were coming in on the account associated with their page, that was the sub-account of another account, the block didn't show up in the check because the check didn't go back into the depth, but against the person joining. But when somebody was joining and they were already in the Hangout, it was checking in depth, back to the primary accounts, the people in the Hangout, instead of the one joining.
Well, what going to be the final resolution on that? What has to happen?
Boot the person. If they show up, boot them. Well, before booting them, get their profile page and block them. Yeah, there are technical tweaks that could happen, but Google Plus is already light years ahead of things like Skype, so.
Is it really?
Yeah. And the hard problems have to do with the audio and video processing and their efficiency, not the kind of silly, oh, well, I just need to like check something here and there.
Well,
those are easy problems. The hard ones are how do you make this thing burn less CPU when there are 10 people in the friggin' Hangout. Skype choose a buttload of CPU. Even without a lot of people in the Hangout, even when it's doing audio only. So that's the real technical issue. These things are side issues, easy to patch up if and when you spot anything wrong. Go ahead.
And Nadia, what would you do if Google got rid of the Hangouts?
I'd be fucked.
No other format, no other place anybody knows of?
There might be something like Twitch, but yeah, I mean, these things go away, and my, pretty basic stuff like, medical monitoring and so on goes out the window.
Man, I guess Skype wouldn't be a good alternative, would it?
Not terribly useful. My connections aren't very well developed on Skype, and people don't just hang around on Skype like that. They can't hang around like that.
Well,
the calls don't persist like they do for G+.
They don't persist?
Well, you can't have one running and then just and leave it going like that.
Why not?
I don't know that it's so much of a technical issue, but a lot of times people will drop out of it, and the fresh blood can't arrive and so on.
I see what you mean.
And the video part of it doesn't happen anywhere near as much. And the way people can see anything's happening with me is through video. And without my video, they don't know who to call.
Now, how come you can't have your video on Skype?
I can have my video on, but a lot of times a lot more often they run with video off. I don't know, some of it's not actually technical, some of it's just like the way people actually use it.
Well, if you need somebody to watch you, you can call, well, at least I'll speak for myself, you can call me and I'll keep an eye on you. Through a phone or something.
Yeah, no individual can do it. It has to be kind of a team effort, so to speak. And even when, like, the people on the call aren't my personal contacts, they go out and find them, right? And then they know my address and call for paramedics. So.
Well, you can watch through a phone too.
Well, all this comes crashing down when I get put out on the street. So, yeah, it's all fucked. When I'm on the street, there's nobody there to call. There's nobody watching on the hangout. And you better believe people on the street don't call. I mean, an actual cop on patrol might call. But Joe Blow, random passerby, no.
Have you heard anything at all from any updates on the situation?
I think apart from the call on Friday, no.
Say what?
Apart from the call on Friday, no.
I'm so sorry, Nadia.
Actually, the call was on Thursday. I was supposed to get a call back or an email back later on that day, and it never happened. So.
I mean, was there any discussion of anything helpful, or?
Yeah. There was talk about the private endocrinologist, and it fizzled out. I was supposed to.
I mean, for like housing.
Split up. Not of housing. It was for the endocrinologist. I was supposed to split the work of calling some long list of endocrinologists, and I never got my list of who to call and so on.
Well, what would that do for you?
No, I don't need a real endocrinologist. The trouble is the real endocrinologists are, number one, don't take Medicaid. Number two, don't do a whole lot of pro bono. Number three, I'm not sure general audiences know the difference between someone who can deal with, having 3 dead glands and quote unquote having diabetes.
What good is an endocrinologist if you have no place to live? Isn't that like?
Well, there's some list of things that's longer than one, and any one of which I pretty much die without. So.
And was there any talk about living situations or rent or?
No, there wasn't. No.
Really? I thought that might have been like the main topic.
No, it wasn't.
So that's out. Anything on that part is out. I mean, help from that end.
I don't know that that's the case, but
or partial.
Not knowing for sure is actually kind of worse than even a negative definite answer. There's still some number of unrealistic quote unquote offers of things are floating around, and it's kind of like, well, how do you tell them that help doesn't really help? I don't know, in some sense, people that are overt and hostile are easier to deal with.
I didn't catch that.
I said in some ways, people who are overtly hostile are easier to deal with than the misguided.
Really?
Oh, if they're overtly hostile, I'll just slam the door in their face. That's pretty cut and dry. You don't have to try and keep them on good terms as a friend. You don't have to care about them anymore. You don't have to, I don't know, try to explain why it doesn't work and you can't do it or can't take it or whatever. There's some of that it's gone around that it wasn't so much a matter of misguidance, but rather kind of I don't know, a setup of a dilemma to I don't know, provide a pretext to disparage me. And I don't know, Vladimir's been asking about that. Or Vladimir's been asking about one of those cases.
My apologies, Nadia. You said pretext to what?
Disparage me.
Oh, man.
She turned down the help. That kind of thing.
When somebody actively is discouraging help for you?
Disparaging.
Which is causing the person trying to help you to not help you?
Some of them. There were about a dozen active smear campaigns against me.
Were they all atheists?
Actually, yes. Actually, yes.
Oh, wow. Brett would love to hear that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there are various theists that are hostile in a way, but yeah, like, they actually do a little more than, engage in some kind of, great debate sort of discussion where they go on about their general opposition to LGBT affairs, and they don't actually make it personal. They say, these LGBT things are bad, but don't go on about how I'm bad. Yeah, and don't even dig into my personal life when they're having a discussion. Now, on the other hand, this whole sort of like, classist, whatever, blame the victim, garbage and so on, is, well, very personal and, um, going as far as to sort of connect or attribute the sort of socioeconomic, financial, etc. consequences of transphobia against me to some kind of moral deficiency in me. Right, and it's just...
Yeah. I don't really get the whole smear campaign thing. I don't know why somebody would want to just kick somebody when they're down and out and they're already suffering. It's really shitty.
Well, a general tendency toward mockery and such is part of the problematic set of attitudes.
I don't mean to keep asking this because, kind of like gets hopes up and is kind of almost futile, but if you had like a year, a place to stay with internet and all that sort of thing, like what would that do for you? Like what could you do with that? Is there any, like...
I could probably, well, do more of the kinds of trying to monetize the channel, do some presentations, do some shit, do some app development or whatever. And welcome, Beckel. I mean, the reality is the employment front is kind of pretty much just fucked.
I mean, do you think
So,
after a year you could be in a fairly stable place where you, or there's just no way to really know that ultimately?
it's a long shot gamble.
But you would be able to maintain your health to some degree and continue your work.
Yeah, that's...
Yeah.
Question is, when the year's up, have I gotten far enough to be able to operate independently? The answer is, it'll be a long shot.
And then you'd be in the same position, you're only worse.
It's basically kind of like look at the draw on, YouTube popularity, viewership, and so on. Welcome, Beckel.
Beckel, what's up, my Calvinist friend?
Hey, Beckel.
Hooray, we agree that free will doesn't exist.
Still don't know about that.
Who agrees to that? Desert?
Beckel. I think Beckel. I'm not sure whether he's a theological determinist or not.
Oh, Beckel's Calvinist now? Or was, or always been?
Beckel's almost always been Calvinist.
Well, from a Christian standpoint, Calvinism does make some sense, I suppose, since God's all-knowing.
It's not the all-knowingness that makes it deterministic and predestined and so on within Calvinism. It's the creative fiat. You know, God's the one making these things happen, so of course he knows.
Yeah.
So the question actually is still a question for Veckel, because Calvinism allows theological determinism but doesn't require it.
But it's like a paradox, isn't it?
Well, the things proposed as disproofs of free will are often, deriving paradoxes or contradictions from the, I guess, tentative or whatever presumption of free will. So, I mean, for instance, I gave one in terms of that, willing what you will regress, right? Schopenhauer did, okay, so, yeah, that looks like Veckel is actually not a theological determinist. The limited free will is kind of the Molinist sort of affair, and the part that makes it all Calvinist is that the free will doesn't extend to salvation.
But Veckel...
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah, the part that makes the distinction is, more generally, say, if you set it beyond Protestantism, called monergism versus synergism, whether it's the sort of God alone, the one sort of energy or action, right? Or the meaning of more than one, synergism, right? So if there's like the Arminian notion within Protestantism of it requiring kind of the cooperation of both God and man to achieve salvation, that's synergism, or if it's Protestant synergism, it's Arminianism. And if it's essentially the decision of God alone, then it's monergism, or within Protestantism, Calvinism. And I think the distinction between Molinism and Arminianism doesn't hinge on salvation per se.
Arminianism. I'm not familiar with that.
Arminianism, that's basically believing that the choice to become saved, believe and be saved, and so on is a free will choice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. When they're making these distinctions, they're all about the salvation, not free will in general.
Right.
So, for instance, when Arminians, kind of understand that there are limits to free will, so to speak. I mean, the part that their, free willishness, etc., hinges on is whether the salvation is a free will choice.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
I've actually not noticed that. Like Mycroft, for instance, will probably just declare himself Armenian rather. They have an analog of Tulip themselves. They call it Facts, Facts. Yeah, Mycroft Holmes. Yeah. And I remember Tulip, but I don't remember Facts. So.
Veckel, do you know if they do the whole bread and the whole blood, wine, whatever thing in Baptist churches? Okay, because when I went as a kid, they did that.
Yeah.
What they did, like a kind of Eucharist thing, like.
Yeah.
Like they do in Catholicism, like turning the blood into wine and whatever.
Yeah, this whole symbolic thing, yeah.
Oh, they do that in Baptist church?
Yeah, they did it every, I think, fourth Sunday at our third, fourth Sunday at my church back then.
Huh. Protestants don't do that, right?
I'm not sure.
I wouldn't think so. Did you get the full immersion and all that? Did they like dunk you in water and all that?
Oh, that's only if you wanted to be baptized. That's when you get dunked in water.
Oh, you have a choice to do that?
Yeah, and I did back when I was a young teenager.
What was like in a tub or?
No, it was at the church.
What do they have, like a little pool?
Oh yeah. Behind at my church they had. It was behind the pastor's podium. It was this little thing, a little mini pool with water in it.
That sounds cool.
Oops, I forgot to put the milk in the fridge.
What happens after they dunk you? Like, are you supposed to just pray, or do you just walk out?
So you just stand there, and the preacher talks, and he dunks you, and you just walk out. There's nothing to it.
Hello?
Hey.
Hi there.
So you guys can hear me? Okay. Might be a little bit of a lag.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm at work, and this laptop I'm using is really horrible doing Hangouts. But I wanted to respond by saying, yeah, man, that's a bad lag. Oh, but anyway, I wanted to respond by saying that yeah, the communion is what we call it, similar to the Eucharist, except the Eucharist, they hold that teaching, which is called transubstantiation, where the wafer literally becomes the flesh of Jesus, and the wine literally becomes his blood upon ingestion, I guess. So, but Protestants, no, we don't hold that.
Oh, Protestants don't do that at all, or do they just have an offering, or?
No, we do the communion, which is similar to the Eucharist, except we don't hold to the doctrine of transubstantiation, which is the doctrine that the wafer literally becomes the flesh of Christ, and the wine the blood. So they're all symbolic.
So Protestants can hold to Calvinism.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
It's
Do they have to? Do you have to or no? As a Protestant?
I don't think so. There's nothing in the Bible that says that you have to be a Calvinist in order to be a believer. I just think it's the more logical perspective on God's nature than that of the Arminian.
Like, what does your preacher like to say about it? Do they go into it or?
No, he doesn't talk about it actually. He talks more about practical things. He preaches from the Bible, but kind of follows it up with more practical things like about how it affects us today. What we learned out of the Bible, stuff like that. Yeah, pretty good stuff. But yeah, as far as Calvinism and Arminianism, he's never talked about it. I do know that he is a Calvinist, though, but it's not something that he stresses on from the pulpit.
So that's kind of your own choice of what you do.
Well, I wouldn't say it's necessarily a choice. It's just the truth. To say that God can fail in saving people is just ridiculous, which is what the Armenians have to believe, but they won't admit that. They'll tell you that God wants to save people, but man's free will, man has the choice of turning it down. So what they fail to see is that ultimately means that God has failed to save everyone. If God has came to save everyone, but yet some are going to go to hell because they did not choose God. Well, that's ultimately the conclusion that you have to come to. That God wanted to save some people, but because of their free will overrides his ability to save man. Therefore, God has failed. But none of them will admit to that.
So Calvinism says God has already chosen who he wants to save, and
Right.
you really have no choice in the matter.
Right. That's pretty much it.
In
I don't
fact,
even like to call it Calvinism really because it's what we see in the Bible. God has chosen from it before He created the universe. Handful of people from all over the world He's going to save. Question is, who are they? We don't know. Except for
How would a
those that
person?
profess to be Christ.
So how would a
I guess,
Calvinist know if they're saved? Just by putting faith in Christ?
yeah, that's pretty much it. But I wouldn't know if another person is actually going to be elect. I can only go by what I see on the surface, and of course, whatever God chooses to reveal to people.
But you can know yourself, though.
Oh yeah. One of the things you should be seeing is a change in your life. May not be an overnight change, but there should definitely be some sort of difference in your perspective on sin and God. And what else? And from there it just kind of everything else just kind of falls into place. But I wouldn't be able to tell you who's actually the elect. I can just go by unless God chooses to reveal it to me. But until then, those who I consider to be the elect, I can still fellowship with them, pray with them, go to church with them, eat with them, stuff like that. And then I just have to take their word on it until I see otherwise, until they start preaching something contrary to the word of God, or unless God shows me otherwise. So,
Hey, Veckel, what do you is annihilationism? Is that a heretical doctrine to you?
I would say yes, but it's not a. I don't think it's one that would send people to hell. I just think it's false because it trivializes what Christ did on the cross, whether the annihilationists will accept that or not. And personally, I think one of the reasons why people latch onto it is because of emotional issues. But that's just my opinion.
Right.
I know I can't say that for every annihilationist. Some annihilationists actually believe that they can back it up with scripture, but I don't see that. But if you take away the doctrine of hell, then you take away the reason why Christ died on the cross. You know, the two are, they're not necessarily mutually exclusive.
The Gnostics will give you a whole nother reason why Jesus died on that cross.
Oh yeah, that's the term, Gnosticism.
Oh, you talked to Commando, right?
Yeah, I talked to him.
Views are pretty interesting.
Yeah, he's interesting. Yeah, he's got a lot of beliefs that I disagree with, and I'd like to have a one-on-one discussion with him someday about some of the things that he reports.
I hope you can
He
get
keeps
that
saying things
discussion.
like, yeah. I actually challenged him a couple of times. I never got a response, except some links. He keeps sending me links.
Yeah, I'd watch it for sure.
Yeah, me too. But I think it'd be interesting. He's on the same level as a lot of the other people that. Well, I think he actually even mentioned syncretism. He tried to say that a lot of the things that we Christians believe in that were taken or plagiarized or borrowed from some previous religion. I just haven't seen any evidence of that yet.
You might be following the evil god, Meckel.
That's what he says. Yeah. He says Yahweh is the evil God. So I don't know where. I still don't know where he's getting that from. Sure.
Oh, Flip went away.
Is everybody asleep?
No.
Nadia might be clocking out soon.
I have to stay up until the changeover happens.
Okay, hope you stay with us for a while longer.
So is Ron still in there? Yeah, looks like Ron's still here.
Yep, I think he's knocked out.
He's very knocked out. It's good to see him back on the internet. Remember the last time I talked to him, he said he was going to be.
I remember one time Brett Keane said, I think Brett said he wasn't going to come back, and he did. They always come back.
Oh. She built it.
Art, are you still around? Guess not.
I'm I'm still here, of course, but I'm occupied somehow.
What was that?
I'm still here, but I guess I'm occupied a bit.
That occupation.
Hey, your dad is working on the demo or no? Yeah, it's working now, yeah. Yeah. Could you open for me my bag? I left my bag in there. Sure. Thank you. Yep. Let me just. I did exercise, then I come back. I said, oh my God, I left my bag in there.
I'm glad to know it's working now.
Working?
Oh, somebody in the background was talking to Vehicle. Well, Nadia, it looks like it's you, myself, and Zone.
Yeah, you scrolled it away so I can't see it. No. Beckle's still here.
Think so. You got a lot of viewers for this time of day.
18? That's not that many.
Oh, it was
27 at one point.
So Nadia, it's good to see you again. Glad you're still alive and with us.
Be with you for long.
I hope you're wrong. Oh, man. Oh, I thought you said you had to go, Zone.
Okay, so I might as well just do it like that.
Sounds good to me.
Formatting stuff.
Did you say you're formatting?
Formatting.
Ooh, that doesn't sound good.
You mean?
Nadia will.
What again?
Zone asked the question. Do the do, yeah. Yeah, if Nadia ran, I'd definitely vote for her. It'd be the only time I ever voted, ever.
Hillary Pugh.
Oh no, I'd vote for Nadia, not Hillary. Nadia, your scalp itch much? Or just here and there?
Here and there.
Okay. Mine does too. It's a bitch. Oh, Veckel dipped out.
Shit.
I'll keep you company.
Okay, and 1 hour left.
Only an hour?
Veckel. Yeah.
I thought it was longer than that. Or not longer, but shorter. Glad it's longer.
Well, means you have to stay up longer till the changeover.
That's fine with me.
Presenting these numbers is awkward. I think I shouldn't take those to floating point.
You asking me that?
No. I think I should do PQ and R.
Just thinking out loud, huh?
I don't mean to.
I do that too. Well, Zone, I never vote because it's all the same. What's up, Seth?
Welcome, Seth.
Thank you.
I think we're out of one for now. Shit. How am I muted? It's auto mute.
Nadia, would you say it's times like these R1 should be in the room?
No. There's a. I guess yourself if you're interested.
You were muted when you said the middle part of your sentence.
So there's room to introduce one yourself if you're interested.
Who? Anybody here?
Yeah.
Oh, you already know me. Seth dipped out. Well, looks like everybody here's dead except you and I in Zone.
Yeah, by and large.
By and small.
Okay. Now I go for PQR.
Well, you know, Zone, every time I see a politician, all I hear is bullshit, 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 nonstop. So I don't even really pay attention to that stuff anymore. Exactly, Zone. Goes back flippity doo dah.
Yep. Just need to get some nutrition.
The bird needs its nutrition.
It's 5 in the morning.
Did you fly out to a park and people fed you?
No, I carry my own seeds.
Yeah, I hear that.
Sunflower.
For the win.
I used to eat bowls of sunflower seeds. I just sit there and eat them, eat them, eat them, eat them, eat them.
I could sit and eat cashews all damn day, or pistachios.
Yeah, cashews are good, man.
So good.
Salted ones? Yeah.
I might go back on a nut diet. It was working.
Did it work for you?
Yeah. I was eating a lot of nuts and still losing weight.
You need to lose weight, or
I think I do. Some. A little bit. Not too much. I would hate to have a gut though, man. Just walking around with that thing. Ugh. I would feel so
I have one.
Nah.
Yeah, I do.
I had a beer belly for a while. Just like stick out. I think it was more bloat though.
I hear ya.
Then I couldn't eat for some reason for like a month and a half, and just had to stop everything. I just dropped the weight off. Stuff like that.
I think the problem is they make food too damn delicious.
Yeah. When Taco Bell had the chili cheese burrito, or I don't know what they call it. I used to go there. This was years ago. I used to go every morning for breakfast there. Then they stopped making it for some reason. And there's like people online, having petitions to this day, I think, trying to bring it back. They never brought it back. This is weird, man.
Oh man.
I don't know why they got rid of it.
I eat fast food maybe once or twice a year.
Yeah, I don't eat fast food anymore, like rarely. I'm surprised I'm not dead yet.
I don't know if I would want RoboCop Formula Zone. Ooh, that's rough.
What's that?
I was answering Zone in the chat.
Oh. I can't see it. I gotta sit on one side. My buttock was swelled up for some reason. Ugh, it's killing me.
Is that bird on a barbed wire fence?
Yeah. I had the one with the red eyes, but it was a little bit too evil, so I figured I'd keep my edge with the barbed wire.
Those bird pictures are cute.
Yeah, that's a cute one right there.
Oh, it tastes like baby food. Oh yeah, that guy, his character was named Johnson, and he said that, and he stuck his finger in it and had a taste. Yeah, that's one of my favorite movies, the first RoboCop.
I don't remember that part.
What was that?
I don't remember that part.
That was a really quick scene. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, I gotta start a health program, but I gotta wait till after Easter because I have my family and they always make
Oh yeah.
stuff.
Just like Thanksgiving and Christmas dinner, all that good
Yeah.
shit.
I'm half Polish, so we go and have kielbasa for breakfast, eggs, ham, usually,
I hear you.
and then dinner later. Tradition.
Turkey stuffing, cranberry sauce, sweet potatoes.
Yep. But then you gotta do it with family. But after that, I gotta go on a health program. I'm gonna just eat steamed vegetables and salads. I'm gonna try to stay on it till October.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to do what Naughty's doing with the calories. Probably have it around 800 a day, if I can do that.
Yeah, I might try what Nadi's doing. I mean, if you can get all your nutrition in that kind of calories. There's a guy called Luigi Carnato. This was back in hundreds some years ago. I don't know. Anyway, he lived to be over 100, but he would only ate 14. I think it was 14 ounces, or no, 12 to 14 ounces of food a day. I think it would be like some kind of vegetable stew, and then he had about I might get in 12 ounces of wine,
Oh,
but it was like wine like he made it was like low alcohol, and he did that his whole life. And like his family convinced him, you got to eat more, you got to eat more. So he added another couple ounces of food, and he got like completely sick. He was sick again because he was really sick. But he lived his whole life. I'm like, I think it's either 12 ounces of food and 14 ounces of like basically grape juice. It's pretty documented. I think his name is Luigi Carnato. So I guess it can be done. And it's pretty healthy. But he had his own farm, so he was like growing his own shit. It was all like probably nutrient dense. I think it was like he had bread, I think an eggs and some kind of vegetable stew. Something like that. It's pretty well documented. Well, fairly well.
There's some super hardcore vegans out there, man. They grow their own stuff. They live out in a mobile home and they travel and they live off the land. Oh man, that's a pain in the ass.
I heard vegans like eventually like they get like sickly.
They get what?
Sickly. Yeah, but a lot of them, they eat like a lot of like fake food, like tofu and fake dogs and stuff. And it's not really the best way to go.
Yeah, I agree.
That's not actually all the stuff I'm plugging into my diet planner is vegan.
Really?
Really?
Yeah, but if you get all the nutrients you need, but a lot of times they go on just too many carbs. They just eat nothing but like rice, and you gotta kind of have a balance.
Sure.
You can't just eat like tofu all day.
What if you just eat rice all day, Flip, and nothing else for over 10 years?
I don't know. I'd probably die of lack of protein. Macrobiotic diet is sort of like that. It's like tons of brown rice, but then they have like really cooked greens. I forget what else is on it.
Imagine if you just ate noodles, that nothing else but noodles.
Man, you get sick of that quick.
Hell yeah. There was a time where I got sick of pizza rolls. I was like, ugh, fuck that. I don't even want to look at the bags because I would eat them so much.
Yeah, these people talk about like this patriot stuff, and they're gonna store like the same food or like beans and rice, and like, you get sick of that shit like real quick.
Oh yeah.
This stuff is
Unique.
You need some variety.
not a cheap hobby.
No, it's not. You want to be healthy, man. You're not living off the land. Ooh, it's gonna be costly.
I don't think that's the point.
You don't think it'd be expensive?
No, I said I believe the point of what I was saying was that doing the vegan stuff right is not cheap.
No.
It's not cheap. It's a lot more expensive than normal.
So adding meat would be kind of like a detriment to the diet, like as far as protein and all that.
Actually, I would. The vegan stuff tends to be better calorie to nutrient ratio. And because it's not like I'm not giving the optimizer a chance to use something else.
I heard of some vegans, one of them lived off like coconut oil and kale like for a while, and they're like wondering why they're like not feeling good. It's like, you know, take a guess. See, now he's doing like this precision pinpoint, like accurate shit.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you?
Well, if you're a hippie, I guess you would.
Because I'm not smart enough.
I recommend not being a hippie.
Yeah.
Why not?
Because garbage.
They don't tend to be organized.
Do we have any hippies on G Plus that come in here?
Probably former hippies. I haven't seen any actual hippies. I wonder if that still exists, like, or is that like on that kind of? I know in the '90s it was kind of around a little bit still. I think it just
shit.
I think it
Wrong
morphed into
answers.
weed.
Sorry about that, Nadia.
What happened? Oh, we're talking too much.
Oh wait, those aren't wrong answers.
Oh, good.
They have to be wrong. Why?
Does our talking bother you?
No. Why doesn't it change? Ah, that's why it doesn't. Okay. So it is right.
You're always right.
No, I'm not.
I find that hard to believe.
You better make shirts or you're gonna end up like 50 pounds.
Yeah.
That won't happen. Bye. Yeah, there are other things you can go around optimizing. I mean, linear programming pops up all over the place.
Good thing in the world.
Yeah, I might try out this diet once you get it going.
Strictly speaking, it's not a diet per se. It's something that calculates a diet for you, or a procedure to calculate a diet for you, based on like what's available to you, your budget, and well, your weight target and everything else.
So you can plug in for gaining weight too, and it'll give you the foods and all that.
Yeah. It'll give you enough calories to maintain your weight. Your daily calorie expenditure might be more than your BMR though. And you can figure that out. Like, do some averaging, figure out what
But the key is it's going to get you the vitamins, minerals, and you make sure
yeah.
you're getting everything.
And it will do that in a way that hits calorie targets or comes as close to a calorie target as possible, while at the same time going about making sure you get enough vitamins and stay within your budget. And for the moment, it sets your calorie target based on your BMI, not your BMI, sorry, your BMR and your target weight. So the part of that you need to change out is the BMR. You need to add on to that some way of estimating how many calories you're burning.
So unless you had a scanner app, you'd have to go to your store, see what you have, and take down the nutritional info yourself, and then plug it in and kind of do it yourself.
There's that part, yes. There's also figuring out how many calories you're really burning every day is a big deal.
I wonder if FUD can actually do it. Have you found a database yet? Or you just would have to scan the back of the labels, basically.
We found a database, but the database is not that useful. It doesn't have things like commercial products. It has mostly things like basic food types, like just kidney beans, lima beans, and so on. And it has that by weight and so on, which is not the realistic problem.
Lima beans, good.
There's it's getting the nutrition info from vendors is being done by like UPC scanner apps, which is kind of useless because if you're stuck reading the label yourself or reading the screen from the scanner app on your phone yourself, you're still doing data entry, which is a pain in the ass. So I don't know where they get their database from. The Android app is called, what is it? It's called Nutrition Finder by something like Smart People.
Well, if one doesn't exist, it might take a lot of time, but that would be like a very popular resource if you can put it together. But I don't know what that would take as far as programming. I mean, would you have to manually enter everything?
Yeah, basically.
Wow, that would take forever.
Oh yeah.
Well,
it doesn't really take forever. The questions surround more of doing the number crunching. Data entry is minor compared to it. The number crunching would take a human being, like, it would take me like a day to like figure out the diet for one time step or something, and a normal human being would probably take several days.
wow.
I wish that I had your mental cognition, Nadia.
Well, it doesn't really help that much. The kinds of differences make things or make people need computers are so large they overwhelm any of my own sort of like capacity above the average or whatever. So it's by and large not that useful thing to me. Yeah, I already explained. I already dealt with this elsewhere, Crispy. And welcome, Crispy. The main thing is, what do I explain to people they don't understand? Okay. Let me try asking. So over here, I'm going through getting the estimates of how long it'll take to get the target weight. And go through this. So, okay. Which part of this needs kind of like more information? What do I need to explain before I come to this line?
Oh my god.
Well, all of it. You'd have to just, you'd have to do an example and just like do each step. Like just do it out, like literally just do it out. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I move on to do that. So I
Like walk through each step and explain like.
Then I'm going through the various numbers over here. Plug and chug.
This is like more for like a medical journal.
That math.
So, yeah, that's where I go through the example. Using myself as an example. It's 30-minute warning. So, is there any part of this that people don't understand? Like, can you point to something that's not comprehensible?
Well, I don't want you to explain it right now, Nadia. You seem really tired.
Well, I'm not going to explain it verbally. Explain it in a slide that I write.
If somebody doesn't know how to do the math, then they're screwed. Like weight subset day plus 1 minus. Like me, like I wouldn't know how to do that.
The math.
Which part of this? Which part of this?
Well, like the 7700, like, where is this already based on your example of you?
7700 is how many calories per kilo. That probably needs a comment.
Times, like, how would you do weight subset day plus 1 minus weight subset day? Like, if somebody doesn't know how to do the math, how are they going to do it? Like, you'd have to walk somebody through each step, like from beginning to end, and like with an example, how to do it.
Question is on this part. Asking a very specific question.
Huh?
You're not asking a specific question.
I'm not? Okay. Like, what would be the mathematics for weight subset day plus 1? So you would.
What do you mean?
So you would put your weight in there, a person's weight. They would put that in there, right? Like in like
the
the first line, let's say.
What?
The first line, let's say, on that slide.
Like
weight.
What's the question about the first line?
Well, what weight are you talking about? You're talking about your current weight, the weight you're going for.
Yeah, weight on the day.
Okay, so for the day you would do what?
Well, it just says that the weight on day plus 1 is related to the weight on day by adding the calorie balance divided by 7700 to it. So I don't understand your question.
Well, is this the beginning of the formula or just in the middle somewhere? Like, let's say I wanted to figure out the whole thing. Where would I start? Is this is the first slide?
No, it's not the first slide. But it's the one that involves the
Right,
I guess BMR calculation.
Oh, okay, man. Here's my question. I'm 5'11", 152. I want to get up to or let's say I want to go down to 145. So what would I do? Where would I start?
Well, you get an estimate of your BMR. That's one. This kind of assumes BMR is there somewhere for it to start with by making it calories eaten minus BMR as your calorie balance.
Oh, what's BMR?
And it goes on to expand the BMR, basal metabolic rate.
Okay. So what would I do?
Point number 3 is the BMR. That's 6.25 times height. That's 5 times your age, plus 10 times your weight in kilos, plus S, which is 5 since you're male. And for me, it's minus 161.
What does that mean? That S5 and S equals negative 161. What does that mean?
What do you mean? What does it mean? S is minus 161 if you're female.
Oh, gotcha.
So where would I start? Like if I wanted to lose 10 pounds, say, by like what do you have to know before you start? Like how much you want to lose and by when?
Strictly speaking, it's more of your target weight.
Target weight. So say I want.
Because you actually need to know your absolute weight.
So if I want to go down from 150 to 145, where would I start? Would be the first thing.
You estimate your BMR.
Okay, so that would be 6.25 times my height minus 5 times
your age.
Years.
Plus 10 times your current weight. Yeah.
So it'd be age, time, years. And then what's the day? Where does the day come into it?
Okay, so your question is about what the labeling of day is. Okay.
Yeah.
And so on the day is what day of your diet plan it is.
Well, I haven't started yet. You said I first have to figure out my values of mentality.
That's day 0.
Okay.
That's day 0.
So
okay,
age times years.
Now age times years, that's one variable. Your age measured in years.
Oh, okay. Okay, so it'd be years, then day 0.
So basically, you're mostly complaining about the variable naming convention.
So we say you would have to put like age in years, or how many years old you are, or something like that. Because it looks like age times years.
Okay. So if those are the only issues with it, then
well, like okay, day 0. So like, why is it a subset though? And how would you figure
that doesn't represent a subset.
Why is it?
It is a day is being used as a subscript, right? So the weight on a given day is weight sub day, right? And then the day is the day of your diet plan. So, you know, on the 10th day of your diet plan, your weight is the weight on your 9th day of the diet plan plus your calorie balance divided by 7,700, right? Okay, so where did I get 7,700? What are the subscripts representing? And age years is a somehow confusing naming convention for the variable.
Like, do you have to do math with the subscript? I mean, is there a particular calculation? Like weight, subscript day plus 1?
No.
Okay.
I mean, the way you calculate, the weight on day plus 1 from the weight on a given day is described right there. It's a calorie balance and so on. You add to it, divided by 7,700. And then the calorie balance, you need to expand out more. Calories eaten, BMR. So BMR, how do you get that? And it goes into those details. So
So you want to calculate a BMR first, then, before you do anything.
well, yeah, in a way.
So shouldn't that be
But
first?
your BMR depends on your current weight. So there's a chicken and egg thing, which unravels easily because you just measure your weight on the 0th day. You predict the weight on the rest. Okay. Let's go back to document and ask about this.
I have a quick question.
Okay, which part of this needs an explanation? You had a question
Yeah, just
about the slide before?
Yeah. Well, you see the problems with parentheses. You do what's in the parentheses first, correct?
In a way, yes.
Okay, I'm just seeing if I had that right. Go ahead.
Groups calculation. If you
So the thing is that
distribute over.
you're assuming like this is like stuff like people know, like how to do.
Kinds of questions you're asking are
Like the equation.
The kinds of questions you're asking are things I don't even know how to.
Okay, like let's say R equals.
Yeah.
Like
Kinds of questions you're asking.
Yeah.
Are
not really questions.
About. They're about issues I don't know how to explain. They're kind of too fundamental to really break down into much of anything.
Like, okay, who's your target audience for this? This is my question. Who's your target audience? Like anybody?
I'm assuming, or it's not really an assumption, but this is not something I would expect to be that far out for people to follow.
Uh-oh.
Well, let's take the last one. I mean, do you really have the expectation that like the average person would be able to do that equation? Like what? Like, I don't even know what that is. Hold on.
Oh yeah, is he?
Like one, in parentheses, 1 minus
weights event. Yeah, the weights event linear combination of. Yeah. Or weights event plus 1 is a linear combination of weights of n plus 5 over 365 times n plus this times or that constant, calories eaten 65 times height, so that's minus 5 times h.
I don't mean don't take this wrong or in any way, but I think you have a completely skewed idea of what the average person's ability at mathematics are. I mean, you think this is like average people would be able to like look at this equation and be like, oh, I know what to do.
Yeah, I should be able to follow it. And nothing I'm presenting here is anything more than pretty basic algebra type stuff. High school algebra.
Right.
I forgot most of it.
How do you forget high school algebra?
I wish I knew.
Okay, well, what's the problem with this one?
Well, the first question someone's going to have is, okay, where do I start? What do I do? I want to figure out. I want to
That's
lose.
too big a question.
Well, that's the first question someone's going to have. If you're giving it to the average audience, I mean, they're going to be like, okay, I want to lose 24 pounds. What do I do?
This is the explanation of that. I mean, it's going about
This is like for a medical journal.
How is it for a medical journal?
Well,
there's no empirical study.
No, I know, but like, how would somebody know where to start?
The pages are in order in the document?
This would probably be like for people with like at least like in graduate school stuff. I know it's high school algebra, but you know most people don't know this stuff, right?
High school graduation rates are much higher than 50%.
So, well, sorry to interject, but I'm not even sure what the formulas you're presenting are supposedly representing, obviously. But, like, for example, when it comes to weight loss. Okay, weight loss, okay, calories, etc. I kind of get the gist of that, but the point being is, like, when somebody says, well, most people don't know this stuff and that stuff, like, you know, I only graduated high school like a good fucking 20 years ago, and I did have a keen interest in science. I liked physics, I liked chemistry, biology, and there's fucking a shitload of, like, for example, physics formulas I learned and stuff and blah blah blah. But you know what? I became a tradesperson, you know. And so the things that I learned in you know, in physics class and everything else, I haven't used for fucking 25 years. And there's, you know, a few formulas I remember like readily. I'm sure if I went back and I refreshed myself, you know, I things would come back to me. But
I don't rely on anyone remembering a particular formula.
Well, I'm just saying.
Excuse me, the general principle of, like, you know, letters or symbols standing for numbers, some of which, you know, maybe yet to be determined and so on, is should be there.
What I'm saying, would you expect like a housewife, let's say, for example, who wants to be able to sit down and like do these equations out?
I would expect almost anyone, like, whatever age people do algebra at middle school, something like that. Anyone out of middle school to be able to.
How long have you been isolated from society?
My whole life.
Oh.
What did you ask, Flip?
How long is Natty's been isolated from like everyday
Oh.
life?
But people do algebra in, like, middle school, right? So.
No, I understand.
You know, past the age where they've been in middle school, should have the general principle of letters standing for numbers, and some of them being yet to be determined.
So this is the full formula right here?
Well, this is the recurrent solution of the recurrence given indeterminate form. Because A, B, and C are shorter symbols and also less concrete symbols.
Well, the only thing I could do is take it and try to do it myself and see where I get the hangups, which I think would be very early on. Are these slides available? I think. Wait, didn't I have a PDF of these?
Yeah, I actually gave a link to them and such.
Let me see if I bookmarked it.
Which part of the people being familiar with like letters or symbols standing for numbers, and some of those symbols being yet to be determined, not actually work.
This is what you would probably expect to be doing, like if you're in school for like a nutritionist or something like that, maybe like in college. You might do some of this like for coursework, but for like a housewife or something, or an everyday person, they're gonna look at this and be like, now if you walk them through step by step by step by step.
This is supposed to be that kind of step-by-step walkthrough.
Yeah, but you should walk somebody through it, step by step by step, and do an example of it, like on a video.
This is a walking through step-by-step.
No, but you should explain it though, like step by step. So, okay, so let's just say you are a 43-year-old male and you want to lose 10 pounds. This is how you do it. And you should like do it and go step by step and actually do it out. This is P minus A.
Well, you can't just say 10 pounds. You have to have your weight in absolute terms. The weight you're starting from, your target weight, have to be absolute measures. Because your BMR depends on your absolute weight.
Where you couldn't do like a hypothetical example and then just like go through the whole all the equations and like just do a hypothetical.
Losing 10 pounds is not enough information. Okay, so which part of this is trouble?
The first word.
That's a proper name.
Lambert's W.
It's a good thing the camera's off. The
camera's off?
What are you doing, Nadia? What are you doing?
I'm screen sharing and face falling.
That's what I thought.
How many face bombs?
Happens.
Is it like a quadruple face bomb?
Okay, can you get past the first word? And
okay.
Just some guy's name, right?
Okay. Yeah, but somebody's gonna wonder, like, okay, what does that mean? Lambert's. That's the first question they're gonna have is, what does that mean?
Lambert is the guy this W of X is named after.
But how would somebody know that? They're gonna see Lambert. They're gonna be like, what does that mean?
Lambert is somebody's last name. It's obvious.
But they're gonna wonder why it's there. Like, what's it doing, and what's it even doing there?
Well, it says that WX is not just a any old function called W. It's a specific W that Lambert discovered and defined the function.
And K equals 0 for positive branch. What does that mean?
There are two branches of the function. So if you use subscript 0, then the positive branch is used. Subscript -1, negative branch is used. And we need to change over like right away. So
Okay.
let me move on to that, and we can take this up shortly in the new Hangout.
Oh yeah, how many minutes until that?
Are you starting one now, or?
Yeah, I just had to find a new Hangout, and I'll start up shortly.
So right now we're having a math class basically, or what?
Well, no, it's just like
I think you should get somebody like Seth in
planning
here
my diet.
and ask him the questions.
You think Seth would know that math?
Well, he would be in a much better position to explain. To Nadia how that could be an issue for like someone. Where is Seth anyway?
Well, he came in and left
Is he
earlier,
still
so.
around? I think he could do a better job kind of getting across what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I think he's in college anyway.
Well, what are you trying to say?
I'm trying to say the average person would have no clue, and me being the average person, of how to even begin to go about like doing this.
Now, if you're gonna say if you understand what you were presenting thoroughly, now if you're gonna say that you're the average person, well, I would disagree with that because it's not necessarily that let's say the average person, if they were explained this stuff and educated in it, that they wouldn't understand it. But the average person has no fucking interest in it. Is what I'm saying. So, I mean, the average person doesn't have much interest in fucking anything aside from television, mainstream fucking popular culture, et cetera, et cetera. So, I mean, when you get down to academic things like mathematical stuff, I mean, the average person couldn't even give you the formula for, acceleration due to gravity, and I mean, that's a pretty basic fucking formula. I mean, so if we I don't know what you mean by the average person, but anyways.
Well, Nadia's presenting this for a target weight loss. Whoa, we're going on a new chat room. Hold on.
Well, seems like everybody's dropped off the chat. Well, not everybody, but I don't know. Oddly enough, it's kind of weird that you guys are talking about. I guess, even though it's mathematical stuff, I was actually talking to my mom, and she's a bit older, and you know, as far as calories and things like this, and so on and so on. Especially when you get older, of course, because my mom is she's 66 years old, right? And she's not really like fat or anything, but she's a bit overweight. And I was suggesting to her, well, I mean, if you want to have like a kind of good, you know, whatever. And then she tells me one thing.